This is a Clouds weather alert.
Good early Sunday morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now. Coming on the air, we have a tornado warning in play until 11:15 a.m. for portions of the viewing area. The circulation is just right on the edge, really just outside of the viewing circle right now. But it's about to move on in. Let me go ahead and set it to you on our other source. We're going to go ahead and flip it on over right now. You can see right around Chattahoochee here. This is just in Jackson County in Florida, but it's about to move right in toward parts of Seminole County there in Georgia. Also talking about areas of Decatur and Gadsden under this as well. Decatur being in Georgia, Gadsden being in Florida here. So you need to take those tornado precautions immediately. Interior room away from windows here. Again, we have a tornado warning right now in effect for parts of the area. This circulation just outside of the viewing circle in Jackson County. And I see a new severe thunderstorm warning in play for a wider zone. I see parts of Leon under that, which I'll get to here in a moment. Also, we do have information. FSU baseball has been delayed. It was supposed to start at 11 after it moved up because of the storms, but that's been delayed. But right now, the most pertinent matter is getting folks into shelter immediately here in this tornado warning. The spin's just about to move into Seminole County right now. You see it right there north of Sneads, and you see Chattahoochee. This is just kind of north of there. That spin right now at this very moment is moving in towards Seminole County there in Georgia. So we need you guys in shelter immediately. It's moving, from Jackson County in Florida to Seminole County in Georgia. And Seminole County is part of our 62 counties. So you need to take shelter immediately. Interior room away from windows. Put that football helmet on your head to protect yourself, maybe a bicycle helmet, something like that. Baseball helmet's another option. So this is, our first warning that we've had all, day here for our area. And it's a tornado warning. The second warning in play now for today. It's a thunderstorm warning just coming out as well. So things are rapidly evolving, rapidly intensifying here, it would seem, unfortunately, as we were not seeing any warnings for, hours really. And then, except for marine warnings, but all of a sudden getting a tornado warning up here. Watching some action off the coast. That might be where we get our first warning, but instead it's up here. Watching some of this down, on the radar there out of the Panama City area, Eglin Air Force Base. Watching some of this down here. This is still outside of the area toward Gulf County, but watching some spins there. Watching some spin up in here as well around Bluntstown. So there's a lot going on right now. Again, it's a rapidly evolving situation here. I know it's right at church time. I was hoping maybe we'd be able to stick off, a little bit longer in terms of not having to jump in here, but instead having to jump in here with the coverage immediately because we have a tornado warning in play right now. We need to protect you, your friends, your family. The severe thunderstorm warning, the yellow box is till noon. The tornado warning is till 11:15 this morning there. That circulation just starts right now to move into the area here. It's for parts of Gadsden in Florida, Jackson in Florida, as well as Decatur and Seminole in Georgia. We covered 3 out of 4 of those, but not Jackson, Florida. That's why I know, it's something where we were, making sure we got everything ready because it's going to be a long day here. We've been getting everything ready, but it's now in our area and it's now could be producing damage there in towards Seminole County. So we need you guys in shelter. This is a fairly rural area, it looks like, but still just north of Chattahoochee, just moving in the area, and it's going to quickly move from Seminole into Decatur County here. We have this spin on the Doppler. There's where the mouse, is sewing it right in here north of Chattahoochee. So you have winds going away from the Tallahassee radar, winds going toward the radar there. Again, this is a very concerning weather situation here this morning. We need you guys in shelter immediately. Let's check for any type of tornado debris here. Luckily not seeing it. It's not the tightest circulation we've ever seen, to be quite honest. But it's a tornado warning. That's our pilots should always be on for any tornado warning storms moving through the 62 counties here. So you see that spin? That's what we've been watching over the last little bit, is that back up the radar view here. And I know I've been switching radars some, but you can see it was a little tight earlier outside of the viewing area. It looks to have weakened some as it's just started to enter into the viewing circle here this morning. We have an update on a tornado warning now. Gadsden and Jackson have been canceled. You can kind of see how it's lifting just north of the Gadsden line in general here, but this continues for Decatur and Seminole until 11:15. At 10:58, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Lake Seminole there, or it looks like 19 miles northwest of Quincy, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So yeah, those folks out there, Lake Seminole, hopefully you did take precautions. We let you know about a tornado watch earlier this morning on the different platforms. We talked about this drought for a while. And the threats, honestly, this is just the beginning here. We're going to have to get through the whole area, literally the western fringes here. And now we might have, a situation here where we have to get through this threat for the whole 62 counties where we have red boxes popping up here, on and off. This could be, an 8-hour type of stream here, unfortunately, as this could be a very, rough day here for portions of the area. Already starting off very, very active here at the late morning hours. So we need you guys to take this very seriously here. This tornado warning in play. We're talking about mainly rural areas of the indicated counties of Decatur and Seminole, including the communities there, though, of Seminole State Park, Recovery, Faceville, and Lake Seminole. So you need to really be taking precautions here. I'm going to step out of the shot real quick. I'm just gathering new information. This is very rapidly evolving, the situation we're in this morning. You really need to take those tornado precautions, and you might be asking, what are those tornado precautions here? We're talking about seeking shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Really would prefer you not to be in a mobile home if you could help it here. You want to be in a site-built structure. Probably need to be thinking about these tips all day, as this could be one of the longer, days we've had here, maybe going back, maybe to 2024, we had all the hurricanes here. Not to that level of, threat, because most, everybody in our area out of, the population, the way tornadoes are, you're not going to get hit, but a few people may, and that's why, we got to take all these warnings, very seriously, because some of these will probably produce, some probably won't, but you got to take them very seriously nonetheless, because we see these spins within the Doppler algorithms. So to protect yourself from flying, everybody put on a bicycle helmet. They're so important. A football helmet, baseball helmet. Hope you have your shoes on here in case after a tornado comes through. You don't want those, shards of glass to cut your feet up here. Again, we're watching this. We're also watching the winds out ahead. We've had some very gusty winds here already here around Stark this morning. So we're at here in north central Florida, and that could, if there's, that wildfire situation here that's, getting going toward your spot or nearby or something, it could spread things very rapidly. So you got to really be very cognizant that we could have gusts upwards of 45 miles an hour out ahead of the main line here. So that's very serious, but a tornado warning obviously is a lot more serious. So let me go ahead. We'll jump back in front of the key wall here. We're watching this very carefully. Here you go. So you have this tornado warning here on play this morning. Okay, we just got, let's see here, different updates coming in. So just checking my board above me. We're watching this carefully. That spin, it's a pretty rural area, but it's near Lake Seminole. As you can tell here by our topography on the map. Let me zoom back out. We have some spin here east of Bluntstown. We have this wide severe thunderstorm warning in play until 12 o'clock as well. So let me go ahead and touch on this here. Again, we're talking about areas there of Wakulla, Gadsden, Liberty, Leon, Decatur, Grady, and Seminole under this for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but there's also a tornado possible tag in here as well, as there are some areas of weak rotation, with this axis. So Tallahassee, Quincy, Havana, at least parts of Tallahassee, not the whole city yet into this, but Tallahassee, Quincy, Havana, Bluntstown, Bainbridge, Midway, Cairo, Wiggum, Stonewall Creek, Chattahoochee, Greensboro, West Bainbridge, Tyndall Air Force Base, as well as Orange, Hitchcock, Sneed, Gretna, Bristol, Grand Ridge, and Attapulgis, all under the severe thunderstorm warning until 12 o'clock here. Charge your devices out ahead of these storms. I know we did change the timeline by an hour for everybody, an hour later in the 4 or 5 hour range, as we were noting the trend earlier this morning. So let me pull up the graphics here right now. You need to charge up your devices. You need to be prepared for these storms to come on through. The greatest tornado danger still probably lies there, Swanee River Valley over to Gainesville, but also about Austin there, based on the timing been, pushed back an hour. It could, coincide with some of the more, destabilizing conditions here with the instability and the like. So watching all the different, maps here in the Weather Center, we're trying to keep you safe. We do have here 12 to 4 for Valdosta, 11 to 3 for Tallahassee. It's come probably about noonish when it comes to based on the latest trends here right now. We have 3 to 7 for Gainesville, 4 to 8 for Jacksonville, 5 to 9 p.m. for Palm Coast. So just kind of giving you guys an idea of what's going on here as we're looking and as we're tracking things as we try to just keep you guys up to date. Make sure you charge your devices up because some folks are going to lose power. This is going to be a pretty active day. We have a slight risk here for almost everybody in the viewing circle. Let me go ahead and get to the broad view here. We have the active tornado warning. It's a pretty rural area, but I need to just, for folks just tuning in, I know it's church time and the like here, you know, a lot of folks out there, you're good to the east except for all those winds. You know, that can unfortunately be an issue with all the drought we've been in out to the east here, but out toward the west we have a tornado watch. Now later on it's going to be different because I'm talking about good for now. Later on, not good around Stark, Gainesville, Jacksonville, Waycross, and the like. As you can see by our tornado threat, the 2 out of 5 risk on the scale there, that slight risk. But really, that's, you know, significant for us because we'll probably be put under a tornado watch further east. But further west, we have the tornado warning here this morning. We gotta really make sure we take those tornado precautions here, take the situation very seriously here into where southwest Georgia. It's not as tight a circulation I've ever seen, to be quite honest, here southwest of Bainbridge, but it's still some spin within the algorithms, and we could still have a tornado EF0, EF1 type of range. Don't think this is a strong tornado right now, but that didn't mean it couldn't damage or even destroy a mobile home in an isolated, you know, area here or there. It's definitely not out of the question as we're looking at this tornado warning, this red box. Let me go ahead and check questions here. We're going to go ahead and look here to see if there's anything. I see, you know, different viewers tuning in on all the different platforms here. Again, I appreciate everybody just watching and tracking things along with me here. As this, you know, is a dangerous weather setup here today. You know, volatile conditions here meteorologically. I know we have some of the different parameters I've been looking at here. They've really been increasing here, you know, closer to the coast. These tornado parameters over a 2, closer to 3 right there down toward Franklin. So it'd be a little more likely, you know, to get something more significant down there than up here, because up here we actually don't even have, you know, again, I was thinking if we had a, you know, to come on a little bit quicker here, I'd be down south. But instead, this is in an area where we have very little of the tornado parameter, about 0.2 there on the scale there. But it's still, this, you know, still higher than, you know, some areas, you know, and some past tornadoes, you know, and tornadic environment that we've seen, those tornadoes, you know, that have been produced. Sometimes they can be produced at even less. It's not out of the question. And the surface-based instability is only about 100 joules per kilogram up here, so it's not the most favorable environment. I was pretty surprised to see this one because I was, you know, ready to get on if, in case they issued on it one further south down there. But it's still kind of lingering west. But this one all of a sudden coming right on in a little quicker. And here we are. We have to get you guys at least for another 8 minutes and, you know, into and keep you into that. Tornado safe spot, interior room away from windows. So again, a tornado warning here on play this morning in southwestern Georgia, Decatur, and Seminole here until 11:15. Again, it's, you know, about getting an interior room away from windows. Again, very important here to take this very seriously this morning as we're tracking. Again, looking at the latest updates here. They're tracking this northeast at 55 miles an hour. They're asking what the service in Tallahassee is. So in terms of the actual, you know, spin, it's pretty quick movement. The actual line, well, let's see here. They don't have it in the text of that on the main part, so I got to click on it down here, and it's east at 50. So this is pretty fast right now, a little bit faster than we were looking at last night. So, you know, I pushed those times back an hour, and I know I've seen, you know, some of the model guidance say even later. I don't really think so. I think what we have looks to be the best forecast here. We got to be prepared for this to come through. I know we have some of the destabilization out here. Look, you know, out toward the eastward, up to 73, give or take. It still is going to get closer to 80, though, later on. So this could be a more primed environment for something more significant even. And we already have a tornado warning in the local area right now in our 62 counties that we cover, which is, you know, a wide swath, really. But let me remind you guys of the covered area here. We're in Bradford, but we're on for all 62 counties, and there's a tornado warning coming through. Right now we have one for Decatur and Seminole. There's a chance, you know, theoretically, it's not going to happen probably like this, but there's a chance, you know, in theory, we could have tornado warnings from that side, the far western part of the area, all the way across the viewing circle today, which isn't something we deal with very often. So this could be a very long day here in the Weather Center. But it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here. Again, a very dangerous setup as we get later on. This is, you know, a prelude to that. It's kind of, the beginning of it here. Don't want to, I think of the word appetizer, but that's not the right word for this really. The more significant type of event here is on the way, despite us already having a tornado warning in play for the local area. Conditions are going to become more primed as those, areas there in the atmosphere become increasingly favorable for severe development, tornadic development, even as we have more instability in training in. This could be a pretty big day in a bad way in terms of severe weather for north central Florida later on that we don't generally see. Normally, a lot of the threats, going back, last couple of years really, give or take, normally it'll be the western areas, we have the bad stuff, and then it starts to gradually fade and it moves east. This is different today. It's going to, in some ways, as it goes across the area, do the opposite. It's going to intensify as it's moving across the area. The overall parameters are really going to go up here to some degree as we're looking. Eventually, as it gets close to the East Coast, it might start to weaken back some as it gets to the far eastern counties. But you got to take this day very seriously. This is not where we have a few warnings to the west and it weakens down and then we're kind of in the clear here. That's not what we're talking about. Today's kind of the opposite. It's just the beginning. It's just starting to get going. And unfortunately, as we have more sunshine here, things are going to become more unstable there atmospherically. So we have to really pay attention. We have to take this very seriously here. There's not even a whole bunch of lightning with this. Yeah, but that's going to change. And that also, especially if it's away from the heaviest downpours that we need, to try to help with the drought rain, not drought busting rain by any means, but this heavy downpour, if they're not, right where the lightning is, then we can end up having more fires being started here and get going because of the lightning, the electrical energy being produced here. So, yeah, we really got to pay attention. Got all sorts of gusty winds out ahead as well. I'm going to try to pull up here in just a moment a camera. We have a view here. I'm going to try to give you a view outside where we're at. So doing this a little different today because we're in a different studio now. I don't know if you've noticed the lighting a little bit different, or the lighting a little bit different here. Where we're at, and so I'm having to take this feed out of a different room completely. But we're going to try to pull this up behind me now. Look out toward the west, but it's going to see the trees moving here. And the like here where we're at, we're under, that wind advisories look ahead here in the day to day. And as, things become, even windier, hopefully you've secured or in the process of securing those outdoor objects here as we're looking. And by the way, they're expiring a tornado warning now for Decatur and Seminole. So that's some good news. As of 11:15, that's going to be off the board here. And you can kind of tell by how I'm treating that a little bit less, intently than I normally would. It wasn't, as much there in the recent frames as it was moving into our area, but it's just a sign of things to come here, folks. As we're looking, as we're tracking, you see these trees moving though where we're at here, east of Stark, and we're seeing they're talking about an SBC mesoscale discussing now, where we could have, the tornado threat, obviously, as we're expecting to shift east. That'll be the story. I know Albany and them up that way have been a little bit on the luckier side today because the overall setup here that we're dealing with around Albany, Georgia, you guys have been a little bit more stable up there. So that's helping you guys out compared to some days. But, as we're looking here, you see some of those blue skies. We're right around Stark. This could be a very nasty day here as we're looking around Stark because generally, as we've talked about, a lot of the threats still weaken as they move east. This one's going to intensify here, which is not something we're used to. Most of them don't do that over the years that we've been doing this, going back to like 2019. And this is, a reversal in that normally our western counties have all the warnings. The eastern counties may not even have any. Today, especially, Lake City, Live Oak area could have a bunch of, acts in here. We really got to take seriously here as we're looking, as we're tracking. So, again, we're really tracking the situation. We see all that destabilization, obviously, as you can see from this camera behind me, as we're tracking the scenario. Let me go ahead and switch back on over here to the Doppler right now. We have the severe thunderstorm warning that does remain. It's important to be inside and away from windows here as we're looking as this comes on through over the next little bit. So, yeah, we have a severe thunderstorm warning until 12 o'clock here as we're watching this situation evolve. And another point to make, we already had a tornado warning, and that's the sign of things to come. That it's going to be a ramped up day here meteorologically. There's always a chance that we not are having as many tornado warnings here per se as we look further off toward the east. But we just have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings that the line just really gets going, and maybe we end up seeing winds closer to 70 along the line, which would lead to more power outages. It'd be instead of just isolated, a bit more scattered to in a pocket or two, a little bit more widespread in a community or two from the straight line winds. So again, just have to really be cognizant of that. It's important to charge up your devices here. I know we're up to 74 now on my thermometer here east of Stark, where we're at in Bradford County. Again, we have that risk here further downstream. We have the mesoscale discussing that has come out in that red circled area, and some increase in the damaging wind and localized tornado threat is expected into the early afternoon. I'm going to kind of try to read this verbatim here, but a long-lived QLCS has intensified somewhat this morning over the Florida Panhandle adjacent coastal waters as well, with deeper updrafts and an increase in lightning activity noted over the last 2 to 3 hours. This QLCS will continue to move eastward into the early afternoon and in advance of a deep layer cyclone moving across central northern Mississippi and Alabama. And while the primary cyclone is forecast to gradually weaken through the day, low level and deep layer shear are expected to remain strong across the warm sector into this afternoon. Inland buoyancy is currently weak, with some of those energy values near or below 500 joules per kilogram, but some additional destabilization is expected with time here from the Florida Panhandle, Big Bend, into southwestern Georgia to filtered heating and continued low-level moisture transport. The strong flow and the effective SRH, and I'm again reading this verbatim from the Storm Prediction Center in Oklahoma there, and Norman, they're the experts on this. They're talking about a storm relative velocity value of 200 to 400 there will continue to support potential for persistent blowing segments and embedded mesovortices with an attendant threat of strong damage and gusts and a couple tornadoes. Probably gonna have a tornado watch. They're not saying this part yet, but probably gonna have a watch issued further east, obviously, with a 2 out of 5 risk on that scale here, toward the first coast, toward north central Florida, southeast Georgia, further over in south central Georgia, as well as we're getting some damage reports now to Liberty County. So let's go ahead and see what we got here. Let's go ahead and see. You see them popping up on the map here. That's within the severe thunderstorm warning, because the tornado warning was further north. And let's see about these times on this. 11 o'clock, so a give or take, is when this started happening. So right after they issued that severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like we started having that come on in, or right at that point, really, as we're looking and as we're tracking things. We started getting these damage reports to be, occurring here in terms of the actual problematic scenarios. So we're talking about there in Bristol community, a tree blown down and blocking Northwest Durham Road. We're also talking about a tree down near State Road 12 and Garden of Eden Road there as well. So again, we really need to be taking this, seriously. This is going to intensify. We talked about how it's going to be worse further east, but still, Tallahassee is a little further east, and it's going to potentially cause some damage there. So you guys need to really be ready to get inside and away from windows here in Tallahassee. Part of the town, part of the capital city is under the warning, part is not here, but this looks to be a very vigorous line. It's really gathering strength and not that much energy, and once it gets even more energy here, even if it's a little bit more, we're going to have, some more issues here obviously arise. So let me go ahead and see what we have here with this, and we may get more tornado warning than Gaston the way this is evolving here. West of Quincy, right there around right into Greensboro. If these greens and reds tighten up just a little bit here, we get a tornado warning pretty quick on us. So yeah, this is going to be a volatile situation here all day that we're tracking. I know up toward Decatur County, we're monitoring things there around Bainbridge, and we're just going to have to be very vigilant here as the situation does evolve. As we're giving you guys the very latest updates here. We're watching this west of Apalachicola there too. I'm surprised we don't have a warning down there. I mean, the radars are a little far away, but would think there'd at least be a thunderstorm warning down in that area, if not a tornado warning, being thought about. At least I know at points I'm sure it has been. But as we go ahead and look here at this line again, this severe thunderstorm warning goes to the top of the hour, 40 minutes from now, 12 o'clock. So again, we really have to be very mindful here of this and remain vigilant. But this right now already moving through areas there around Bainbridge, some nasty weather moving through the Decatur County area right now there on Bainbridge this morning. Not what you want to have to be dealing with there in Decatur County. You have Quincy here moving on in pretty soon. Gretna right now, though. Again, the greens and reds tighten up just a little bit. That could be a tornado warning situation in a heartbeat. And sometimes these could, touch down with little or no advance warning in this type of setup. So really need to be paying attention here. Really need to be mindful of what we're dealing with here as we're looking and as we're tracking things. We could all of a sudden get a tornado warning, and a frame later we have a debris signature. That's probably, something that has a more likely chance than not of happening today on this Sunday, February 15th, 2026. So again, that's kind of the storyline right now as we're looking and tracking things. We really just have to be paying attention. We know active tornado warnings for the moment. Let me go through some graphics here. So we can kind of get to some of this without any active tornado warnings at the moment. I know we have the drought monitor and we need the rain, but we're getting these winds out ahead, very gusty, which could be problematic with wildfire conditions. Those wind advisory conditions here definitely could be problematic, but we do need the rain. We're going to have that, but we're going to have some, increasing potential for fire growth here, wildfire spread here in the hours to come off toward the east with those very strong winds gusting upwards of 45 miles an hour ahead of the main line. Remember, to be vigilant and be ready to evacuate from wildfires here as we're looking at the scenario. Just be ready to take action immediately. And in Georgia there, we have the drought monitor. It's just a severe to extreme scenario in all of our South Georgia zones. Tornado safety tips. Again, I've talked about it before. SPC, I'd been mentioning this, early Saturday, for instance, that a strong tornado can't be ruled out today. We weren't really seeing that in the area there in Decatur County, but, something further east is possible. So just be ready. Even a weaker tornado can still be very problematic. I'm not saying it can't. Even the damaging winds can be deadly, even if it falls on a mobile home, a tree, that is, because of the winds. But you just want to try to avoid taking shelter in a mobile home. Get inside a sturdy building. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, or baseball helmet, and have those shoes on. Don't want to cut those feet up here, obviously, as we're looking and as we're tracking things. And you see warmer conditions to the east could lead to more favorable conditions here for severe weather, development. As we're looking at the overall situation here, we really have to be very paying attention, obviously, with these temperatures getting upward of 80 degrees. That is, something where we were just 16 degrees not that long ago, and now we're getting upward to 80, and that can lead to volatile weather. And we're up to 75 now, just that quickly, in a heartbeat, pretty much around dark, and that temperature is going to keep going up and up here. As things destabilize more, and we have the wind energy already. We've been hoping, the core Gulf will help us out some with some weakening, but this system just is starting to look too dynamic for that to play as much of a role as we first thought here. Maybe it will, it could still, it could happen, and that'd be great. It'd be really good because, we need the rain. We don't want the severe, and that could, mitigate that. It's not impossible that the models are, just, are really overreading this and, overhyping this, and then with things that are more stable, and it really kind of just is a heavy rain with lightning, and a warning here and there. That's not impossible. It's just with these type of temperatures, it's looking less and less likely here as things destabilize. It's coming through at the worst possible time. I know our two tornadoes here in Stark, for instance, and those were lower setups in terms of risk than this today, 2020 and 2021. We were, seeing the time frame there was around that 5:30ish time frame, somewhere in there, give or take a little bit. 6 o'clock, 6:30, that time frame there. I guess I'm trying to remember exactly. I was just looking at it the other day, but 5:15 to 6:30ish, that time frame, right around sunset, where you still have some instability really remaining. There as, switching over to that nighttime mode of things. That's when we've had some more action come on through and evolve here. And that's about when this line will be coming through start today. Maybe a tad earlier than that, which is good. Even have a little bit more energy, a little bit more temperatures, up then too. So that's something to keep in mind here as we're looking. It could end up being like Lake City, Lake Butler, or somewhere Live Oak, or don't know. I mean, obviously that's just how it works with tornadic development. We're probably gonna have something somewhere. Most people, you're not gonna get hit by a tornado. That's the odds. It's the mathematics of it. 99% of us, give or take, won't get hit by a tornado. You'll be fine. But if you get hit, you could have some major damage. So you really need to be ready to take those tornado precautions here today as we're looking and as we're tracking things. I know, again, the most likely time for greatest concern here. And okay, we just got a tornado warning. Let's see, what do we have here? Okay, tornado warning, Baker, Daugherty, Mitchell, Worth until 12 o'clock. Okay, let's see. I'm up north there. They weren't getting it. Well, just southeast Albany, we now on that line. We have some spin here very rapidly. Let me go ahead and get up there. Okay, so we have a tornado warning. Oh, wow, that really spun up quick, and this is how it is today. These winds are, in the atmosphere are just very volatile. We're in that La Nina, or this would be even more favorable of a setup here, but we have slight risk continuing, by the way, but tornado warning. This is coming out here from the Weather Service in Tallahassee about 2 minutes ago. Daugherty and Mitchell, Baker and Worth in Georgia until 12 o'clock. At 11:23, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Newton, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Baconton, Putney, Marine Corps Logistics Base here. Need to take precautions. It's a little more populated than what we were dealing with earlier, and that looks tighter as well. Let me see if that is, it is the closest radar. I just want to make sure our system will tell us which is the closest radar here. So we got to stick with this. Got to stay with you wall to wall. It's a little more impressive, a little more concerning than we had earlier on here. But the other one, maybe not one was in Jackson County outside of our area, but once it entered in, but this is in our area, and this is a radar indicated tornado. You have those winds going away from the radar in red, and the green, so when winds going toward the Doppler radar. That's out of Tallahassee. Let me check. I know it's not showing it as the closest, but let's check the Fort Rucker / Fort Novasil radar there, and you can see it's not so quite as tight, but that's about 5,000 feet up. Let's check for debris here. Not seeing that. I know we're just going to keep on tracking this here this morning. Checking the Tallahassee radar here as well. It's possible it could be down as a tornado. It's just so far from the radar. It'd have to be, getting up there close to the strong rains, and you have to actually sow the debris. So this could be a tornado on the ground near Newton, moving toward the Baconton area. So get inside, get away from windows here, and toward this area as we're looking and as we're tracking things here. This is very serious, obviously. I know we're gonna have, some of this rain come through here on this Sunday, but this is the problematic side that you're looking at right here. So you need to take those tornado precautions immediately. Interior room away from windows here. You need to protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, or baseball helmet here. Something very important to keep in mind and actually do here. Take action toward this area here as we're monitoring the overall situation. So again, you really need to be taking this, scenario, seriously. Take these tornado precautions here immediately as we're looking at the overall meteorological scenario. So again, we really got to be very serious about this. Have different folks watching. I appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. Just checking all our different sources. I'm going to step off real quick so I can check a couple things. So, I'm just, moving around here in the weather center, but we're going to go ahead and keep looking here at the situation a little bit closer right now to the actual source here. I know I have a viewer from Panama City. Yeah, things over on Panama City right now are looking better in toward your area out there toward Bay County. That's outside of the coverage area, but as we're looking there, a lot better. You're not under a tornado watch even. as we're looking towards some of our areas. They still technically are, but that should be dropped very soon out that way, which is some good news, obviously. But, that threat really waning out there toward Bay County. So as we go ahead and look here, I know we have Top Cat in watching. I appreciate you tuning in here as well. Let me just look here. I noticed I'm having to do this manually. Our comments are not loading our other source here today. So looking through some of this manually here at the computer, but I also wanted to get some of our traffic cameras ready to go here as we're tracking things. See if we can kind of pull this up here. We need to get that Georgia 511 view ready to go here this morning. So bear with me. Again, you have the tornado warning now for parts of Doherty, as well as Baker and George, as well as Mitchell and Worth until 12 o'clock. So again, inside away from windows, take those tornado precautions. Let's get back. I know I'm off camera right now, but I need to pull the radar back in. So let me go ahead and do that because I don't want to leave these up too long. We need to show the radar here with this type of situation. So let me go ahead and recenter that here to the north. You can kind of see here we do have here our warning. Let me just take our alert bug off. I want to keep these tips up a little bit longer here in this type of situation since we have an active tornado warning. So it's a weather alert situation, but you might not know there's a tornado warning, but you do now there with that in the corner as we're looking and as we're tracking things here. Again, we have this tornado warning here to 12 o'clock. And you see some of that spin, you see some of that spin there on the rotation tracker. Let's go back over to Doppler here. Moving up toward the Baconton area. You have Putney, Bridgeboro there. As we're watching the situation here very carefully, obviously, you need to take those tornado precautions. This is a tornado warning in play until 12 o'clock here for parts of the area. We're just trying to give you guys the very latest here. We're just really wanting to watch this very carefully and be very cognizant of what's going on here as the minutes go by, the hours go by. Let me just go ahead and, unfortunately, this is right during church time too. I'm sure there's folks in church right now, and their phone's probably been going off. I'm going to sit down here in the Weather Center real quick because I'm just seeing a bunch of information coming in here. So I'm just going to go ahead and sit at the computer for a moment here because we have so much going on. It's going to be a very long day here in the Weather Center. So, of course, our western areas will have the all clear, but our eastern areas, things will deteriorate here as things, evolve here as the hours go by. So, again, we're getting some new information. Let me go ahead and zoom back out here. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's down toward the south. So let me go ahead and take off our tornado warning information in the corner. We have the severe thunderstorm warning down toward Apalachicola right now. As we're looking there, the severe thunderstorm warning down here, we have the tornado warning in the north. This looks like it may need a tornado warning soon, though, near Apalachicola, as we're giving you guys the very latest here this morning. Again, we're looking there, Apalachicola to East Point. Again, you need to, be ready to take those tornado precautions because a lot of these look like they're very close now. This one looks like it's close to needing a tornado warning down there. We have up here around Gadsden County, right near I-10. That looks like it might be, I don't know about that one. That looks like it might be close to producing a tornado if it's, this isn't a tornado warning, but let's look at this here. 11:33. And this one's kind of on the back side a little bit, but maybe not a debris signature there. But, some of this area here really looks a little suspicious here between Quincy and Midway. So that may need a tornado warning here soon as we're looking at our different maps here in toward the Weather Center. Let me go ahead and see what we have. We talk about Georgia cameras. We're going to keep those in the back of our mind here. We have the tornado warning up there. So, you know what? We have so much going on right now. Let's jump back to there for a moment, and then we'll kind of jump back here again. We have this Baker, Doherty, Mitchell, and Worth tornado warning here in play around Baconton. I don't think we have any cameras there, so let me just look at that real quick. I'll make sure, and just be taking your precautions. Tornado warning, precautions there. It doesn't matter, if you have cameras. If I have cameras there or whatnot, you gotta be in shelter. Oh, wow, we do actually have a camera view available around Baconton. Okay, well, I'm glad I looked. Okay, because small towns sometimes will have them and sometimes they won't come up in, other areas. So here you go. Let me go ahead and pull this on up here. This is a look here on Baconton on the Georgia 5-1 camera. Mitchell County, a tornado warning in effect right now until 12 o'clock. So again, take those tornado precautions immediately. Going to look at my other source here to see where that rotation is at the present time. And it's moving right toward the Baconton area there, it looks like. Let me go ahead. I'm just going between a whole bunch of different sources here in the Weather Center. I don't know what camera direction that is facing right off there, but we have that tornado warning. Let me go ahead and see. I'm just going to watch that spin on my other source because I want to watch that spin moment by moment as that comes on into town there. Yeah, the tornado would be not too far from this camera, in fact. So you need to really be in Baconton, Georgia there on Mitchell County taking those tornado precautions right now. Interior room, away from windows. Protect yourself from flying debris. Put on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet. Some folks may be driving right now, maybe unaware of the tornado potential in that area. As sometimes there's emergency alerts. Maybe they, as people drive, they're, in an area just outside the polygon when it first gets issued or something, and then, or somehow they just don't have the emergency alerts turn on, something like that. As we're tracking things, you see the winds picking up here live on the camera into Mitchell County right now in this Georgia 5-1 perspective. Again, there's a tornado warning in play here until the lunch hour, until 12 o'clock. Radar indicated tornado there around the Baconton community. Hopefully we don't have any, confirmation. The camera's going in and out a little bit here, but again, take those tornado precautions there around Baconton, Georgia here. You have Putney there. As we're looking, I'm just tracking this here off camera, and we're looking, Baconton is kind of on the north side of town maybe, but moving up toward Putney there, over the next little bit, or maybe just south of Putney. As we're looking, I know we're not expecting in this part of the area anything like what we had 26 years ago, but it might come to mind what happened that terrible Valentine's Day morning 26 years ago. We had all the deadly tornado activity in South Georgia, and obviously you just try to remain calm in this situation. We're going to get you through it here the best we can. Just go ahead and take just your precautions, though, as we're tracking. And 26 years ago, yesterday was that anniversary of one of the worst tornado outbreaks in South Georgia history, with all those fatalities there on that terrible, terrible Valentine's Day morning, 2000 there in South Georgia. But again, we're looking at the traffic lights move some here. Again, there's a tornado warning there. Radar indicated rotation kind of on the north side there. It looks like a Baconton. I'm looking off the Moody radar on my other source. Let me redo this here because this is a very fluid situation, obviously. And Tallahassee radar may be closer on this. Yeah, it looks like it still be north, but it's kind of broad rotation all around town in that line here. So that's something to bear in mind as we're tracking things here. I just have to be very cognizant of that. At this point, it starts to look here that we're more in the band of it, and the worst would probably be just north of this camera, but, and just east as well of this camera. So we're going to keep our eyes on things out there, but let's move away from that. We still have the tornado warning effect, obviously, there. We're watching that until 12 o'clock. This shows it a little bit further down, but I'm looking at a frame here that kind of shows it, sometimes the different radar views will show it more up there. but it could be more back here. It could, just a lot of broader rotation. This is not the tightest stuff you'll ever see, which is good, obviously. Very, positive in terms of the potential versus, in that it's not maybe being produced, versus that it is being produced here. So, again, just continuing to track this. Yeah, it looks like, if anything, it'd be on the east side of town now with the latest radar scans coming in here. We're watching the spin there, maybe kind of I have a new scan that's not showing on here, and there you go, you see it a little bit further east now. So that, right along though, we're still gonna take shelter right along State Road 93 there, Georgia 93. So I gotta take those tornado precautions. Again, getting updates, okay, at 11:39, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located in the vicinity of Putney. They're moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Again, just continuing to watch all this. We have a bunch of stuff going on. I know we've been watching this stuff around I-10. It looks like more north of that now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning down there. Of course, the tornado warning to the north. Doherty, Mitchell, and Worth until 12 o'clock here, as we're looking at the situation, as we're tracking things. So at 11:39, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Putney, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. The Marine Corps logistics base could be impacted around 11:45. We're also talking about Crestwood, Williamsburg, Parkerville. You have Alford's in here as well. So again, dangerous situation on this Sunday morning. I know folks may be at church right now having to take those tornado precautions. Not fun at all. And just it's a scary situation no matter where you are, though. When you have a tornado warning, we have severe thunderstorm warning to the south. Watching northwest of Cairo here, some spin on the Doppler radar right now. We're watching this get closer to Tallahassee as well. We need to be careful around Tallahassee here, folks. You need to be very careful. I know you're also watching out for the Daytona 500. That got moved up an hour, so hopefully that'll get in ahead of the weather concerns later out that way. But as we look down here, we're continuing to watch things toward Franklin County here, with some radar weak rotation there. All these are close in a way to get a tornado warning. Some are just enough to get it. This right here looks like an issue, maybe. Some of these west of Pelham, these are very marginal, honestly, which is, better than actually being into it or being more significant like what we could see later on to the east here. But, they could also produce it without an actual warning, or they may, not really produce anything here. So it's very tricky. That looks like a little, right there north of Baconton, looks like a little bit of something east of DeWitt. I don't know. We just need to be careful here. It almost looks like something. No, that's frames. Sometimes they're frames. It takes a second to match up. I don't think that's debris then, as I looked there at the latest frames when they match up. So, we're pretty far up. So there could still be a tornado without getting debris, because it'd have to be a pretty significant one to get the debris that high. Because that's how you determine the strength of tornadoes. We haven't talked about this in a while because we haven't had a situation like this in a while. But that's how you determine the strength of a tornado based on the height of the debris there. As you're looking in terms of estimating it in the real time on a radar. Of course, the surveys after the fact are the, actual determining factor in the record books. But when you're live, that's a way you can determine the strength of a tornado, estimate it here versus, just looking at the winds on radar, don't tell you if it's on the ground, for instance. But when you have the debris, at certain heights, let's say 6,000 feet, that means it's starting to get up there based on, just everything. You look at the winds on radar too, some, but you have to put it all together. You have to put it all together is what I'm trying to say. We got a new warning now to the south, so let's go ahead and jump back down here. This now includes Tallahassee, the main FSU campus here. Let's see, thunderstorm warning at 12:45 with a tornado possible tag included. We also have FAMU and TSC. It used to be TCC, but now TSC, Tallahassee State College under this till 12:45. We have McCullough, Gadsden, Liberty, Jefferson, Leon, Decatur, Grady, Mitchell, Thomas, Brooks, and Colquitt here at 11:42 a.m. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line there from 6 miles west of Pelham to near Midway to 19 miles northwest of Carabel, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Talking about Tallahassee, Woodville, Monticello. Again, Tallahassee State College, Florida State University, Moultrie, Thomasville, Havana, Pelham, Midway, Florida A&M, also known as Florida Agricultural and Mechanical, as well as Cairo, Camilla, Boston, Norman Park, Lockney, Coolidge, Wiggum, and the Doak Campbell Stadium, obviously, on the FSU campus. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but also, that weak rotation could lead to, a little bit, tighter rotation, which could ultimately get us tornadic production. So please remain alert for rapidly changing conditions, obviously. As bad as 2024 was, we didn't have students on campus, that many, when we had the May 2024 tornado there. So just be careful that we are, another fact to mention, we're not seeing hail necessarily too prevalent right now with this activity at least. But, got to remain alert here. Nothing really, evident, but this could tighten up in a hurry. And right into the radar, it could make it a little bit tricky on seeing that here. So please remain alert. Honestly, it looks like if we had something, it'd probably be near north of I-10, and it'd be more about the wind that's coming through on campus there. But that could change in a hurry here, folks. I'm going back and forth, scrubbing back on the radar some, but again, we're watching this very carefully here. In the Weather Center. So again, all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Again, this is a rapidly evolving weather situation, rapidly evolving scenario here, as things, develop here moment by moment. Just want everybody to stay safe. Obviously, always concerned about everybody there at FSU, but then everybody in Tallahassee, everybody in our whole area. We really want to make sure you guys are staying safe here. In this type of situation, you really need to be very cognizant of what could happen here with these rapidly changing conditions. So, again, just be prepared here. Just very much be prepared. I appreciate, folks like Nicole tuning in there on the stream this morning, as well, as we're just trying to give you guys the very latest updates here. We're just trying to keep you guys up to date on a rapidly changing situation. Let me go ahead and go back to the north here, Daugherty, Mitchell, and Worth. I'm resetting because I just want to make sure we're still on the closest radar. This is a tornado, warning here. Red indicated rotation here around the community of Putney, give or take. Moving northeast at 45. We're seeing some spin west of Bridgeboro. So again, we're really trying to take heed in a situation like this. Really trying to make sure you guys are taking those precautions, obviously. When we have these situations like this in play, this is a tornado warning to 12 o'clock. This is why I'm not taking a break. If we get back to severe thunderstorm warnings and don't have tornado warnings, we'll take breaks here as we can. But when we have a tornado warning, that means an imminent threat to life and property here, and it's within our covered area, within our 62 counties. So you really have to, be sticking with this. Even if I switch away, talk about something else for a second, we got to keep coming back to this, obviously, here, as we're looking and as we're tracking things here this morning. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest updates here. Give you guys the very latest updates on this situation. Again, we have a tornado warning there for Daugherty, Mitchell, and Worth until 12 o'clock. So, again, just continuing to track this, continuing to monitor things. If this were to, stay intact, we may get a tornado warning for the Sylvester area there in Worth County. So that's something to monitor. I know it was like a month ago we had snow there on a Sunday. Instead, now we're talking about maybe tornadic activity. So we really have to be very cognizant here of what we're dealing with here in this situation. I know this is how it can be sometimes in the weather pattern. About every week things can change, and Sundays have been the popular day this year for having active weather and us having to be on the air. It's unfortunate you enjoy your weekend, but it hurts you in terms of not maybe you're going to enjoy it, but at least sometimes you're not, having to be out on the roads, at least compared to if it was during, the work week, the school week, something like that. It's a little bit different dynamic. It can be good, it can also be bad. So at least it's in the nighttime situation where people are sleeping in an area either. That, does work in our favor. Most people are awake right now. Not everybody. I mean, there's shift work and the like, but most people would be awake right now in general. So again, maybe more vigilant about the tornado potential. So around Bridgeboro here, we're looking west of Bridgeboro right now. Moving up toward the Gordy community, Sylvester. Let's see if we're going to switch radars here to Fort Ruckers, last Fort Novasteel. And that radar says it, Bravo. It might still be enough because this is such a a fine line between needing a tornado warning or not. That one out of Robbins, so it's a little tighter, but it's looking higher up. Let me go ahead and check Moody here too. The Moody radar site out of Adasta area. It's about trying to get the closest radar. I didn't show it all that much, but it shows some wind, I'm sure. Yeah, some wind in there as we're looking, as we're tracking things. So, tornado warning continues for Darty, Mitchell, and Worth for about another 10, 11 minutes there. So, gotta be cognizant, and this could get extended further into Worth and further into the Sylvester area. So, you really gotta be remaining vigilant here as we're looking and as we're tracking things, as we give you guys the very latest information, obviously, on all of the different scenarios as they evolve. Speaking of different scenarios, I know we have this warning, but we'll circle back to it with a tornado warning in play, obviously. But I want to see our rainfall forecast. Some areas here getting around an inch or so, which is beneficial. It's not drought busting, but it's better than the alternative. So, again, watching this, I need to check our sources. It's something I don't know if hardly ever had to do during severe coverage. But I got to check our sources for wildfire information while we're on for a tornado warning. That does not sound fun. It's not at all, but I have to check that because we're a one-man band here. So I got to see if we have any active wildfires here that are really trying to get going. But okay, the tornado warning is expiring, by the way, for Darty, Mitchell, and Worth. That's going to expire out technically at noon. Again, so that's something. We're right on that fine line. These are not the most impressive ones. Not much of a difference between the severe thunderstorm warnings, but that also means the severe thunderstorm warning could produce a quick spin up without a tornado warning in play. Be a weaker tornado, but still got to be remaining cognizant here of all this. So again, we're just trying to give you guys the very latest here. We just checking our information here this morning. I'm gonna go ahead and see what I can pull up here. I'm just making sure we don't have fires. Sometimes they can evolve quicker than you don't even get out even if we're on. I mean, just trying my best here, but this is sometimes it's not the easiest thing. But today, if we get them to really rapidly evolve, they could really rapidly evolve with the winds that we are seeing. So not what we want to see here at all, as we're giving you guys the very latest here on these dangerous conditions. Let me go ahead and keep on looking here. Keep on tracking. We're in such a dangerous drought situation, obviously. Again, just going through all of our different sources. Not seeing anything, but that doesn't mean there isn't something. I mean, we also do have damage down Gadsden County. Let's go back to our other mode here. We have just a multi-layered, multi-hazard weather day here ahead of us on this Sunday, February 15th, 2026. So, again, just continuing to give you the latest updates. And I'm going to go ahead and zoom back out here. I want to see some of the information off the Tallahassee radar. This looks to really be, coming into Tallahassee here. I know, tree down along Mount Pleasant Road in Gadsden to 1120. And I just wanted to, you could see how that was coming through there. Pretty vigorous. We thought at one point it might be close to needing a tornado warning up there. That looks like it's tightening up a little north of, Tallahassee, but northwest of Bradfordville, northeast of Havana. Be careful there. I don't like the way that's coming together east of Havana. That may need a tornado warning, so be prepared, to take these tornado precautions. Obviously this is right when people are getting out of church too, and it's going to come to the populated area there of Tallahassee, very populated. Ooh, I don't like that up there. You guys need to be ready around North Meridian Road. That may be about to produce a tornado there. I know the angles on the radars can get tricky, so it's not a guarantee, but let's be ready to take those tornado precautions there in that area there in northern Leon. Yeah, I don't like the way that's setting up there, guys. This looks like it's trying to spin up here east of Havana. Yeah, that's meeting up there a little bit. I don't know. I don't like that. has a little bit of a backward sea shape there in a way as well. They're northeast of Havana, northwest of Bradfordville, moving into northern Leon County there this morning. But yeah, moving to Tallahassee's way. These are the thunderstorm warnings. You almost want to treat them like tornado warnings. Be prepared to take shelter. Now, our tornado warning in north expiring at noon is not on the map right now. Technically, it would still be in play, I believe, the way they did it kind of early. But let me just double check here. It's our 11th tornado warning of the year from the Tallahassee office. And it's technically still in play on news. They could reissue, but it doesn't show up on the map. But I know that can be a little confusing, but it's still pretty tight. So technically it's still in play, even though it doesn't show up on the map. It's starting to, move in there toward Worth County. I mean, hard to tell here the organization on this. And almost, in a way, I'm like there's something there, but the angles on this radar, you got to be careful there, be vigilant. But as we go ahead and go back down to the south, Thomasville, we haven't talked about you guys. We're going to get into this here pretty soon. Moving through Cairo now, as we're tracking here. We're going to move in through Thomasville here in just a little bit, as we're giving you guys the very latest. I know, moving, west of Bradfordville there. Again, I don't like the way that looks. I want one more radar scan a little bit more definitively, but I don't like the way that's looking there. I'm trying to zoom in here on our system. On our other system, that is, not one you're seeing, but just be ready for that to possibly produce something up there. Northeast of Havana. It's not really tight on the other system. This has, we're at a weird angle, so it could be, it could make it look not as dangerous as it is, or vice versa even. It could play it a little bit here. We're in a tricky spot on the radar right near it like that. Kind of almost due north of it. So again, I'm just continuing to watch this. We got to be prepared all over the place though. Tallahassee, be inside, away from windows, right in the metro there. This is coming on in there. We need you guys inside and away from windows here in the ward at Tallahassee there, the FSU campus, FAMU, TC or TSC now. Be inside, be away from windows here. As we're looking, I'm gonna pull up some traffic cameras in the area here. Let's pull up some right near campus. That baseball game and that delay of the last check, there's going to probably be for a while if they don't just outright cancel it. But as we go ahead and look here right near the baseball stadium, you'll already see some wet pavement there. Sheepton Way and Pensacola Street there. As we're looking at that viewpoint here this morning, we're almost at noon. You see all the cars out there hoping for that game, but obviously a lot of folks are actually waiting in them, so we really don't. I would think. So we don't want, people to be, obviously in a dangerous situation here, cars flipping over or something. If we were to have like a tornado to spin up real quick here, hopefully it didn't happen. It's a thunderstorm warning there right now. So yeah, we got to be careful, but just to kind of stay vigilant there as we're tracking things. We, are continuing to track all that. As we look here toward some other views, I know I'm watching this. Let's get up toward I-10 a little bit because we try to bring, oh wow, that's really showing reduced visibility around Mission Road. So let's go ahead and kind of show that view to you guys now. Well, you can see what we're talking about here as the situation does transpire. You can definitely see that reduced visibility here. As we're tracking things here, folks having to go a little bit slower, obviously, on the road there in toward Tallahassee. Again, you really have to be careful. We really have to be, watching this. We have to be tracking this. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here in play as we're giving you guys that very latest on the situation. Again, continuing to keep you guys up to date, obviously. on what we're dealing with. By the way, we're at 76 degrees now here east of Stark. You know, where we're at, north central Florida, things continue to stabilize even more out toward the east, which is problematic. But as you look out there, we have the active weather coming through the Tallahassee metro right now. As we're looking right here at the top of the hour almost, you're seeing what we're dealing with as the timeline does, you know, move along. So again, continuing to track all of this. Let me jump off of this view here right now as things continue to deteriorate. We jump back over to the radar view here. Again, you see around Northfleet pretty heavy coming on through there, right there. Now the wind mode doesn't show it as much, and let's go to the north. There's still something here. This is pulse echoes, by the way, if you're wondering what that is. But out here toward the west, we do have North Meridian Road still, some of that weak rotation. You know, the angles on this are tricky because just sometimes this could sneak up on us here. The way that's, you know, the notching is kind of concerns me too. That's why I'm paying attention more to that. But we have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. One goes away at noon, so it's now going to be 2 here in just a second. We have Franklin, Leon, Liberty, Wakulla, 12:30. Gadsden, Jefferson, Leon, Liberty, Wakulla, Brooks, Colquitt, Decatur, Grady, Mitchell, and Thomas till 12:45. Portions of the areas, as you can see, I was stretching it across to read all the different county names off. If you saw that mouse on there for a second. But again, here right at the top of the hour, we have a lot going on here. For the moment, we don't have a tornado warning, but we have tornado possible tags here as we're tracking. We have that in both of these. So yeah, we got to be very vigilant here. You got to be very vigilant, obviously, and remain alert for rapidly changing conditions. Speaking of rapidly changing, we have a good bit warmer off toward the east here. So and we're going to have to watch for the conditions to evolve here further off toward the east as the situation does move along. Let me go ahead and pull up a graphic here. You want to see what I'm talking about. You see the timeline for the most likely time for greatest concern. 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock Lake City, 3 o'clock to 7 o'clock for Stark, 3 o'clock to 7 o'clock for Gainesville. And this is, you know, the opposite a lot of days around here where we have the worst west. And it really, you know, it starts to, you don't, you know, see the warnings anymore when it gets further east. We think it could happen or dead. And instead today we think it's going to strengthen as it gets further into north central Florida. We really got to pay attention. You really got to remain alert here. 4 to 8 p.m. for Jacksonville, 4 to 8 p.m. for Palatka. But we're highlighting the yellow areas here. That's where it's a situation where it's a little bit more likely for tornadic activity. We'll probably have a tornado watch pretty soon for Lake City, Stark, Gainesville. It hadn't been issued yet, but probably happen pretty soon, I would suspect. As we go ahead and continue to watch all this here, continue to give you the latest. I know we're getting reported in Gadsden County of a tree blown down in the eastbound lanes on I-10 at mile marker 179. It was around 11:23 this morning. We're talking about a situation that's causing traffic backup. Mile marker 179 there on Interstate 10. It's not what you want to see, obviously, as we're looking and as we're tracking things, as we give you guys the very latest on what's going on here in toward the weather center. So let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got in terms of, you see by that yellow area, tornado watch is canceled, I know, officially for Bay County. Not our area, but we had a viewer asking about Bay, or not really asking, but just talking about Bay County there. And yeah, you guys are no longer under the tornado watch there as we're looking and as we're tracking things. So again, that's some really good news here as we're giving you guys the latest updates on everything as things start to clear out a little bit there, you know, further off in toward the Florida Panhandle. So again, just trying to see what we're dealing with here. Let me remind you guys here of the most likely time for greatest concern in the broad picture. I know we've already started to see some areas in southwest Georgia trim now. So let's see, what do we have here with this tornado watch? They've canceled out the Weather Service in Tallahassee and SPC, Calhoun, Clay, Early, Miller, Randolph, Seminole, and Terrell in Georgia. None of our Florida counties in our viewing area yet, but then You also have, this has been expanded now in time and area to include Dixie Lafayette in Florida. And so how long are they taking this out to now? I can double check here. I'll say that on your screen in a second. Or did they just, I know they say that, and let me see here. You have to go through a couple different things sometimes on a certain source. Just bear with me. Okay, 4 o'clock. Now, 4 o'clock, granted, you see the timeline. Some of this is going to be moving through, earlier than that, like Leon, but that's to account for areas that just got added to, like Lafayette and like Dixie, which are the eastern Tallahassee zones there. So they may still be kind of debating SPC whether to issue a tornado watch downstream. I'm sure they will, unless something really dramatically changes, at least some type of weather watch. But this just kind of gives them a little bit more time here to watch things by adding to the existing watch. The Tallahassee office can and just did. So giving folks, that alert there in areas there further off toward the east, like in Dixie County there, of course, and Lafayette County. So now we have areas there like Cross City and Mayo now under the tornado watch. That's something that just happened here. I'll back it up. You see how it wasn't there and now it is. But the areas east of that, like in Gilchrist, that's Jacksonville's jurisdiction here. And same as Swanee for the Weather Service offices. So that's kind of getting to the boundary now to see kind of, how things progress and kind of leave it, a little bit more up maybe toward SPC in Jacksonville to coordinate. Maybe Tampa even gets involved for Levy County or something like that. We shall see. But as we give you guys the very latest, and maybe even some counties downstate like Citrus outside of our area and Brooksville area there down toward Hernando County. So you see the yellow, that's where we have the tornado risk, and we had the update come through here since we've been on, but we've been busy with all these warnings. Hadn't had a chance to go over that, but yeah, you have the yellow area. That's your tornado risk here. That's pretty broad up into Georgia, all the way through most of our area, 5%, which is normally enough to get a tornado watch. So, but let's get back to Tallahassee. We have this coming through Tallahassee, the main FSU campus area. We have folks maybe in cars right now, out there. Based on what I saw on the camera, I mean, I could be wrong, but it sure seemed like that. That people are out there having to just kind of wait out that weather delay, unfortunately, as we're tracking. But let's see another part of campus. For now, we're going to take you to Tennessee Street and Woodward Avenue. That's not right near the, right at the FSU Meteorology Building there, the FSU Weather Building, where, different things are done there on campus, obviously, there. It's a newer building compared to when I was, attending and graduating from there. But as we go ahead and pull that on up, and tracking things, we're looking at the latest situation there, Tennessee Street and Woodward Avenue. You can kind of see here what we're dealing with. You see the wet conditions. It's definitely some inclement weather. A severe thunderstorm warning is in play until 12:45 there. So 12:45 is, important to stay hunkered down there in toward Leon County. When thunder roars, go indoors here in this type of situation. Just really have to be very cognizant here of what we're dealing with, obviously. Some nasty weather moving on through at this hour. So just checking the very latest here. I'll, continue to be giving you the updates. I'll pop back in front of the camera at points here, I'm sure. But just have so much. It's going to be such a long day. I'm trying to just make sure I can look at everything right at my fingertips here. A little bit easier sometimes. We're in long form. By the way, we're at 77. We're at 77 degrees here. We're at 77 degrees here. East of Stark right now. More destabilization, more instability. Just checking something here. One thing I'm checking. I don't normally do this, but since we're looking right there near this, I see FSU Weather is actually broadcasting right now on their live streams. They have covered on their YouTube page why this is moving through their immediate area. But again, all those great student meteorologists over there, they'll be headed out to, TV stations and the like here, different broadcast opportunities, I'm sure, in the months to come. But as we go ahead and see here again the very latest. You can see here just the wind as we're looking. It's picking up some, and you can see some of those cars there. It's just pretty nasty out there. Right, right at church time, people getting out of church. Different churches right in that area, and this isn't exactly ideal at all. You'd kind of hope maybe people would be able to stay put there, hopefully a little longer in this situation here, as we're looking and as we're tracking things. So, got a guster at the weather stem site, 8 miles an hour per sustained, but it's 26 for the 10-minute gust over at the stadium. So yeah, these winds, definitely a storyline there. As we're looking again, a severe thunderstorm warning is in play for Tallahassee. Sometimes you get a bunch of these in a year. Sometimes there's a La Nina. You don't get this as much. But again, that's the storyline there. Is it looks like that camera's, well, it was freezing up. We got it back again. But I think we've stayed on that one long enough. Let's get back to the Doppler here. We might go to some more cameras as we look here. But I know different measurements. I know in the Love Building as well there in Tallahassee. Let me go ahead and go back on over here toward the Doppler perspective as we're looking, as we're tracking things here. You can kind of see what we're dealing with against the thunderstorm warning for Tallahassee for the main FSU campus there right now. You have FAMU, you have TCC, or I keep saying it wrong, old habits, but Tallahassee State College there is what I'm talking about as we're looking, as we're tracking things. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest information here. Trying to keep you guys up to date on what we're dealing with the overall weather situation. Again, 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings right now. As we're keeping you guys up to date, you do have, I know, Thomasville and Thomas County is moving into your area here soon. As we're looking there, right there, in toward that part of the viewing circle. So just, definitely being very mindful here of what we're dealing with. Paying attention here with what is going on here with the weather situation. You have a lot of folks under severe thunderstorm warnings here. So yeah, very important here to keep in mind as we're looking, as we're tracking. Let me go ahead and zoom back out here a little bit. Let me go ahead and just continue to watch. So many different communities under warning here, right around the metro, though, right in Tallahassee. Some of the worst. We are also getting a mesoscale discussion now, and from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman about what I've been alluding to. Again, this is unusual because, most of these, not all of them, but most of them will have the worst around Tallahassee. And, lately, at least in the last couple of years, it seems like really this weekend on down as it gets further east. Today is going to be the opposite, it looks like. It's going to actually strengthen as it moves further east here. And that's something to really be cognizant of in north central and northeast Florida. Even Swanee River Valley is kind of on the edge of north central Florida in some ways it's just in it, obviously. But let's go ahead and go to the other mode because we've got this discussing. There's down 80% chance of a tornado watch, which you don't normally get that type of chance around Stark, Jacksonville, and Gainesville, and Lake City, and Waycross, where it's a surefire chance that we're going to get a tornado watch issue. But that's what's going to happen here. I'm going to read their discussion here verbatim. A QLCS has continued to become better organized late this morning from southwestern Georgia into the Florida Panhandle. So, that's something we're really being, cognizant of, obviously. I'm going to go ahead. What I need to do too, I'm going to go ahead and retweet that over there on the, over on my Twitter account. So, you can also read that too. I want to make sure folks, are paying attention if they're not watching the cover, because that's not something we see around here very much. A surefire chance of a tornado watch further east here. But that's what's going to be happening as we look ahead in toward the timeline. That's what we're going to be tracking. That's what we're going to be looking at here. I know also looking at my Twitter information, we had FSU Alert send out the alert about avoid open spaces, isolated objects, high ground, and metallic, objects, obviously, when there's lightning around in this type of situation, in these type of inclement conditions. But, mesoscale discussion, to keep reading that verbatim there, we're talking about this is a situation where it's become better organized late this morning from southwestern Georgia into the Florida Panhandle there with some earlier, reports there, even of wind damage and occasional embedded circulations noted on radar. The downstream environment in the southeast Georgia and the northern Florida Peninsula now, it is currently rather dry and stable. However, continued diurnal heating will result in temperatures warming to the 70s, while continued low-level moisture transport will allow dew points to rise into the 60s there. As we're looking, let me go ahead and pull up some of those current dew points. The temperatures are impressive and not in a good way. Already 79 Keystone Airport, 77 here on my thermometer east of Stark. And yeah, the dew points are just under 60 for the most part. Some are already above it, but they're going to go up more as we have the overall wind pattern allowing that. Here, I just said that to you guys. And then we have a situation, this will result in temperatures warming to the 70s. With this, obviously the overall pattern will. We have instability expected to increase there. When you look at the mixed layer cape there, we're talking about 500 to 1,000 joules per kilogram. That range and locally greater where stronger heating occurs ahead of the ongoing QLCS, the quasi-linear convective system. As we're supporting the maintenance and the potential intensification of this as it moves eastward. Again, that's not something we normally talk about around here. Normally, we weaken, this action does, and we're in better shape. Today, it's the opposite. It's going to get worse. It's going to intensify as it moves, further east here. Live Oak, Lake City, give or take, maybe more Perry and Madison, even in Valdosta, Eccles County, Clint County, Ware County, as I kind of allude to, but I'm going to keep reading this discussion now. Some varying of low-level flow is expected with time. Strong deep layer flow will continue to result in favorable wind profiles with effective storm relative helicity of 200 to 300 expected to persist ahead of the QLCS, and persistent bowing segments and embedded mesocyclones will pose a threat of damaging wind and perhaps a couple of tornadoes. A couple semi-discrete cells may eventually develop even along the southern periphery of the QLCS, which could pose some threat of all severe hazards, including hail. We don't, hopefully it doesn't involve too much, but we don't talk about supercells, even if they're just mini supercells around here very often. So it is more uncertain, as they're saying here. That scenario is more uncertain. It may not happen. It doesn't normally happen around north central northeast Florida. If that were to happen, we really have to be paying attention to those for tornadic production and danger. Depending on the main line, it could help take a little bit of the worst of the energy out of that and the wind threat there and the embedded tornado risk. We'll see. I'm adding my own discussion there, but as ongoing convection begins to approach the eastern portion of watch number 8, that's the 8th convective watch of the 2026 year, that was, and is in play there toward the west. The downstream tornado watch issuance in the parts of southeast Georgia and northern Florida is expected this afternoon. So yeah, gotta be very aware here. Obviously, stay vigilant. Have multiple ways to receive warnings here. There's weather alerts. As we have some of the worst of this coming to Tallahassee right now. I need to switch radars a little bit on another mode because it's so distorted when we're right at the radar site like that. We're looking here. Look like a little rotation northwest of Crawfordville off the further radar, at least a lot. Now, if I get closer, because we're so close, it doesn't look like a lot, but sometimes this can be tricky. I'm not seeing, a whole bunch of rotation. There looks like there's quite a bit of wind down there near Crawfordville, though. On here, and the latest scan has even more towards St. Teresa as we're looking down there in eastern parts of Franklin County. So again, it's something. This is nothing like 2 years ago. We had, 21 months ago, I guess, and we had tornadoes come to Tallahassee. That terrible Friday morning there in May, but nothing like that. But still, some impacts. But yeah, for the Big Bend, nothing compared to that, based on what I'm seeing on the Doppler radar. Still can be dangerous, obviously, still can be deadly, sure, but, it's nothing like what we had 2 years ago there coming through Tallahassee, but to the east, it could be something that's, pretty significant. We are watching quite a bit of the parameters just off and right at the coast, Roy. Here, see more, that's more what you'd expect for more of a tornado warning situation, but it's off the coast. It's a marine warning situation instead. It's over water spouts instead. So, but as we get back up toward Tallahassee, a 25 gust here at the airport, These are not the most impressive so far. Let me check here. This could change in a heartbeat though. 18 miles an hour last 10 minutes at FSU Weather Stem. So again, this could change here very rapidly, obviously, but right now it's not terrible looking right around the FSU campus area, which is obviously good news here as we're tracking things. Okay, I want to go ahead. We'll keep watching all that, obviously. Juggling a lot of stuff here today in the system. Let me go ahead and go back to the Broadview. We got to watch, all these winds out ahead. We're getting gusts, consistently over 10, 15 miles an hour on our anemometer. It's not even that high up, 6, 7, 8 feet or so, but, we got to be careful. I'm going to see our camera here. I'm going to go ahead and see our camera here east of Stark, looking back off toward the west here. So bear with me. I know, obviously yesterday night we were watching stuff out toward Louisiana. Had, some stuff Mississippi, and then it had a lull. The accent did for a while, but I know we need the rain. You can be able to tell by some of the trees here we need the rain. As I'm going to pull this up, our view looking back off toward the west here from the Stark area. You see though the blue skies, which is going to continue to allow more destabilizing weather conditions, more energy being entrained here to make these storms more vigorous as they move in here. Let's hope they're not too vigorous, but they could be as they come on in here, obviously. You see the trees blowing some, getting some pretty gusty winds here east of Stark, looking back toward the west where the storms will ultimately be coming from here, as we're just giving you guys the very latest weather information. So again, just trying to keep you informed. You see the trees, they don't look, I mean, it's not, I'm taking this a little bit different way than I normally do, but some of them are kind of brown, and some of the overall vegetation's not looking too great in the area because of all the cold and the dryness. We need some rain. We're going to get some, but it's already so windy out there. We're getting these storms. You see the blue, and that's sun sign indicators there. You can tell by the shot there's some sun out, and yeah, not a good situation. That's going to allow destabilizing setups that mean you're going to get hit by a tornado here in Bradford. Odds are you don't get hit by a tornado because they don't hit very many spots in the actual swaths. But somebody could with this overall atmospheric setup and the overall meteorology, unfortunately, coming together, at least for some severe weather damage to be likely across north central Florida here later on today. So that's to look at things right now as we're tracking things. We're trying to give you guys the very latest on all that, obviously. With the wind, wind advisory type conditions here, obviously, as the situation does evolve. Let me go ahead and just keep on looking at things, keep on tracking things here in the Weather Center. Again, I appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me here. I appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. Again, we're here on the air with you guys, watching the setup on all the different platforms here to keep you guys safe and informed. Again, it's just all about trying to keep everybody safe here. This, situation here too, where those red circled areas are, the one to the east is where we're going to have a new tornado watch likely to be issued in that general vicinity here, relatively shortly. Let me check the time. How long was that mesoscale discussing going to go here? So you can look at that and tell sometimes. So 1845 Z, that is 145. So by 145, we'll probably have a tornado watch, and not a good bit sooner, out toward the east here. So that's kind of the storyline there with all that. As we continue to watch, continue to track things, and continue to give you the latest. I know something we honestly don't have, too much, time to talk about, but tomorrow there could be some severe weather in towards Southern California with some even maybe isolated tornadic activity. That's worth noting there on LA and Santa Barbara, and then up toward Arizona, Sacramento as well, another corridor of that. So just get that in real quick for the national level storyline. But we're obviously focusing on our local area here with these inclement conditions. So again, continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what we're dealing with, on what we're tracking. Let me go ahead and see what we have here on the Doppler. Again, we're getting this coming through Thomasville right now in Thomas County, Moultrie there in Colquitt County there. You're getting into some of that Again, some pretty nasty weather conditions, obviously, as the situation is evolving here. We're continuing to give you guys the very latest here. You see some different gusts, 30s, 40s. Let me check power outage numbers here. They're broadening this a little bit. Again, we have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in play. Let me go ahead and check here. I'm just going to check some more information, obviously. Again, want to check. It's just a one-man band, but I'm going to check power outage numbers here and the like as the situation does evolve here, as the timeline does move along here. Just continuing to give you guys the very latest update. You do have 15,006 customers in the dark right now in the state of Florida, according to Power.us. Some of this is out ahead of the main line because of the winds, it would seem. 624 customers in the dark in Gilchrist County, 323 out in Lafayette County, 498 out in Suwannee County already out ahead with the winds that are, gusty out ahead of the main line. Taylor County, 362 customers in the dark. You see a gust of 34 there. Recently not far off a tropical storm force, which starts at 39. Jefferson County, 158 customers in the dark. Leon County, we're getting some of the worst of the storms now, so these numbers probably tick up a little bit, but 3,456 customers in the dark there. As we're tracking. Gaston County, 2,243 customers, according to Power.us in the dark. Liberty County, 1,523 customers without electricity. So that's kind of the rundown there. And in Georgia, let me check those numbers here. Let me go ahead and check those numbers here on my sources. I'm going to go ahead and check that information. 5,201 customers here in the dark as we're tracking things in the state of Georgia. We have 366 out according to this in Decatur County, Georgia. 184 out in Grady County. We have 76 out in Baker County, Georgia. 140 out in Irwin County, Georgia. 3 customers out in Lee County, Georgia. Just north of the area. Sumter County has 1,552. So again, just continuing to track all this. FSU weather stem, 10-minute gust, only 18 miles an hour. So, that's not too crazy at all, but this is expected to intensify as we've continued to allude to as this gets further off toward the east. As this gets past Tallahassee, if we don't have any tornado warnings at that point, we'll take a quick break and come back. But right now, as this gets through the metro there at Tallahassee, we want to stick with this. So, again, continuing to track all this. I'll probably step back in front of the key wall here very soon as I'm continuing to watch the situation. This had a gust of 17 here. East is dark, by the way. 7 feet up, give or take. That's impressive, not in a good way. Again, continuing to give you the latest updates, continuing to keep you guys up to date here on these situations, trying to keep you informed, obviously. Very important to do that as the situation evolves. Again, watching things and tracking them here in toward the weather center. Just trying to go through everything here as we're giving you guys the very latest here on the situation. I'm going to go ahead and continue to keep you guys updated, remind you guys of our covered area, obviously. Let me go ahead and throw that back up here on the screen. I'm going to throw that up there right now. Again, we're just trying to keep you guys up to date here on what's going on what we're tracking. It's again all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here. We have 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings right now here, close to the bottom of the hour. Trying to keep you guys informed, obviously, on what we're dealing with. Again, always about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Gonna jump back in front of the wall now. Again, we're still trying to keep you guys up to date here. We're trying to keep you guys safe on these inclement conditions. Just remind you guys of those tornado safety tips here. In case we're expecting more tornado warnings. We do have the tornado watch already, though, so it's important just to stay tuned for the latest updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts here. Very important when conditions, are favorable for tornado activity, and we're expecting that further off toward the east as well. We have, severe thunderstorm warnings in play already. We've had a couple tornado warnings already as well. We haven't had any tornado confirmations in our area that I know of, but we're going to have to just remain vigilant And remember, if there's a tornado warning issued, you want to make sure you're really getting in that site-built structure, that interior room, getting as many walls between you and the outside as possible, protecting yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, or baseball helmet, something along those lines. So, again, zooming back into Tallahassee right now, trying to give you guys the very latest here on all this, toward areas there west of Woodville. We're watching the situation here. I know one of these warnings expected to go away here, at 12:30, but very well could get reissued here is the storyline with that. So we're gonna have to just continue to watch here. I know do have some of that wind energy here toward McCulloch County, around Crawfordville, east of South Choppy. You see areas like Panacea getting into this right now. You see St. Teresa area. That's something where that could be close to need a tornado warning. It's very, on the edge of the coast there, or not a lot of population, but that may need one in southern parts, eastern parts of Franklin County, and then, and really just, as we look into more parts of McCulloch County there, as we look at the situation here and as we track it. So, again, I just continue to give you guys the very latest there, obviously. We're just watching the situation here as it evolves this afternoon on this Sunday. Another Sunday of active weather. That's sometimes just how the pattern can be. It's cyclical, and you just have to be kind of cognizant here, of things. Sundays have been the predominant day. Granted, for a moment, there's no warning down here, and it's to the north, but we'll just have to wait and see. We'll just have to wait and see, obviously. See the big warning in the geographic area with that, polygon in play there. But to the south, we don't have, a warning at the moment. But that, doesn't mean it couldn't still be dangerous. They could be just drawing up that polygon about to put another one out for a severe thunderstorm warning and even a quick tornado warning. Not out of the question here with this a very, on the edge type of situation. So, again, in terms of whether it needs a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning, it's kind of a fine line here so far based on how these spins are kind of right on the edge of do they meet the criteria for enough of that radar indicated rotation. But that's expected to change in some ways as we look later on as things environmentally get more, more robust here. Unfortunately, as this moves further east toward the Swanee River Valley here and toward north central, northeast Florida, south central, southeast Georgia. So, again, we really have to be cognizant of all this. We have to pay attention, obviously, with these type of dangerous conditions. So, again, we really, it's not as much to the west. They've had this before, a lot worse even 2 years ago in May of 24 in Tallahassee. But as we get to the east, of course, you still probably for the most part had, bad weather here not too long ago. This could be a little bit worse than you've had in a while out toward the Swanee River Valley and something like that. This is not a hurricane, obviously, though. This is not, anything like that. We're going to have widespread damage like that. This isn't Helene. This isn't, of course, Adalia. This is not that. But it's honestly some of the worst, squall line weather we've had in a good while since some of those storms. Granted, this is nothing like a landfalling hurricane. Don't get me wrong. Unless you get hit in that small quarter by a tornado, then yeah, it can be comparable. But it's not the same geographic type of situation here based on the damage potential, the damage swaths, and the like here. I mean, we had a Cat 4 type hurricane with Helene come through. This is not that by any stretch of the imagination here. This is nothing like that. It was one of the worst hurricanes, we've ever seen here toward the entire country, and it hit part of our area there, going back in 2024. So, with that, just, terrible force and all that storm surge coming on in there, something we'll never forget. It's just we haven't had many situations like this since then even. It's been very quiet. We've needed a rain, and now something a little more vigorous, is coming through. Again, it's nothing like a landfalling hurricane. I was a stronger hurricane than that. Sometimes you can get a squall line to produce, conditions similar to like a derecho Cat 1 or Cat 2 hurricane. That was a Cat 4 hurricane. Now, this isn't derecho either, though. So that's the storyline with that. We've got to watch these embedded rotations, though. We've got to watch these embedded rotations here as we're looking and as we're tracking things. So, again, we're just going to continue to give you guys the very latest on all this here in the Weather Center. It is 12:34 here right now on this Sunday afternoon. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. We have now active just one severe thunderstorm warning in play at the moment, and a marine warning too. But this could always change very rapidly here. It's coming through Tallahassee, coming to the FSU campus area, coming through those different zones here right now. And we just have to remain vigilant here. Just have to remain vigilant, obviously. Let me go ahead and see what I can pull up on the traffic cameras. The Florida 501 perspectives here. Give you a look. Let's see what we want to pull up here. We'll pull up St. Augustine Street and Varsity Drive. And we'll show you some of those wet conditions here, obviously, as we look at things and as we track them. Let me go ahead and just continue to monitor things, obviously, here indoor the weather center. You can see how things, slick. I mean, at first, probably not having too much rain lately, the oil's mixing, but now you see a good bit of pond in the water on the roadway there. You just saw that vehicle come through. So, in some of these, spots here, sometimes you can get that, low line spot, something like that, even just, with all the rain you have through. Let's see the rainfall totals her last little bit, too. That's something we haven't shown you in terms of the estimates based on the radar. So, let's go ahead and do that. Now, let me go ahead and pull that on in. That's something we haven't been able to have to show you in a while because we haven't had hardly any rain in a long time. But here you go. Some areas, according to the radar, around Midway, Northfleet, inch and a half. Some, areas maybe approaching 2 inches even there in this oranges corridor here, give or take. As you look and as you track these reds here, if I get it real tight, that's 2 inches. But again, something to kind of bear in mind there. Definitely getting some rain to accumulate. In fact, let me look here at our FSU weather stem. So I have that from other source. So I need to step off for that. Let me see, remind you guys where we're at. Where we're at for watching 62 counties. We're at 77 degrees now here, by the way, east of Stark, which continues to show that destabilization. But FSU weather stem, highest gust 18 last 10 minutes. They picked up 7/10, almost 8/10 of an inch of rain here now. Looks like last 24 hours, which is just the last little bit, really. So almost 8/10 of an inch there on campus with some more rain still falling. So I just wanted to look up that real quick as we're looking, as we're tracking, just to get an idea. If we need so much more rain to bust a drought than that, but it can hold us over a little bit here in this type of situation. So again, just continuing to give you the latest here. Continue to give you the latest updates, obviously. We'll check power outage numbers over here too while I'm off the screen. Let me just go on in here. 8,000 in Leon. Liberty is about 1,500. There's, only about 4,500 tracked in the whole county. So that's almost a third of the count, or a little more than a third of the county in the dark there, according to poweroutage.us, at least what they're keeping tabs on. So it's a little concerning there out toward Liberty County. Had some pretty strong action coming on through. We don't know exactly how bad it is in Leon yet, based on being so close to the radar. I haven't seen any crazy wind reports, but it's possible we could get a slew of that here. And, damage reports. I'm sure some trees will probably have issues just based on how dry it's been. Even if winds aren't severe in a lot of backyards, still some of them could be knocked down. Something along those lines. So, popping back in here on the screen now. You see some lightning there, a little bit of a cluster, and that's something we got to watch if we have that outside of the rain, or even if it's in the rain, you don't get enough after it. You could have fire potential, unfortunately, involved there, but probably something we'll be watching a little bit further east more so. But US 319 there, as we're looking, as we're tracking. Again, giving you guys the very latest here on that. Giving you guys the updates. Again, continuing to keep you guys informed. We have all that wind out ahead of the main line, obviously, which is a cause for concern here. Cause for concern. You see all these gusts, 20s, 30s, that can be a wildfire issue. Spread existing fires, or even if a new one started, it could get out of control very rapidly. And there's reasons, why there's burn bans in play. This is, one of them here. A day like this could really get volatile. People are trying to burn. You gotta follow those orders there in terms of those burn bans. Even if there's not one for your county, your really should not be burning today, or it could be very bad for you, your friends, your neighbors, things along those lines here. You could have a fire get out of hand very rapidly, and it could be, something where your home gets damaged, destroyed, your neighbor's home gets damaged, destroyed. So you really should not be burning in this type of weather. In a lot of counties, there's a burn ban in play, like here in Bradford. It's illegal to be burning. Illegal, not legal to be burning here in these type of volatile wind conditions. There can be those consequences, obviously. So again, you just have to be very much paying attention in terms of that, as we're looking and as we're tracking things here. So again, you can see around Woodville, we're continuing to give you guys the very latest here. We're continuing to give you guys the very latest on all that. This overall situation here, as things do evolve. And I want to go ahead and we'll try to flip that camera shot again now, back off toward the east where it's clear, but it's 77 degrees here east to start. When I say clear, it's not completely clear, but my point is there's some blue skies showing, and that's not what we want to see because that's going to allow some destabilization here. Some destabilization, obviously, to continue. So let me go ahead and pull this in. I'll pull this in right now on this other source, and you can see here, looking back off toward the west, some of those trees shaking around, moving around here, and we're just continuing to give you guys the very latest. And I'm just kind of looking off. I still see some, it's not maybe quite as bright, maybe, but you have still some of that sun coming on out there as we're looking and as we're tracking things here, as we're giving you guys the very latest information here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So again, this is something we're continuing to watch, continuing to give you the very latest information on, obviously, here in the Weather Center. It's just very important to be, watching and tracking here as we're watching the trees blow around here. So looking outside, looking back off toward the west here in this type of situation. So again, that's kind of what we're tracking with that. I'll move away from that for now, but just continuing to watch what we're dealing with off toward the way of Tallahassee. Let me go ahead and look over here, and you have some of this thunderstorm warning action continuing there in the Leon County area, of course, Gaston County, and other counties in the region still under that warning. As we're looking, we're talking, okay, they're going to expire this actually at 12:45. So not long away now. Gadsden, Jefferson, Leon, McCullough, Brooks, Colquitt, Grady, Mitchell, and Thomas. So that would, in theory, if we don't get another warning real quick, it might leave us for a moment without a warning. We haven't had a lot of, I get to the metro. That is a point here, here a good point that, I think they're trying to make is since they haven't, had, it's not like it's in a rural area, they're not sure. It's come right through Tallahassee. So far, we haven't had a whole bunch of damage from this. So they're not going to keep the warning in place. So we still got to watch for things to destabilize further east, but as of 12:45, we're not going to have any warnings here for the land areas. We do have the marine warning in the south, a bunch of lightning down there with things, in play. Of course, we are going to see, maybe we'll get lucky and have these cool waters help us out some here, but we got a long way to go, and things are getting warmer and warmer toward the east. So we'll probably have a new tornado watch further east here pretty soon to be talking about here, as we're looking, as we're tracking things. And I'm sure we're going to have more warnings here as we look ahead, as we continue to allude to here because of the destabilization, the increasing heating here. Let me see our surface-based Cape. You can see already Live Oak area now. Wow, over 1,000 joules per kilogram there west of Live Oak. And, where this is right now, only 100 because it didn't warm up enough. They're down to 61 there in Tallahassee, but they're almost 80 out here around Live Oak. And we have 1,000 joules per kilogram to work with. And in terms of those wind parameters, well, we've got a lot of wind parameters here too. This is not what you want to see, obviously. So that's why we're so concerned now. There is a chance, I see a little bit, and I wonder if this starts to get really messy out ahead, that could stabilize things right ahead of the, higher end potential and really help us out. It's not impossible here. It could stabilize us some. That's kind of looks like we've had some of that in Georgia here in some ways, and we'll just have to see if this lighter rain out ahead stays, enough to kind of weaken things in the atmosphere here and ramp things down some before the more, likely to be vigorous action comes through. That's not out of the question here, but we just have to stay tuned. We have to stay safe. 80% chance of a tornado watch being issued soon for north central Florida, northeast Florida, southeast Georgia here. But what we're going to do, since we don't have any active warnings as of 12:45, we're going to take a break unless we get another warning or something really imminent, a tornado warning, really. Even if we get a tornado watch, probably just stay off till 1. But we'll come back here at the top of the hour, and that'll be our next update, unless we have a new tornado warning or something really imminent to jump back in for. So that's kind of the storyline there, with no active warnings here as of 1 minute from now, technically, because the warning technically still goes for another few seconds. But As of 12:45, there for a moment will be any active warnings in place. So we're going to keep watching. We're going to keep tracking here. We're going to keep you guys informed. We'll be back at 1 o'clock in the morning. Unless we need to pop back in sooner, obviously, with an imminent threat, mostly time on a tornado warning. Make it another yellow shaded area off toward the east, indicative of another tornado watch. I know in terms of potential here off toward the east here, it still looks like the timeline that we're talking about, 3 to 7 p.m. for the Gainesville area here, give or take, 1 to 6 for River Valley, 2 to 6 I know would be for Lake City, 4 to 8 for Jacksonville. As we're looking and as we're tracking things that this potential to come on through. So please remain vigilant here. Please remain, weather aware, weather, ready, weather alert here. I'll be back in about 15 minutes or more. I'm going to pop back in sooner. Keep tuning in to Cloud Weather. We're going to keep you guys safe and informed. Keep trusting us here at Cloud Weather, and I'll be back here soon with more information. Again, 15 minutes from now, unless we need to pop back in sooner. Stay safe, everybody. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power blast. Another power blast. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out quick spin-up tornadoes. The things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this, coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's what we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust Cloud's weather.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 1 o'clock, trying to give you guys the very latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. I know we just got, just in the last few seconds, a new tornado watch now issued for Northeast Florida, North Central Florida, Southeast Georgia until 8 p.m. So you need to be remaining alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and enclosed to the watch area. This is literally coming in your weather radios, probably going off right about now as I'm going over this, or last few seconds or next few seconds here. But we have a new tornado watch just coming in from the Storm Prediction Center. This includes really everybody as we're looking. It even includes, down in toward Levy County and the Tampa jurisdiction there as well. As we're looking and as we're tracking things, that's our covered area. It's just a different thing that popped up on my information right when I was coming on here to give you guys the very latest. So just the information just coming on in here, a new tornado watch situation as we're looking, as we're tracking things here until 8 p.m. So you need to be vigilant. We don't have any active tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings right now, which is great news. Things for the moment are a little bit weaker than they've been with the line. Got some moderate rain out ahead of the worst of it. But this is expected to reorganize, re-strengthen here as it moves across the area here in the hours to come. So you really need to be, watchful here as we're looking, as we're tracking things. You see some destabilization around Live Oak, Mayo, Branford, Lake City, Trenton, Cross City, Williston, Ocala here. This is something you really got to pay attention to, as there's, that blue on that map that's indicating more instability. Temperatures are warmer. We're at 78 here east of Stark. We're at 79 in Ocala. We have all these winds around as well, and that's another story. We're just getting word as you see some of that stuff in the Gulf. We'll have to watch here that comes across to some degree. Let me kind of back this up, go forward a little, and you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. Some of that's going to come on in here and be a problem. It's been a little while since we've had it set up quite like this here with some of that stuff coming in. We've had the cooler Gulf waters, which could help some, but I don't know if that's going to help that much with this much destabilization at this point based on what we're seeing. But as we kind of look at things and track things here, we got to watch out for wildfire dangers. We're getting some word of some different things going on into our Marion County. It's about some road closures. So Florida 511 information, literally, as I was just coming on here, sending out information on this. Let me see what we got here. As we're looking and tracking things, there's just a lot happening here right now. Let me put this out on Twitter about our tornado watch being issued. It just came up, so let me repost that here for people that aren't watching this stream continuously. Just want to make sure folks are, aware of this rapidly changing condition here. I know, I'm just going to go ahead and check on that fire stuff because that was coming up here. Very important, obviously, to get to. Not what we normally have to talk about in severe coverage, but let's see. We got Florida 501 statewide updates here. Just saw it when I was getting ready here for this. Okay, so wildfire in Marion County on State Road 19 South at County Road 314. All lanes closed as of 12:53 p.m. We have a situation there where that's also the case on U.S. State Road 19 North at State Road 40 because of the wildfire scenario. So that's just coming on in here. As we're looking, the winds here, obviously a concern here, very much a concern. So let me go ahead. I can do more by stepping off, to be quite honest. So I'm going to do that here real quick. I need to research some more of this. This is a rapidly evolving situation here to see what we could have with some of this here. Because these winds, the wind advisory continue to allude to more than we normally have to about those. And we have a situation here where let's just see what we might have in terms of any information from Marion County. I know we've had some fired around. Sometimes, things can just get out of hand. Let's see if we might have, because this is, something where it's not, we don't have a uniform warning system. So I have to do this research here live on the air here. We have gusts of 45 out ahead of the main line. That can cause problems here with all this drought we've been in. I really have to be very much paying attention, very much vigilant here in this type of situation. So again, I'm just trying to keep you informed. Ocala, Marion County, if you're wondering what we're talking there. So let me go ahead and just keep on watching things here and tracking them. It's always so important here to be vigilant in these type of scenarios. Just want to be paying attention, obviously. We're with you here in the Weather Center right now. And we're just checking on the latest because these winds are just so gusty here as we're looking and as we're tracking things. Okay, just checking through the sheriff's office. I know some detour stuff yesterday. Let me check the forestry map here. Let me go ahead and do that. I have a link to that on the Cloud Weather website, by the way, if you guys want to look at that here. When I'm not showing that, I have a link to the Georgia one as well, cloudweather.com, the homepage near the top there. You can get those links for wildfire tracking information. So keep that in mind here, and just be very mindful of what we're dealing with here this afternoon with these type of volatile conditions. So let's see here. I'm just going through everything. I know we have a fire that is 3 acres there at Northeast 49th Street, 70% contained in Marion County. Northeast 132nd Court, we have 90% contained, 4 acres. So that's an older one. Northeast 49th is an update as of today, though. So, we have issue in Levy County, a fire reported this morning around County Road 464. Gilchrist County, looking here, we have a fire reported there around Florida 47. So not what you want to hear, obviously. Just have to kind of be mindful here. Looks like we got some fires popping up in Flagler County as well. Phillips Ranch there last night, but then one today, State Road 11. So again, I'm just continuing to track all this here for you as the situation does transpire. In Columbia County, there's a fire situation, Northwest Ranch Court, 0% containment. There's no acres showing up so far, but it's just probably coming in. So trying to deploy crews out there. It's unfortunately with these wildfires, it's tough to get on with sometimes. You can go to that map, links to that, and Jordan map on cloudweather.com, the forestry, maps there. Sometimes it's like playing whack-a-mole, sadly. I hate saying it like that, but this stuff just popping up too much here, and that, and luckily they're able to get them out generally, but today might be a day where it's harder to get them out here because of all the winds that we're talking about. Let me pull that back up. I'm going to go ahead and throw those winds back up on the map here. As we're looking, you see all these greens and oranges. We're talking about sustained winds. I mean, some of these sustained winds are, over 20 miles an hour in some areas. The gust, even higher. I'll pull the gust map up here as we're giving you guys the very latest. You can see some of these numbers, 35 there, miles an hour in Dixie County. We're talking about 28 miles an hour on Keystone, 27 around Gainesville, 34 Jacksonville. So yeah, these are not good conditions here. We're also, getting a report of a gust of 40. This now WeatherStem site there over in Hastings. Southerly wind of gust into tropical force at 40. This can cause a few power outages, as well. And obviously that can also cause a power line to get knocked down or something and spread a fire too, which that's not good at all when you think about stuff like that. So, but back to the actual storm line here that we're tracking, of course, we're talking about the situation here. We're talking about things here as the scenario evolves right now. Some wind energy, it doesn't look as organized, but things could really ramp up real quick as we have that destabilization to the east. So we have to just remain alert here. And you know what? I see something right there I don't like. Let's see here. I don't like that there as we're looking. That looks kind of like something that could get us a quick tornado warning here toward Taylor County or as we're looking at the map, maybe southern Jefferson County here as we're tracking things. I know, something in that realm there. We have to be careful. That's the type of tornado scenario that can get, something, pretty nasty in the Perry here. So, we may not have much more of a low, in fact. So let's go ahead and jump back. What we're going to do here, let me pull up tornado safety tips. Let me go ahead and pull up tornado safety tips as we're looking and as we're tracking things. Now we're going to throw that up on the screen right now because we may get a tornado warning soon. We have a tornado watch to the east. So you got to remain alert here. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. There's different methods, the phone methods, you know, the different apps you can get, just the emergency alert system. There's no other radio. There's, you know, just all sorts of different ways to stay informed here in these type of situations. So again, very important here, obviously. Very important as we're tracking things here this afternoon. Again, it's very important to stay updated here on these type of dangerous situations. So, you know, when we have stuff try to come together here and the like, you just gotta be continuing to watch things, continuing to track them here on this active weather day. This, you know, concern that we're alluding to. Just be ready to take those tornado precautions. Really don't want to be in a mobile home if you can help it. Rather be in a site-built structure and in that interior room away from windows here in this type of situation. So again, let's go ahead now and just, you know, we're continuing to watch. We're continuing to track things here. And we're going to go ahead and pop back up in front of the camera now, I think. As we continue to give you guys the very latest here. We just continue to give you guys the latest. This is what I'm talking about. We have lightning, we have some green and red, and this is a pretty rural area right at the coast, but eventually this could, in theory, threaten the Perry area. This is moving here. As I look here on the speed, we're talking about, well, they're saying 10 knots. I think it's a little bit faster. It's like 15 miles an hour, but really it's faster than that as we're tracking that. So let's go to rotation tracker, and that might be a little too busy. Let me go to some of our different modes here. I'm going to make it a little less busy for everybody on the screen. As we're looking, you can kind of see what we're dealing with. I'm checking for updates from the Weather Service and the like here. You can see some of the spin there off the coast, and that is about, as I measure that out, about 30 miles from the Perry area. So we're just going to continue to track things there in the Ward Taylor County. Have to see if that could end up being an error. We get a tornado warning here pretty soon. It's definitely a possibility here as we're looking and as we're tracking. So, and look, these are really high for our area. This is not what you normally see. Our supercell composite values are showing on the index over 15 here. That's not good. That's not good. I know the cool waters, but at some point, you know, there's the threat can just be, you know, kind of override that some. We have tornado parameters, significant tornado parameters at about a 1.5. But yeah, southeast part of the Tallahassee market may get a tornado warning here soon. Not Tallahassee proper. It's Tallahassee proper doing better overall, getting some beneficial rain. We're talking about in the TV market. Perry could be under a tornado warning here shortly. So you guys need to be ready in Taylor County. You know, first at the coast, of course, to take those tornado precautions. This could happen pretty quick here. So be ready in Taylor County to take those tornado precautions. You know, there's not a lot of instability right there, you know, in the coastal waters, but right when you get toward land, the values go up pretty quickly here as I'm looking at them, querying them off camera. So again, that's something to be very cognizant of, obviously, as we're looking at things and as we're tracking things in toward the weather center. So again, we're just trying to keep you up to date. I'm looking at all my different sources here as the situation does evolve, and we're just trying to see what's going on. I know I was thinking about throwing it back until 1:30, but the way that's looking, I don't know if that's a good idea here at this point. We may just need to be ready to, you know, all this here is looking like a mess, though. All this is looking like a mess, to be quite honest. This is a lot further out. There's a lot more time on this down here. Put my mouse on the screen. There you go, down here. A lot more time to watch that, as that is an issue. But this here is not that far from the coast, is what I'm saying. Here, this is, you know, this area here. You don't have that much time to watch. A lot of times over here, you'd have this stuff, you know, I mean, it can be a problem, but sometimes, you know, lately it seems like we have a bunch of accent that's really kind of falling off as it comes in, but instead it's strengthening. We're seeing an uptick in convective potential here as it moves toward those eastern Big Bend counties and into north central Florida and into toward south central, southeast Georgia, you know, northeast Florida in play here as well. So you really need to be cognizant here. We could get a tornado warning with this pretty soon for the Perry area, give or take. I mean, let's kind of look at this track a little bit more carefully here as we're watching, as we're tracking this. We're kind of seeing that, you know, maybe something kind of like this. So yeah, if you track it out with me, something maybe northern Taylor ultimately, but first it'll be coastal, maybe Jefferson, we'll see. But then into Taylor, here if we get some type of tornado warning, or it could be a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag. That's also a possibility here this afternoon as well. So again, we just have to be paying attention here. I'm just continuing to give you guys the latest, obviously, on this type of situation here. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. We just have to be paying attention. We have to stay vigilant here in all of this as the moments tick on by. We can't, be taking our eyes off of these because they could be, tornadic producers. Just, as a marine warning here. Definitely don't want to be out in the water out there as we're looking, as we're tracking things. You can see this is off to the southeast of McCullough Beach, east of St. Mark's, give or take, as well. And we're just looking at some of the different things. I'm looking at debris tracker. I mean, it could be picking up water if it's a water spout, but didn't really see that too much. But at least at least if a thunderstorm warning seems to be likely, if not a tornado warning, for the Perry or, part of Taylor County there as this moves over the next little bit. So we're watching this very carefully here in the Weather Center. Just waiting, watching here for the alerts. I kind of hate to, at some point here, because we could be busy for hours on end, I may still do it. I may throw it back if we don't get a warning here real quick on this. But it's not that far off because it's a pretty rural area. I remember back in 23 in the summer, we just had crazy stuff happening one night there with tornado debris signatures out in some of these rural areas. There's very, sparsely populated zones out in here. Right, some of these spots. So that's something to keep in mind too, as we're looking. But obviously, have something there, a warning would be, necessary. Obviously, But looking at that, the greens and the reds, there's still a lot of brightness there. It looks a little more diffuse than the latest scans in a way, but it still looks like some type of warning may be needed there. Maybe more in the order of a severe thunderstorm warning, but that can change quickly. It can go back up again. I remember in 2015, we had a tornado warning there in Taylor County. It was a Saturday morning before the USF FSU game there, and we ended up having a tornado warning in Taylor County. That was something that was keeping an eye on there. I was getting ready for that. I had the rain lingering on the backside around Tallahassee, but you had tornado warning down toward Perry there and toward the Taylor County region. So again, just continuing to watch things here and track things. As we're tracking here the different scans. We just have to be ready at a moment's notice here in case we do get that red box to pop up, which would indicate radar indicated rotation. If it's a purple, pink, purple, whatever, pink box on our map, that would be a confirmed tornado here as we're tracking things here this afternoon. So again, we just need to be very vigilant down here. Let's look at the other parts of the line while we're with this a little longer. Because in case, sometimes it's easy to miss stuff. But, sometimes, let's just see if there's anything tied. There doesn't look like much at all up in the Berrien and Cook County. There's, cooler air in some of these spots. Let me put the winds off and put the temperatures on. Let's do that. I've been yellow here so we can kind of get an idea of some instability here. And they're down to 64, but off to 67 at Moody Air Force Base. 73 Waycross, they haven't destabilized as much as down here, like 77 in Live Oak, 75 Dixie County, 78 Gainesville, 79 Keystone, or 78 here east of Starkville, that wind as well, out ahead, of our storms, and that can be an issue for the fire stuff. So I just want to continue to watch, continue to track things. We're just continuing to appreciate everybody tuning in here and trusting me. On this Sunday afternoon, on this 15th of February, 2026. I'm going to try to pull up our camera here again outside. So just bear with me outside of the studios here, looking back off toward the west. And I know, just, keeping an eye on things here. We don't have as much of that sun out there now, but storms are still a good ways away from the Stark area. Still few hours out, give or take, here as we're looking and as we're tracking. Let me just go ahead and pull this on up here. You can kind of see what we're talking about with some of these trees moving around, but some of the darker skies, points try to come in. So it's hard to honestly tell, but I was looking, if it's more, it looks like it's starting to get a little bit cloudier because, sometimes those blues and those dark skies kind of blend together a little bit. It looks more like storminess to me on this viewpoint here, as things are getting a little bit gustier as we're looking and as we're tracking things in here, but it's still a ways away, still a few hours away from the historic area, but this might cut down on our temperature increasing much more here as we look here throughout the next few hours before the storms come in. It's probably keep things steady state, give or take around 78, 79, maybe 80, but not jumping much more. Other thing to mention, our barometric pressure is dropping like, you don't see often around here. But we're down to 1,010.6 millibars. It's dropping pretty fast on the barometer here. Set a gust of 23 miles an hour very recently here, east of Stark at 7 feet up in the last couple minutes. So this wind out ahead, wind advisory obviously can be a problem, can cause isolated power outages out ahead of the storms. Just hope you secure the outdoor objects, obviously, with these type of winds here in play as we're looking and as we're tracking things in toward the weather center. So again, just continuing to give you the latest here on all of this. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here in this type of situation. So let me go ahead and jump back on over here towards some of the different viewpoints. There's still some pretty impressive wind there right along these coastal areas here, give or take. And it's still going to be an issue for the Perry area here soon. New marine warning here until 4:15. As we're looking, that's a long period, but that's how those marine warnings can be sometimes. That'll pop up here soon, probably getting us all the way down, I would bet. Can't tell based on how they did that, but probably all the way across here to Gulf some as we get closer. Maybe Dixie's coastal water. I'm kind of guessing because you don't normally focus on those too much here in the weather center because we're focused on the stuff over land, really. But probably that blue box is one marine warning. We'll have another one pop up here in just a second on this screen here as we're looking, as we're tracking things. Okay, it just popped up on the other screen, and it's down to where I thought it was, down to where Dixie and the like. So we're going to go ahead and move it over here so you can see what I'm talking about here. I drew that down a little bit more and the like in the word to go as we're watching this accent. Now the accent, I'll back it up some and then I'll scrub forward. You can kind of see it has an east-northeast kind of trajectory, but the whole line is kind of pushing down. So I know it's a little confusing. A lot of this is messy up here and more stable, give or take. I mean, I'll pull it up and there'll still be, I see some values on it, even though you don't see it. But then the blue down here is more unstable, and then, you kind of see that. And some of this will be trying to get into some of this more as I'm backing it up and going forward here. Some of this down in here, some of that accent down there is going to be trying to get more, this accent in here is going to be kind of trying to get more in this unstable air mass here and prove potentially problematic here in the hours to come as we're looking at the overall meteorological pattern here as the timeline does continue to evolve. So yeah, we have to be paying attention about that. We have to pay attention for that here in toward this weather center as we continue to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on here at 1:24 Eastern time here. Just everybody tuning in. We have even people tuning in from other countries here today over on YouTube. I appreciate you guys tuning in, even watching from overseas and the like. Again, just thanks for everybody watching. Thanks for your support, watching on the different platforms, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. It's all about protecting, me protecting best I can, and giving you guys the information, to help protect you, your friends, and your family as we continue just to watch the latest updates. I have the monitor above me I'm watching on, just my weather station information, Davis weather station outside, watching the number 60 miles an hour right now. And I know we have our other feed outside, which, I'm taking it a little different today. So it's a few seconds, not much, but a few seconds behind. So might actually be able to see what that gust was here. Kind of pull that on up here on this other source. If I pull that in, yeah, you see some of these darker skies a little more evident now as we're looking, but it's still a ways away, these storms. You see some of these trees blowing around here with the wind this afternoon. That's an issue with the wildfire concern, obviously, as we have alluded to here in toward, our area, both Central Florida, Northeast Florida, and the like. We just have to be very careful here. You see these trees blowing around, and that wind really does tell that story here. And I'm going to just keep looking at things. I'm looking outside here because I have a look, where I am looking down toward the south. And This is looking off toward the west here. So again, just continuing to track all this and give you guys the latest. Storms are still a ways out from start, but we're just going to keep on looking at things, keep on tracking them here in toward the weather center. Let me go ahead and step off again. I'm going to check some more information. I want to check some more fire stuff. I think that's important in this type of situation because that can be rapidly evolving with these type of winds today. As we've continued to allude to the type of winds out there, we're just continuing to give you guys the very latest. Let me check power numbers too, because that's some right here at the computer. 12,950 customers had in Florida right now. Leon leads the way, but only 3,388. That's not too bad for Leon after a line of storms comes through, to be quite honest. That's, something we're not really too, generally severe when that comes through. That type of power added number, looking over the years, just some, impacts here and there. Our fire map is something we're not what you want to see on some of this stuff. I'm just trying to see what we're dealing with. Let me look at some of our other information here. Going through everything. Very fluid, not seeing anything in Bradford on that at the moment. Checking some other maps here. So important to stay on top of things, obviously. I'm just trying to be here for you. Just trying to look at all the different details. Can't show it to you, but there's a interesting, view back behind on the FSU weather stem right now. The Campbell Stadium camera clearing something. But if you look over there on their website, but the winds over there sitting only gust there last 10 minutes to 11 miles an hour. Just over an inch of rain here last 24 hours. Let me go ahead and keep looking here at the information. Just checking to see if there's anything new on some fire stuff. And some road issues. Some road closures there, as we were alluding to earlier on, showing up on the Florida 511 information. Just going through all of our different resources here off camera. It's a one-man band, but it's always about protecting you, your friends, and your family. We're almost near that bottom of the hour as we continue here. I know it's a situation where we're just trying to keep you guys informed, obviously, on what's going on and watch the different developments. We're in Bradford County, but we're always on top of things for the 62 counties here. We just have to continue to be, up to date here on everything as the situation evolves moment by moment. Again, things can change here on us pretty quick as, the timeline does evolve. So you just got to stay vigilant there. Dixie, Taylor counties, that area over towards Suwannee County and the like. Just be paying attention here based on what I'm seeing here a little bit sooner. Maybe, could have some impacts and already starting a little bit of Taylor versus other parts of the viewing circle. So again, just continue to watch all of that as I come back over there. Again, we'll continue to track that. Here's that county map there. And as we continue here with all this, again, just trying to give you the latest. Let me go ahead and I'll jump back on over here on the wall. As we continue here, you can kind of see what we're talking about west of Perry there in Taylor County. That doesn't look quite as organized, but some wind Down here, though, more of that green and red, and that eventually will be coming across there. Areas a little bit further down in Taylor County could come close to Perry. See as we watch this situation develop, and we have destabilization further in. So we just have to be careful with all of this here in toward the weather center. So yeah, we're watching things, we're tracking things here in the weather center for sure. Cooler to the west, warmer to the east, very warm, hot. 81 there at Jacksonville Airport. That is very hot. And we're getting some issues reported out of Decatur County now from earlier on. Maybe the most impressive report of the day is from 10:59 a.m., but it just came across here from the 911 call center there in Decatur County area, Bethany community. Quite a few trees were blown down. Decatur County is up in here, by the way, but apparently quite a few trees blown down along Spring Creek Road. A car was even blown off the road there. Hope everybody's all right. Don't know. I don't have a report of injuries in that statement, but that's thunderstorm wind damage out of Decatur County earlier on this morning around the Bethany community. If I go back far enough, it should show up on this map here. It may take a second, but we'll back it up here a while. May not be able to back it up quite that far on this map, but the point is that as we're looking here, as we're tracking, just always, in Decatur County and the like, it's always important to be very mindful here of everything that goes on in toward the southwest Georgia community. They get around the Bethany community, quite a few trees blown down along Spring Creek Road. A car was even blown off the road. So again, I hope everybody's all right. Don't necessarily have a report of injuries or anything like that in that statement, but yeah, definitely not fun. That's an idea, point for folks out ahead of this. Don't want to be out on the road here. Don't want to be out on the road here when this is coming through. There's warnings are not really when this action's coming through, and it is still strong. Not severe, but strong around Valdosta, Douglas right now. We don't have formal warnings, but coming through Monticello. Going to be approaching the Perry, Taylor County area there pretty soon. So, again, you just got to be vigilant here. Got to be careful as we're looking. Again, this is some pretty heavy rain. As we're seeing a lot more lightning to the south, we have more destabilization now. But still some heavy downpours, which we haven't had a lot of lately, so it makes things difficult on the road. Still some gusty winds and the like here, too, as we're looking and as we're tracking things. You see Monticello, you have Greenville, Madison coming up, you have Austin there, Ahira, Lakeland, Georgia, Nashville, Pearson, Douglas. And again, you have the tornado watch to the east all the way at 8 o'clock. To the west is till 4 for some of those eastern fringes. Western areas like in Tallahassee and Leon, they'll start to get drought pretty soon. But you see how that's already decayed off there. Some of these far northwestern counties, that is, and northwestern zones, like Dawson, already out of, that tornado concern with the watch even. As I'll go back 4 hours, it was a different story, of course. But then even Albany, you're already out of threat. They just haven't dropped the watch. They're, worried about watching stuff in the, current frame. But you can kind of see down here, we're watching that instability. We're watching the situation here as it moves toward the coast. So you just have to stay tuned and stay alert here. I'm looking at some different radar vantage points. And we're just going to keep watching. So what I think I'm going to do, we've talked since one here with this. We don't have any active warnings still for land. We got to watch. We'll probably have some here pretty soon, but we don't have them yet. So we're going to catch our breath for a little bit. We'll be back at 2 o'clock unless we need to pop back in sooner with an imminent situation. We may even pop back in with a thunderstorm warning, but for sure a tornado warning before 2 o'clock immediately. If we get a tornado warning issued, obviously, we have to be on immediately with that, with it, the potential that circulation's involved in our area. So again, we're going to keep watching, keep tracking. We're in alert mode with that logo red. We're concerned. We have, a small chance, even a strong tornado, but you have, northeast Florida, north central Florida, everybody in our counties, to the east, they're under a tornado watch up in Georgia and Florida. So please remain alert, remain vigilant here. Since we talked Thursday night, it's already gone up a good bit here to the east because of our, destabilization potential. We alluded to that in our special update last night. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube post early Saturday as well, and we're seeing that potential here. A tornado watch 8 o'clock, Stark, Jacksonville, Gainesville, Lake City. Some of this isn't going to last that long, but in the eastern fringes it could, like, toward Palm Coast, you have St. Augustine, Jacksonville, Brunswick, 8 o'clock, tornado watch in play. As I've talked about earlier, the timeline, varies obviously though, place to place. Let me just say this to you guys again, as we're looking here what we've been going with. You see what we're doing with. I probably can take the highlighting off of our stuff for our more a significant concern because we're more stabilized up there. But 1 to 6 out there. We're in that time right now. Live Oak area, give or take, downward Perry. You have 3 to 7 for Gainesville. So, yeah, we're going to just have to continue to watch this very carefully here in toward the weather center. We're just going to have to continue to stay vigilant here, obviously, with these type of conditions here. As the situation does evolve, again, most likely time for greatest concern with this storm activity. Again, we moved these up an hour later from what we had last night, based on just the overall setup here, as we're looking and as we're tracking things, as we're giving you guys the latest here on all this. So again, we're going to be here. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Unless we need to pop back in sooner. And we're watching these lines, as they move through the parts of the line, I should say, as they move through different communities here in the moments, and hours to come. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you updated. Let me just check the questions real quick to make sure we don't have anything, that I need to try to answer for everybody at home, obviously. Here, let's see. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. So that's kind of the storyline here at this point in time. We're going to continue. We'll be tracking things on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch. We have the different links available at cloudweather.com. We have the interactive radar there if you want to zoom into your area. Well, I'm not talking about it, but we're back at 2. Unless we need to pop back in sooner. Stay tuned, stay safe, stick with Cloud Weather for the very latest information here on this weather threat across our area, portions of North Florida and South Georgia. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power blast. Another power blast. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely run a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar-confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this, coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's what we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust Cloud's weather.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back at the top of the hour. It's 2 o'clock here, giving you guys the very latest on our tornado watch situation. We don't have any active warnings over land, but that could change pretty quick. We've seen some of that destabilization here. We also have winds really strong out ahead too, which can cause wildfire issues, wildfires that are existing to spread, or if new ones form, they can spread really quick. So gotta be really careful here this afternoon. I'll see some of those winds real quick. Let's see some of those wind arrows here as you're looking, some of those southwesterly winds, some strong winds or wind gusts. METAR, you see some of these with more type of little bars on them. That's indicative here of stronger gusts down, in there in the Ward Duval County. There's one of those that's really getting up close to about that tropical force, type of reading there around Cecil. Let me pull that up, my other source here. I can kind of I could afford up on there, but about 35 miles an hour or so that we're talking about on Cecil right now as we're looking and as we're giving you guys the very latest. So let me go ahead and see what we have though on our other system, because I do need to go ahead and switch back over to where Taylor County. We're watching that situation very carefully here as we're looking out toward that area. So let me go ahead and show you that information here. We don't have a formal warning out here around Perry right now, but we do have some pretty strong winds moving on in on the order of maybe 40 to 50 miles an hour possible there based on what I'm seeing on the radar algorithms. Down here, towards some of the beach communities there, some of the coastal communities, maybe a little bit stronger winds. Don't have quite as much gate to gate, but there's still some of this here. And we'll have to continue to watch the trends because, again, we have all that destabilization. There is the situation. We have the cooler Gulf waters here we've been referring to. Earlier on we thought that was going to be the weakening storyline. Let me, by the way, take off some of that stuff. I know we had the winds and the temperatures over each other there for a sec, but I took that off. So it was just back to the winds on the map. As you can see, some of the stronger gusts to the east in miles per hour. But as we go ahead and zoom back in, the cooler Gulf waters here, we were thinking the system's so dynamic it might not make as much of a difference here as we're looking now. Right now, though, we do have kind of some heavier and even moderate rain out ahead of the main line, which could help us out here. But eventually, as I'm looking at the Moody radar, eventually this is probably going to start tightening up some. We're going to start to see the winds here down at the surface intensify, and our barometric pressure here east of Stark now down to 1,010 millibars and still falling, of course, as we have a low pressure here off toward the north and west. It's pretty vigorous. So let me go ahead and pull that up on our other source here. It's something that has a pretty low, low pressure as we're looking there closer to maybe just over 1,000 millibars here. My system is showing it not quite as low as maybe what the model was showing here yesterday, at least in our analysis system right now. But just have to kind of stay tuned here on all that as the situation does evolve. So on it, up in here in Alabama, the low pressure area, give or take, it's not as, again, well defined as what the model was showing. Actually need to you have to look at the wind directions to see that, because the pressure system on here kind of shows up, and then you look at the winds when you have that flow here, of course, that counterclockwise flow around that. So again, up in here, northern Alabama, you kind of see how we have the winds in different directions here, kind of going around it and the like, and then coming back there, across. If you look there on the map, you can kind of see how that comes back across. But again, continuing to watch all this here this afternoon, that's helping with some of the wind profiles here, helping those evolve. Now your energy's there, your instability, we were looking at that. But let's put up a supercell composite. I know I also put them through the significant tornado parameter here. And the like, I know, just going between them back and forth. This is supercell composite. That's very impressive, and not in a good way near Perry. Now, the tornado parameter is at about a 2 right now. That's definitely enough. The instability is a little ahead, which is a little bit of displacement, especially with some of that moderate rain out ahead of the main axis. And it's a little bit, a little bit more impactful on some of this than what some of the, forecasts have been indicating, but that could change. As we have this instability out here, it could we could start to see maybe some of the decay of the accident ahead and the line behind, the reds start to become, that area back in there on Perry become more vigorous, a little bit more able to take advantage of the environment. So we'll have to wait and see here as we look at as we track things here. We have that tornado watch in play for a while. We have different reports, even though things weren't the most impressive we've ever seen on radar around earlier on. We're still getting quite a few damage reports from earlier on. We talked about Decatur County, then Grady County. A tree was blown down across Silo Road there in the 200 block, 3 miles south of the Grady County Airport, according to Fire Department and Rescue at 11:55 a.m. And in Leon County, there was a tree reported down on North Meridian Road at Gardner there, 2 miles north of the Forest Meadows Park area. As we're looking and as we're tracking things. And then we also have a report of in Grady County earlier on, and that report in Leon was right before noon, and right before noon as well, Grady County emergency, officials, well, actually, this would be the utility company, Grady EMC, reports a broken power pole affecting 109 customers, 109 members, that is, they're 2 miles northeast of the Wiggum community. So, again, that's kind of the storyline there as we're looking into some of our South Georgia communities. As we're watching things evolve this afternoon. Now we're watching the winds around here. We had a gust of 23, 7, 8 feet, or give or take, off the ground on our Davis weather station here. That was in the last hour. I appreciate everybody tuning in on all the different platforms, but I want to show you a look at our camera outside. I know we showed you some darker skies earlier on, and now still looks pretty dark out there as we're looking and as we're tracking things here this afternoon. Let me go ahead and pull that on up. We're going to go ahead and pull that on up here on another source, and you're going to see what I'm talking about here. You can kind of see the overall setup here. Definitely one where we have those trees going on solid points are a lot more, fast and more, there's a faster movement to track here with the wind advisory situation. So, we're, here in Starkland, our first tornado watch in a while. I might have to go back and look to see when the last one was. In fact, right, we don't have any warnings. I'm going to do that because I'm kind of curious myself. It's been a little while since we had a tornado watch here around Stark and Bradford County. There's a way for me to do that. So let me, we're continuing to watch all this here and track. Got to watch out for the wildfire situations, obviously, as we're giving you guys the very latest here on everything. We're just trying to keep you guys up to date here, obviously, on the meteorological scenario. Trying to keep you guys up to date here on the meteorological scenario as things that do evolve here. Just trying to make sure, we're watching every step of the way, the situation here. Just watching the situation here every step of the way for sure as things develop on us. And let me go ahead and see if I can find out when that last tornado watch was for the Stark area. I don't remember it right off. I'm sure if I, when I see it, I'll remember. But, just we're watching, we're tracking here very carefully. Let me go through this here. It may have been, at first glance, it may have been March of last year. So. And before that, December of 2024. It's been, going back 11 months then, if that is in fact the case, as we're watching the situation, as we're giving you guys the very latest on everything. So March 16th of last year, I know, as we look here at the situation, I can go back on the reports. March 16th, 2025. Okay, so that was today. Okay, that was the really long Sunday there. After we had the bad weather to the west, we had some tornado emergencies to the west. It was a high-risk day out to the west, and we had a tornado touchdown in Columbia County. We also had one touchdown in Brantley County. So that was the last time. Wow, that was a really long, couple of days. They're staying up all night, and even longer than this is going to be, tracking things to the west. It was a big national story, and we were watching our end of it there, and that's the last time we were under tornado watch here in Stark. That was 11 months ago, so that's been a while. One of the longer stretches we've gone here, probably, without a tornado watch here around Bradford County, in that type of favorable conditions. So, just continuing to track everything here, continuing to give you guys the very latest on these different weather developments, obviously. It's just, very important here. Very important here to be paying attention. We don't have any formal warnings right now, which is great news, but things can change here at a moment's notice. Things can change very quickly. They can change very rapidly here with these destabilization levels that we're seeing. So we're just going to have to continue watching the situation, obviously. We just have to be looking at all our different sources here. Just going through everything, obviously. The Daytona 500, of course, that people are, talking about, wondering about. Down there in Volusia County, the weather looks pretty good down there right now. Not seeing much popping up out ahead, so that's good for them, trying to get that in starting, down there an hour earlier. Now, if you see baseball, I need to check on that. So let me do that. I haven't checked on that in a while because we've been so busy, but definitely worth checking on right now because we're going to start at 11. They delayed it. And, okay, this has happened when we had all the tornado warning stuff. I speculated they might do it. They decided that they were going to cancel it. This is a few hours ago, and this is what happens when we're talking about tornado warnings for a while. And I thought it might happen, but honestly, now they could have probably got it in, even though we had a little bit of potential back behind there. The build in right now, not really seeing that. And tornado watch has been canceled for Tallahassee, but yeah, they made that announcement at 11:19, but we were in the middle of some tornado warning action, so that wasn't top of mind then, obviously, to double check all that. But yeah, they made an announcement today's game against JMU has been canceled due to inclement weather in the area. So I don't know if they'll have to schedule another makeup game here or something like that as we look ahead toward the timeline. They don't maybe have to, but they might. FSU especially they start missing a few because of weather. But FSU at JU Tuesday night at 6 p.m. the next game up for the Seminoles on the docket. So for college baseball season, team for the Noles are 2-0 so far in 2026. Like Jared squad, the Gators, they played 3 games. They're 2-1. They lost their first. They played a doubleheader yesterday and won both of those. So that's the storyline there. As we're looking at all that, as we're tracking that, trying to keep you guys up to date, looking at everything off camera while I can here in the weather center. We're definitely watching the different pressure patterns here and the like as the situation does progress. Let me go ahead and I'm closer to the camera, so I apologize if I'm a little louder. Just, we're here, I'm looking at the monitor, and the radar real close. Right around Perry. Some wind enhancement. We'll watch it. We'll track it, obviously, but nothing overly concerning. I know they're not issuing significant weather advisories. It doesn't really look like today with everything going on with the wind advisory and stuff. So we're just going to continue to watch things around Perry, but nothing severe right now, but that could change pretty rapidly here. Got lightning, we got heavy rain. That still hadn't happened in a while in some of these areas. The most rain some areas have had in, a long period. At one point, an inch of rain, give or take. So, we're just going to keep watching that potential, obviously, as the minutes and hours go on by. We're at 77 degrees here east of Stark now on our thermometers. I just continue to give you guys the very latest. We are going to continue to watch these conditions. Just wanted to watch them play at 8 o'clock. And we just got to keep on looking here at Augusta 44, St. Mark's Lighthouse at 104, 1209, Madison County. You'll see at Augusta 43, so non-thunderstorm in the Madison County case, thunderstorm in the Wakulla County case. Some different MeasureNet site information there as we're looking and as we're keeping you guys up to date. So again, checking all of our different resources that we have at our disposal here this afternoon. So again, we're just going to keep you guys up to date on all this here. Let me go ahead and pull up here our arrival time. Some areas, Southwest Florida already getting out of this. Tallahassee, already is out of it too, even though, I'm still technically in the window here, but you see areas toward the east we're going to watch, we're going to track, looking at all the information above me, even the latest updates coming in. But yeah, we still got to pay attention here. Parts of North Central Florida, Northeast Florida, Southeast Georgia in the hours to come, South Central Georgia even to some degree. So, some of that not so much, but further off toward the east. So we're going to keep you updated. We're going to be back here at 1:30 with more information. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. Stay tuned here and stay safe unless we have to come back soon at 2:30. I think I might have misstated that. We're looking at different times here in the Weather Center. I'll be back at 2:30 here with more information. So keep it tuned here for the very latest on this weather scenario as things continue to evolve. We're watching, we're tracking here in the Weather Center on this active Sunday. Stay tuned, everybody, and stay safe. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power flash. Another power flash. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin-up tornadoes. The things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry. Bear the brunt of this coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's what we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud jumping in a little bit early, a little bit before the bottom of the hour because we have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for parts of Madison County there. Right near I-10, we're seeing some wind enhancement on the Doppler radar algorithm. So that's important to keep in mind as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things. Here it is, yellow box. Severe thunderstorm warning until 2:45. You just see a brownish box pop up. That's a significant advisory. The Jacksonville office issued off toward the east, and that goes into play there until 3:15 for wind gusts up to 50. So Jacksonville office thinks it might not be quite severe. Tallahassee thinks it's just reaching severe limits here. So that's something to consider, something to take into consideration there. Right near I-10, again, a severe thunderstorm warning here in play around Madison, around Lee there, and Hopewell. As we're looking there, just let a remain alert for a possible tornado. There is weak rotation within the Doppler algorithms here. So just be, really on guard. There's a tornado watch in play there for a little longer, technically until 4 o'clock as we're looking and tracking things here. So severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning or we would have jumped in immediately, but a severe thunderstorm warning still watching there. Jacksonville thinks it might be sub-severe. Tallahassee thinks it just is severe. Right on the boundary of, the areas and of that criteria. Got to watch down here south, of that area east of Perry there. You see some areas of enhancement. Some of that's kind of included in the advisory coming up for areas further east, but Jacksonville is issuing, and they are issuing some of the special weather statements that would seem to give us a heads up on something that is under severe limits in their opinion and their assessment. But US 27 there, as we're looking and we're seeing things there, some stronger winds there. But back into this area, let's pull up a Florida 511 camera view here as we give you guys the very latest on this around the Lee area there. This is, a little bit, not right in Madison where we're tracking this potential, but we're just, continuing to monitor the situation here, obviously. I'm going to try to pull up a traffic camera. I had some, views I was looking at here a moment ago, and I'm going to try to see if I can get, maybe better one at points sometimes and sift pretty quick on if they're a better view or not here. So let me go ahead and pull this one up here with this severe thunderstorm warning here in play as we're looking at the overall situation. So I-10 at mile marker 263 there, 263.8 westbound. You can see some of the slick conditions there as we're looking along the Interstate 10 corridor this afternoon on a Sunday. That can, it's a President's Day weekend, but I don't think FSU has tomorrow off. So students may be headed back there to campus already, trying to, get ready maybe for an exam tomorrow or something like that, studying up, as they get back into town, at the different libraries or in the residence halls. You do see some of the camera, views taking here now as we're looking there and we're seeing things that you can kind of get the idea of what's going on there toward parts of the Big Bend region. You see some of that wind picking on up, and that's something we're definitely keeping our eyes on here this afternoon. Again, if you're just tuning in, it's the bottom of the hour, 2:30ish or so. So we have a thunderstorm warning till about 2:45 with a tornado possible tag, but the primary gust threat is for those winds to 60 miles an hour based on radar indications. It's for Madison County till 2:45. A severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect here. So just got to be careful. We also, obviously got to watch to see if the rotation were to uptick, then we would have, tornado threat here become more, more important here to take heed of. Obviously, when you have that tornadic spin there, you have to be, taking tornado precautions immediately. But remain alert for that. Nothing really impressive on the radar, but there was just enough with the wind, the straight line winds, getting some of that down to the surface, maybe that they issued the warning that, we would cut in just a little early, just ahead of 2:30 on that. It wasn't overwhelming. We put it up there with the information in the corner, but and had the radar up and the light with the yellow box, which, yellow box means if a thunderstorm, red tornado, pinkish color there means a confirmed tornado. Marine warnings in the bluest color. Let me go ahead and go back to the map so I can see, guys, this a little bit better, but as we're keeping you guys informed. But yeah, the yellow is severe thunderstorm warning. I know when we have the yellow shaded area on the other map, that's the tornado watch, which I can see that too. But it's kind of giving you guys an idea here of what we're talking about. And then you have the bluest box there. That's the special marine warning as we're looking toward the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America, however you want to describe it there. But again, just trying to keep you guys up to date. You can kind of see looking there toward Madison and the like. That doesn't look as impressive on this view as the stuff to the south, west of Mayo there in Lafayette County. So you guys need to start watching the tornado watch. So you got to remain vigilant here for these type of conditions here. These type of conditions, as the above, Live Oak not too far away, from some gusty winds moving on in there. The movement on this, according to Jacksonville, with their advisory for gusts to 50, they've said the movement's at 55 miles an hour northeast there. So they're saying northeast at 55 on some of this movement here this afternoon. So let's see, and they have that advisory to 315, but let's go ahead and kind of look here at some of this. So, 55 miles an hour, in theory, would get this into Lake City here within the next hour. So, you really got to be, staying vigilant there in toward Columbia County. Part of Columbia County is under the advisory. Lake City's not quite under that. They, Jacksonville highlighted an area a little bit north for their greatest level of concern, more toward Live Oak and Jasper and Suwannee and Hamilton counties. Okay, that's not what we want to hear. So, okay, we're getting word of a wildfire now in Flagler. Did this come up on the Weather Service stuff? So that's, that's something we got to touch on. So let's go ahead and jump away from this warning. We're just getting word of a wildfire situation now in Flagler County. And it looks like we're talking about Flagler County Emergency Management reported a quickly growing wildfire near State Road 11 to the southwest of Bunnell. The wildfire estimated size of the 215 is 250 acres with 0% containment there, no containment. That's according to the Florida State Watch Office. So that's not what you want to hear, obviously, there in Flagler County. So yeah, we're watching the situation very carefully. I'm clicking back if you hear me, with my mouse, because I want to see if we can get that icon to pop in here. So we'll maybe be able to see where this is on the map. It's 5 miles southwest of it now. I could probably pick it out on some stuff, but it'd be easier if we could just get this to pop on up. There you go. So there it is right in here. If you look real carefully, real closely. So that's where we're thinking the wildfire is. I'll step off to see if we have any evacuations, because I think we'll have some information for Flagler Emergency Management. Let me get down here to the radar. I think you might be able to see it on here, which is not good. Oh, I think you can. I think you can on the radar here. It's sometimes, let me double check to see what the hydrometeors are before I show this. That's on another mode, so you're not seeing it on that one, but I just want to make sure. What's our classification saying here? Yeah, I think that probably is smoke then. Let's go ahead and show this. I'm going to show this to you guys. Looking like, out of that area. So the winds, we have those winds there. Those, southwesterly winds. So obviously, we're watching this situation very carefully here. Those winds coming out of the southwest, pushing us off toward the north and east there. So you see that smoke? That would seem to be the storyline there. May have some stuff, in other areas there too, at points in Putnam, but it looks like this is really a more well-defined area, looking pretty far from the radar. So let's go ahead and jump away, from that for a second, and then step off. I don't see anything else that stands out right now, but this is an area in Flagler County, maybe wildfire situation with these gusty winds, maybe upward to 40, 45. You see 25 on that frame there. So let's go ahead and touch on this here. I'm just gonna, this is a fluid situation, obviously, what we're concerned about with a wildfire situation here. So let me see what we have from Flagler County Emergency Management here. I'm gonna see if we have any evacuations or anything. Didn't say that in that statement, but that doesn't look great on there with all these type of winds. But maybe it's in a rural enough area. Let me just see what they say here. Bear with me. I'm gonna check this right now from Flagler EOC. Well, I don't see anything on their page, so let me check on Facebook, that is. Let me check the other sources we have here. Never good to hear 0% containment, no matter where it is, though. Not seeing anything here. Let me just check our maps then. You know, I'm thinking maybe they would have said if there were evacuations, it would have came up there, but so we're talking about a fire further down, but the radar is further up. Let's check Melbourne radar to see. It's not really showing it, which kind of makes sense. I mean, this could impact travel, you know, for a few folks at least. The smoke blows across the interstate coming back from the 2500. If it's, you know, a lot more prevalent, and it could be a lot bigger issue. It's pretty rural down in there, but well, let's see here. So, checking the different modes. Just kind of going through some stuff. Let's see if we can pull up some traffic cameras. Not getting any word on evacuations right off. I'm checking all my different resources here. Wildfire situation in Flagler County. So let me go ahead and keep checking. Florida 511, see if we can pull up some traffic cameras. See that smoke there? That would seemingly be, you know, prevalent there around the Palm Coast area, around I-95. See what we can find here. This is very fluid, of course. It's not necessarily looking in the right direction. It looks hazy, though, on this view. So let me pull it up. I-95 here. Kind of looks hazy, mile marker 281 on that Florida 511 perspective. And that's kind of the storyline there. Let me see what else we might have. Not seeing anything right off, but you just gotta be very careful with this. That's, you know, the storyline was that quickly growing wildfire near State Road 11 to the southwest of Bunnell. Wildfire size as 250 acres, but no containment as a 215. So let me go ahead and go to another mode we have here. That's gonna be your wildfire map. Let's go ahead and pull that in. That's very fast, you know, growing fire there to have that much, you know, that quickly. It looks like it, based on the reporting at least, and the way they have it in here is if it started at 11 and by 2 o'clock it's already grown to 250 acres. But again, not seeing evacuation information right off here. So that makes me think it's a very, very rural area. It looks pretty rural on the mapping, but can't quite confirm that. But let's pull up the other source. So yeah, there it is. It's this area right here where my mouse is. State Road 11 fire, 250 acres, no containment according to the Florida Forest Service as of this update here just a little while ago. So yeah, it's cause for concern. It's down in here into Flagler County, right into here. So it's west of Sweetwater Swamp. You know, some of these areas I know can be pretty hard to get into depending on exactly where it is. We have a bunch of other fire reports showing up. Some of those news, some of them aren't. It's a little hard sometimes to tell them apart. But that one there looks to be an update from yesterday. This here in Bradford is from the other day. Let's see here. This is from yesterday. That looks new out in Gilchrist. That one also looks new. Columbia County. Some of these green ones can be new, but sometimes the red ones can be pretty new too. Let me see out there. Some updates out toward the Swanee River Valley. So, got to be kind of careful here, obviously. We just had the update come across here about the tornado watch. Some of the counties to the west being trimmed back. Let's go back over here. Must have received a thunderstorm warning. They're taking that away at the 245. It's weakening some already with that, so that's good. But we could have more re-strengthening. We're talking about Jefferson being canceled out, as well as Ben Hill and Berrien and Brooks, Cook and Irwin. So Jefferson in Florida, Ben Hill, Berrien, Brooks, Cook and Irwin in Georgia being canceled out. Let me go ahead and see what else we can come up with here. Also getting some other updates. Bear with me. Just checking things. Okay, so we got an update. Looks like in Georgia, thunderstorm wind damage from earlier. We also want to check on here. Let's check the Doppler. First off, just reminding we're in Bradford County, watching everything for the 62 counties here, keeping you guys safe and informed. Keeping you guys safe and informed here on the very latest. On the very latest situations here, obviously. It's all about protecting you, your friends, your family, always on for every tornado warning storm moving to the 62 counties here. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date on everything here this afternoon. Again, let me go ahead. Again, we are seeing these unstable conditions here, and that can lead to these storms to intensify here. That's been the thought process. Not a guarantee it's going to happen, but, it did for a brief bit there. So we have to just be paying attention, obviously, as we're updating you guys, as the situation is very fluid, obviously. A very fluid scenario. We just got to remember to keep those tornado safety tips here in mind, obviously. We got to keep those tornado safety tips here in mind as we're looking at things and as we're tracking them. Just be ready. Take those tornado precautions, obviously. Got to be ready here in these type of scenarios. As I come back again here, you can kind of see, looking here at the situation around Live Oak. We're watching some greens and reds around Lauraville and Mayo. Remain alert. I mean, here around Jennings, some weak rotation as well, but if nothing else, some gusty winds could have a few power outages anyway, even if not severe. And I'm going to go ahead and switch to the other source. You're not seeing exactly what I was zooming in on. We just got an advisory for Glenn and Pierce and Brantley in Georgia, 315 gusts to 40 up there. You can see some of that on the Doppler, but let's zoom back into Florida accent here. At Live Oak, you have areas down in here that are around Mayo and Lauraville. You can see some wind enhancement there. This is more impressive. This may get a warning here in Hamilton, right around I-75 there. Jennings to Jasper. That might be pretty rough. That may get a warning here soon, at least a severe thunderstorm warning, maybe necessary there. Jennings to Jasper as we're looking and as we're tracking things out there. Let me go ahead and, continue to look at our different sources, obviously. Let's see if we can pull up more traffic cameras for everybody at home. Just trying my best here to protect everybody. Just trying to keep you guys up to date here on what we're dealing with. So important to stay vigilant here in these type of situations. We're just trying to stay on top of this. We did get a report earlier. I don't think I went over it. Decatur County updated a report about a car blown off the road and trees blown down. The location had to be updated. It was toward Spring Creek Road and Piney Woods Tribe. As we're looking there, as we're watching the situation, we're just continuing to keep you guys updated. I was in Decatur County, Georgia, so around in the Bainbridge vicinity at least. So again, we're continuing to track everything here. We're continuing to keep you guys up to date, continuing to inform everybody there about what's going on. Let me go ahead and I'm just going through some of our different sources here again on our tools, that are at our disposal. I want to pull up Jennings to Jasper on our Florida 511 because that looked like some pretty impressive wind there. On the Florida 511, let's see if we can get some of that because that can give us some ground truth here. Bear with me. Just trying to keep you guys up to date. Right there around Jennings, just south of Jennings. You see some of those brighter colors here, but it's north of Jasper. Okay, we'll pull this one up. This is I-75 at County Road 141, mile marker 464.9 here. You can see it looks nasty out there for sure as we're looking at the overall situation. So, okay, at 235, by the way, around the Dallin Park area, we had a gust there to 44 miles an hour. The Advent Crescent Village there, I can't talk because of phone problem. Let me say that again. The Advent Christian Village there measured a peak wind gust of 44 miles an hour as thunderstorms moved through there on 2:35 p.m. A weather stem station there. That's in the Dallin Park vicinity. So giving you that key information there. So, tropical storm force gust there, not overwhelming, low end of tropical storm force, but still, that is the storyline that we're talking about here. So, again, something to definitely touch on, definitely be, vigilant about here as we're looking and as we're tracking things, as we give you guys the very latest, obviously. Let me go ahead and see here. Just checking some information. I'm off camera, and they have that Daytona 500 underway there. So hopefully, it's looking pretty good about them getting that in, especially moving up an hour earlier. FSU baseball, though, unfortunately, that got canceled because of the storm action coming on in, and just is not working out for them to play that third game against JMU today. FSU did win the first two and won the series, though, to start things strong, 2-0 for the Noles here in 2026 college baseball. Really quick side note, FSU basketball. What a great job they did yesterday there against Virginia Tech up in Blacksburg, getting that win easily. In the second half, great domination there. I know we don't have any warnings right now, so that's why we can kind of talk a little bit like that. And then we do have to tornado watch, so we got to still stay vigilant until 8 o'clock. Parts of the area. But we also have a situation here where no Gator basketball won yesterday against Kentucky. That was a big win there, national broadcast television there against the Wildcats in Florida. They could end up being a 2 seed in the NCAA tournament. They're playing a lot better than they did earlier on. Granted, they had some tough opponents. We'll see if the defending national champs, Thomas Houck, Micah Handlock, and them try to win it again in 2026. A lot of the players, not all of them, but a lot of the players back from that team, part of that roster. And it'll be a key story for North Central Florida viewers to follow. I'm a Seminole fan, but we've got to touch on our Gator storylines as well. That's such a big story. Them winning the title a year ago, trying to repeat like the teams did years ago. 06 team, 07 team there. They had that repeat going there as we were looking, as we were tracking things years ago in college basketball. I know that was such a big deal there, obviously. They had their bookend titles over in Gainesville, even 2 basketballs and a football there, getting that undone as we were looking out that way a couple decades ago. But again, we're looking at this camera here toward parts of Swanee area, Hamilton area, actually, as we're looking toward I-75 at County Road 141. We're definitely keeping our eyes on this here. We're definitely staying vigilant, obviously, as the situation does evolve. We're just keeping our eyes on everything. We still, in theory, hopefully it doesn't happen, but it still, in theory, could end up getting, a tornado all the way up to EF2 strength. It's not impossible. As the time goes by, we don't start getting, circulations, and, it still could happen, all of a sudden now, but we may end up not seeing that, but still, even an EF0, EF1 can be problematic. That's, decent amount of damage with some wind today. Thunderstorm wind damage further off toward the west. That's something we have to, be cognizant of, obviously, as we were looking, as we were tracking things here in toward the weather center. So, as we go ahead and continue to give you guys the very latest here, we continue to give you guys the very latest here on the weather situation this afternoon. We're trying to keep you guys informed. We're trying to keep you guys safe as we're looking at all the different, different updates here. We're trying to look at all of our different tools here in the toolkit. That's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather, looking back at that traffic camera perspective once again, giving you a look here at some of these inclement conditions for sure out there toward parts of that Swanee River Valley. So, again, that's what we're looking at there. We don't have a formal warning. We have to remain vigilant there in the Jennings area for sure. But we have to just remain vigilant. I keep checking above me to see if we get a warning issue, to get a statement or something out on some of this here. This is moving toward Eccles County there in Georgia, a Potter community not too far from Statenville there. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking things, I know we're seeing maybe some wind shear, greens and red a little bit southwest of Live Oak there in Swanee County. Got to be careful. We don't want to get a quick spin up tornado right into town here. You might not have too much time to take shelter around Live Oak if we get a quick spin up. You got to remain vigilant there. You also have down toward parts of Taylor County there. as we're keeping you guys updated. We're still watching. We had that one quick warning from Madison, a thunderstorm warning, severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but we haven't had many other warnings here, any other warnings in a while. So have different viewers watching, talking about the winds. Obviously, that's a concern with the wildfire danger. We had that Flagler situation. That's the Marion Road closure, but Flagler getting that storm report in from the Weather Service in Jackson. We're talking about a wildfire there with 0% containment. I haven't seen anything about evacuations yet, but 5 miles southwest of Bunnell, apparently started or reported around 11 and it grew to 250 acres there by 2:15, which is very concerning. And no matter where that is, if it's in rural or urban or whatever, it looks more rural, obviously, from what we're talking about now. But again, continuing to watch here, continuing to track around New Bern there, just continuing to check all our different metrics here in the Weather Center. We're just trying to keep you guys up to date, keep you guys informed here on these situations here. We have Jennings to Jasper, still some, we may be close to needing a severe thunderstorm warning at least. Let's see. Okay, slight risk update is what just come in above me here with the Storm Prediction Center information. But US 129, we got some winds that could be at least on velocity around 50 to 55 miles an hour, maybe even 60 there. We'll have to just be very careful with that. But, not too far off the ground, only about 1,000 feet or so. I know we're watching, all these, different things. Outdoor events can be impacted. We got to watch this. By the way, we don't know what the weather's going to be, but obviously the Bradford County Fair is not too far away. The Flared Golf Championship not too far away. We'll have to watch to see what the weather is for those. Fair a couple weeks. Fair's a couple weeks, but the Flared Golf a few weeks away, give or take. And always will be this time of year when we have the weather pattern change. It can always be an issue for those different events. Of course, FSU baseball is going to be canceled today against JMU. But we're continuing to watch things here. Let's see where that slight risk lies now here on our mapping. Let's see, marine warning just got updated by the way, but let's see, our slight risk update just came in. So let me go ahead and see what that is showing on the map here. Our tornado risk is what I'm going to start off with here on the other mode. You can see here some of this yellow. That's our still 2 out of 5 concern here, obviously, as we're looking for the tornado potential all the way down, south of our area, even Newport Richey and Homosassa Springs there. So as we go ahead and look there at wind parameters in terms of the overall forecast, you see that. We also have here a situation where we have, of course, the SPC information. They took the hail risk away earlier, so that's good. The formal one, at least, I mean, it can't happen a little bit, but in terms of large hail. But you see our tornado watch still in play. A lot of this looks a little bit messier, which could help us out. Less instability north, but down here from about Baker and I-10 south, it looks like is where if we start getting warnings, it would, generally be more likely though the wind, because of the energy. But we had the wind parameters up in here. We were showing you on this edging on up, and that that's where some of those have been a little bit more prevalent, where we've seen the higher velocity values. Sometimes the radar's not as good down here, so maybe stronger some of this than what we can see right now. I might have to be up in the ante a little. Might get maybe surprised a little bit if things all of a sudden start ramping up. It's because we can't see it on the radar. Once it starts to come into view, we could have more issues in terms of like rotations on radar, tornado vortex signatures, and the like. So again, just continuing to track all this here. Let me just keep checking all our different updates here, obviously, as the situation does go along. We're just going to go ahead and see how things evolve. Marion County under the tornado watch 8 o'clock. Levy County, you're under tornado watch officially to 8. Some of these areas will be out of the threat earlier. Let's go back to the graphics we had up earlier on, going through all this here. Some of this that's already passing by, Tallahassee and Southwest Georgia, as we're looking at, but you see, so 6 o'clock, Swanee River Valley over to Lake City, as late as 7, maybe in Gainesville, as late as 8, Jacksonville, you see as late as 9, Palm Coast, up in the southeast Georgia, it could be as late as 7, Brunswick, still to about 4, theoretically, around, but also some of that was more Statenville areas we were showing you, though, on the map at this point in time. So, again, continuing to watch all this, zooming, around here on the maps, there's Lake City, 2 to 6, Starks 3 to 7, probably, it won't be at 3, but Gainesville's there is, 3 to 7, 4 to 8, Jacksonville, Palaca's 4 to 8 p.m. On the time, and this was the rainfall forecast I put in here earlier on. Some areas getting around an inch or so, which has been beneficial, but it's not enough by any means to bust the drought, but it's better than the alternative. We do need to rain with the drought we're in. We definitely need that precipitation. It's very important, obviously, as we're looking and as we're tracking things with the wildfire dangers we're hearing about today, even like in Flagler County with that fire that's, not contained at all as of the last check. But you can see the drought monitor here, the extreme drought for most of us, not good here in North Florida. Gotta always be alert and be ready to evacuate from wildfire, have those important documents ready just in case, it's just something you gotta stay vigilant about. And in Georgia, we have the mapping. You can see the color code here. If you're looking there and the like, you can see some of that extreme drought in the red, severe drought in the orange. So not a good picture for our area at all as we're looking at this and as we're tracking. But we still got to watch the tornado threat, obviously. Just try to avoid taking shelter in a mobile home. Get inside a sturdy building. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something along those lines. It's very important here to keep in mind. We have maybe a tornado warning, one of those red boxes popping up. That's, more important to take into account here, obviously. When we have one of those red boxes popping up, those are more serious, but occasionally the severe thunderstorm warnings can produce tornadoes. So we had some of that action 2020, 2021 here in Bradford County. So hey, you got to still be vigilant. You got to stay tuned for the very latest here, obviously, and be ready to take tornado, safety tips into action here at a moment's notice. So again, that's what we're down with. That's what we're looking at here right now. 77 degrees east of Stark. Pressure down at 1,009 millibars and still flowing here on that barometer. So, and those winds not quite as strong on the readings here at the moment. But let's go ahead and pull up a camera view here. We're going to look back outside, and it definitely looks to be getting a little bit darker here around Stark on our viewpoints. Let me go ahead and pull that on up. Let me go ahead and pull that on up here. We're going to pull that into our other source. You see the rain? I mean, look at that. It's the light rain's already in Lake Butler here. So some of that out ahead can preclude, and reduce maybe the severe threat a little bit on us here. We'll see, but it's definitely getting darker as you're about to see right now. Here, looking back toward the west here, we're east of Stark, looking back. The word Stark, give or take there on the view. You can kind of see what we're talking about and how we're tracking things here right now with the overall situation. You can see the tree movement not as abrupt at points as what we've seen, but definitely getting darker out there for sure as we're keeping you guys up to date. I know looking outside is maybe just a tad darker than what it's really looking like, but still gives you an idea of the conditions as the rain's not that far away. We need the rain very badly on that rain gauge here for sure. So again, definitely, there it is in Lake Butler and Union County, light rain. If we can just get out of this we've had some damage to the west, but without tornado damage, we'd be considering ourselves lucky here today with all the tornado watches and a couple tornado warnings we've had in play. We're not to that point yet. We cannot by any means give you the all clear if you're under a tornado watch. As we get the update on that, it is canceled Coffee County in Georgia. So up there, you do get an all clear. But everybody else in our area, well, Coffee, we're watching you guys up there and the like. I know you see areas there. We have to do have Atkinson County getting the all clear as well. But besides those two counties, that in the Jacksonville watch, everybody else still has that threat. That is in the yellow shaded area here as we're looking and as we're watching. We're at the top of the hour. You're just tuning in. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. And again, we're still, having to watch things very carefully. We have to, we want to get out of this without the, without the tornadic weather. In 77 degrees to Stark right now. Right now, I mean, looking, like we're going to get in that light rain first. I don't want to say better yet because until we get out of that watch, things can change in a hurry here in this type of setup. So you got to be vigilant here. We have a tornado watch in play for a reason. A little bit of lightning embedded in this here in Gilchrist County right now. Haven't had a threat like this in we haven't had a tornado watch for Bradford County in 11 months. Based on what I was looking up when we were on here earlier on. It's first tornado watch in 11 months here for Bradford County. I mean, that shows you how active it's been in a way, but also, we had all those hurricanes, and then last year not so much here locally. not just that, it's been so dry. We haven't had systems come through. This at least gives us rain. We know we're getting the rain. 100% chance is what I was talking about last night. The tornado threat, I mean, that's 1% of us. Even if it's a higher than normal threat, really, for north central Florida, still, tornadoes don't hit that many areas in terms of the swaths. The percentages, it's not like a hurricane. Damaging winds can hit more in terms of the line formation that comes together a little bit more, but we're in a little bit better shape in terms of, tornadoes, obviously, versus a hurricane. In general, some tornadoes can be very significant, but, at the most today, we're talking about, 2 strength. We were talking about strong tornadoes the other day. Right now, it's still possible, but you see they're already down to 66 in Live Oak. There's 70 there in Lake City, so they're already starting to drop a little bit before some of the worst of this comes in, which can work in our favor some, but still some of this out here. So to see how this kind of comes together, we still have a few more hours here, 3 o'clock. We have to have a few more hours of daylight here, that we could still have some destabilization that's trying to occur in some of these areas. As I'm looking at some of the parameters, supercell, and this is instability. We're at here in Bradford County, 600 joules per kilogram. But the thing about this is, by the time we get the action that could produce, it's not in the energy anymore, Harley. In terms of the maximums, it's down to 300 joules per kilogram. So it's already losing some energy before it can come on in here, in terms of the potential that is available to it. So again, that's kind of what we're dealing with there as we're looking and as we're tracking things here. As we give you the latest, I wonder if the Gulf waters, the core Gulf, might be playing a role. We'll see, but way too early for an all clear by, all means. You got to continue to stay very vigilant here. Things can change in a hurry in this type of situation. You can't let your guard down here, but the rain can be very beneficial. As we were looking here on the Doppler again, up and down this, getting some of that in parts of Glenn County and Camden, Baker County, Union, and Gilchrist County, there, Western Alachua even trying, and in the Levy County, the edge of that's coming on in. So definitely that can be helpful here as we're looking, as we're tracking. Let me go ahead and we're going to do a couple different things. Let's put up some satellite stuff here. That's, so some of the cooler cloud tops there with that. And then let's go ahead and pull up some. I know I'll keep some of the information to lighten up when you haven't heard rumbles of thunder in a while, and some of that coming through. The winds out ahead have been an issue, as we talked about. Let's pull up HRRR because, when we're on like this, we can't don't sometimes look at the latest. This is what is simulating there for 2 o'clock, 3, 4. I know we kept current lightning text on, but just watch the simulated radar view. I'll zoom up a little, out a little. This is what the radar could look like at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. You saw it in Lake City, then at 5 around Stark and Gainesville, and Jacksonville there, give or take. 6 o'clock in Palatka and St. Augustine, and maybe Ocala. 7 o'clock, still lingering in Ocala, but then by 8 o'clock, we're really starting to get it pushed out of the viewing circle there. Maybe just southern flag where they need to rain. But hearing that fire storyline there, and in southeastern Marion, maybe still. So, and there's stuff behind it. Let's look at that because that, don't really think we have severe potential with that, but, we'll just, we'll monitor things. There's a little bit of convection in there and the like because of the way this pattern is not going to cool down all that much. So let's just look here. That's 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11. Maybe we get a little more rain in there in some spots out of that as we go through the night, but it kind of weakens on out. So that's kind of the storyline there. And then tomorrow, we get to the lunch hour. You're not too much of that. By lunch hour tomorrow, these are temperatures that are a little bit cooler, around 60 degrees in the yellow and greens in the 50s there on the lunch hour tomorrow. So again, that's kind of a little bit cooler than what we've been seeing. Maybe some clouds trying to hit on the back side just a little bit here. So we're continuing to watch this overall situation. We don't have any active warnings right now, which is great news. But we're going to keep you up to date. We'll be back at 3:30 unless we need to pop back in sooner with more pertinent information, obviously, as we're on live on the different platforms, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. It's all about protecting you, your friends, your family here this afternoon. That's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather, the different platforms. You have Interactive Better on cloudweather.com, of the different links there. We'll pop back in sooner if we need to. Obviously, tornado warning. We got to get on immediately. Severe thunderstorm warning, depending on how they look and where they are, jumping in pretty quick, or at least pop up as a yellow box, and I'll pull up the information in the corner if nothing else. But way things are shaping up, we start getting those, especially in some more popular areas, we'll probably just kind of stick with that a little bit more. So we'll kind of play it by, ear here per se, and continue to watch things and track them here from the Weather Center. Stay tuned, stay safe. I'll be back here at 3:30 with another update, another cut in here, unless we need to pop back in sooner. Keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys informed here. I try to, just be monitoring things. Obviously, still, even if it's not severe, still can, lead to accidents on the road when you first start getting in that rain. You could hydroplane, something like that. Just the oils on the road haven't had much rain in a while, and it could make things slick at first. So be very careful here. Even if we don't have warnings, in theory, severe warnings, tornado warnings, it could still be dangerous out there. So be, careful. Even the winds, fire concerns, you can knock down a tree here and there as well, even non-thunderstorm winds. So keep all that in mind and keep it tuned here for the very latest. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power blast. Another power blast. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar-confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this, coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's why we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust Cloud's weather.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back at the bottom of the hour. It's 3:30 as we continue to watch the Doppler perspective. That tornado watch does continue here as we're looking towards some of those different local counties here. So even though we don't have active severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings, we do have the threat here that does remain. We have some pretty gusty wind out ahead, and even with the rain acts and the thunderstorm acts, and there is some lightning activity that is notable on the Doppler radar here this afternoon. And we will watch down here too some of this action on the southern front of the area, see how that evolves, even down toward, maybe as far south as Tampa there, just right after sunset, maybe could have something that gets a little bit, on the strong and severe side, maybe even get a little bit of a local extension on a tornado watch down there, even though we're not getting as much up here though, so not a guarantee it's set up like that. I know our temperatures down there, are about as warm, if not even a bit warmer down there, so up to the sea, but we do have some of the instability showing up. Look at all that energy right around Stark. It's just, we have this kind of undercutting per se here going on in terms of some of the light to moderate rain out ahead of the heavier convection, which is, not allowing things to be quite as dangerous as it could be, but they do look a little bit more impressive now in Doppler. Tell you what, that's starting to look a little more impressive here, folks. We do have an advisory in play here around Lake City. This is about to move in, no warning, but I tell you what, they may get a warning on this pretty soon. I have to stick with this. If we get a warning here, because this is starting to look not as much on that mode, but on this mode, we're starting to see some weak rotation northeast of Winfield, west of Lake City. I tell you what, west of I-75 is not really tight, but in this setup, it doesn't have to be tight. No debris signature or anything, no warning yet, but right around Lake City, gotta watch this here as this starts to come on, and there's no warning here. On this, yeah, but we have some green and red. This could be something here, folks. It's starting to organize some, but we do have a new advisory now we have this down here till 3:45 for gusts to 50, and now potential for gusts to 50 up there as we're looking a little bit further up toward the north. I think I saw something down to the south too. I need to go back in a moment, but we're watching Charlton, Ware, Pierce, Wayne, Nassau. Some of this action coming on in. It starts to, starting to look a little bit more robust. And then Mayo, I saw something down here I didn't really like. This is all starting to look a good bit more, stronger. How we want to describe that here. It's starting to look more intense, the action now. We're starting to, it was the tornado watch. You never let your guard down here, even if the trends were kind of, looking better. We're maybe starting to get more organization despite some of the limiting factors now. We may be starting to see some more intensification. We start getting a bunch of warnings here. Severe thunderstorm warnings at least here on this line pretty soon as we're looking and as we're tracking here. That's why I haven't been on like wall to wall. We haven't had, that many warnings here in the PM hours. We had, a bunch of start the day off. I mean, but, not going, past that lunch hour at least. We really haven't had much. Had the one warning in parts of Madison County there, but as we were, looking and as we were tracking things. But again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here, obviously. We were talking about it there. We're going to go up to the east, but it just hadn't had that happen yet. But it is a time frame where that could happen here. And it looks like, again, in the last, few frames, it started to really take off a bit. Jackson Ritter even showed it. I think we probably need at least a severe thunderstorm warning here. I don't think it's enough for a tornado warning yet, but the way this is setting up coming right into town, I think I'd go with a severe thunderstorm warning. I know the bright colors maybe aren't there as much, but if these get a little bit tighter, it'd be enough to have gate to gate, which could actually produce a lower end tornado. And you have 0, you have 1 type tornado. So you need to be ready to, really, you need to be hunkering down there anyway, even if there's not a warning, but you need to be ready, to be thinking about where you'd go if you end up getting a tornado warning here around Lake City, to be quite honest. So again, around Columbia County, we're starting to see some organization. It's not enough for a tornado warning right now. Again, it may be enough for a severe thunderstorm warning here soon. We're looking at some of this moving toward Taylor now there, as well as this moves into parts of Baker County here, as we're looking in the timeline again around Mayo. We're looking at things here as well, southern Lafayette County, south of Cook's Hammock. That looks pretty impressive away from the radar. So sometimes a little harder to see stuff down there. Tallahassee radar is showing it too. I'm kind of surprised we're not getting warnings on this, to be quite honest. I know. Let's check Mayo. Let me see if I can get. I think we have a camera. We can go to a Mayo. I think we've been showing that to you over the years. as we're looking at, as we're tracking things, with the hurricane situation with Debbie, power blasts, some of these different areas in these vicinities, but as we're looking over there into where some of these different counties and these different zones, across city and the like, it looks like Mayor doesn't actually have a view we can go to right off here at this point in time. We do have cross city views, so let's see what we can pull up from cross city, which is to the south. Probably not as much, not near as much, but it's pretty blurry, but it shows some wind. So let's go ahead and pull that on in here. You can kind of see here as we're looking toward that area. You can see it's cloudy, wet. Just gotta be careful on the roads there. That's toward Cross City on that Florida 501 perspective. So yeah, we're watching that carefully. We're trying to keep you guys up to date. We're watching everything across the 62 county area and the like. But yeah, we got to start being a little bit more on the edge here per se, is a way to describe it, at least over the next little bit as it starts to intensify. Let's see Lake City. I know we have plenty of cameras around there. So let me go ahead on the Florida 501 perspective, that is. Let me go ahead and see if we can pull up in toward Columbia County. Let's see, I-75, a view from that maybe. We'll go ahead and try to pull that on in. We'll go ahead and let's see what we got. Bear with me here. Okay, so we're back on this and back on this view now, and looking there, I-75 at State Road 247. You can see some of these wet conditions here. The folks with their lights on as they need to be on. If they're out in this, really don't want to be out in these conditions. Okay, got a severe thunderstorm warning now. Lafayette County, so that's the Mayo area, the one we were just talking about. You don't have a camera there, unfortunately, to be able to pop up at this point in time. It doesn't seem, but let's go down there. We got a warning now, what we were kind of alluding to, some upticks here in the Axon down there in the eastern parts, the Big Bend per se. And now we have a warning that's about to step on this screen. That really looks like it's gathering strength pretty rapidly. There's a tornado possible tag on this. We may end up getting a tornado warning here pretty soon toward the Mayo area and Lafayette County. This is really strengthening rapidly. Be on alert around Branford as well. Jacksonville may have to issue a warning for this here too. This is really strengthening quickly. Let me just check the radar. Okay, it says Moody's actually a little closer on here. So, you see some of this wind here. It's right more so around Cook's Hammock, where some of the worst of this is based on the higher, resolution view here. Maybe it's definitely getting light and heavy rain, but in terms of maybe a possible tornado trying to spin up, I would say Cook's Hammock to Branford. That's where you guys need to be, be ready to take those tornado precautions there. This could end up getting a tornado warning, moving east in general at 55. It's a little bit of northerly movement, but Axon's sinking down. So, but we have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. Now, this is the most impressive Axon we've had in a few hours here. In our viewing circle, as we look toward Lafayette County, a severe thunderstorm warning here now. Lafayette County, this could end up going tornado warned here at a moment's notice there in Lafayette County in the eastern part of the Big Bend, the very far eastern part. Again, this is something we're watching very carefully around the Cook's Hammock community. And we got to watch around O'Brien and around Branford there in southern Suwannee County. Again, this is starting to intensify a little bit here. In some ways, a little bit might not be. I would almost want to say a lot here, unfortunately. Trying to, keep it, in that we'll have to see if the trends keep continuing this way because it's edging toward intensifying a lot here. We're further away on some of these radars, so maybe we're not seeing it quite as good as we're looking, as we're tracking things here. But again, this looks to be getting an uptick in that convective activity here as we're looking. I'm going to step off. Again, be ready to take those tornado precautions. Again, we're trying to give you guys the very latest, obviously, to protect you, your friends, and your family. Very, very important. Let's just throw these up here, though. We're just going to remind you guys what to do if you get a tornado warning here. Again, we really need to be ready to take those tornado precautions there from about that area there on Cook's Hammock to Branford there. Again, we really need to be, vigilant here, very vigilant here in that area as we look, we're further away on the radar, which hurts us some in determining how bad this could actually be. Radar coverage can be lacking sometimes. Just you're wanting to get the better distances, but really got to watch here in the Mayo area and point southward of that, especially as we're tracking things here. We're just going through things, obviously, in the Weather Center to look at the very latest. It's again all about protecting everybody here. We have Mayo, Cook's Hammock, and then Brantford would be Jacksonville's call. That would be for Suwannee County if we get a warning of severe or a tornado. And that's a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. So again, let me go ahead and keep looking here. Keep checking things here. Yeah, we're still watching the trends very carefully. We want you guys to be ready to take those tornado precautions. We're live on the different platforms here, trying to give you guys the latest. We've had tornadoes touch down here in the area without, tornado warnings. You can have severe thunderstorm warnings and have them. Technically, you can have them without, but, so sometimes they're a little harder to pick out, especially further from the radar site. So you have to be vigilant here. You have to be careful. We're starting to get that uptick we were kind of concerned about. We were hoping it might not happen because there was some of that action out ahead trying to, tamp things down. Unfortunately, we're starting to see it, though. We're starting to really see the environment, the more favorable conditions start to take hold, it would seem. Maybe not toward the surface, but it looks that way in Lafayette County. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning, Mayo down the hatch. Let's see here, not Hatch Bend, but Cook's Ham, excuse me, as we're looking here. Hatch Bend a little bit further down to the south. You're not quite under that warning there in Hatch Bend, but you have areas like Brantford and O'Brien who could be next in line. McAlpin maybe. And then, okay, tornado warning. We got a tornado warning now. This is what we were afraid of here. Tornado warning. A possible tornado in the vicinity of Mayo here now. Granted, I think they're tracking further south. Let's see if they're more specific. Well, I hadn't popped up here yet. Let me go to our other source here. It is on the other source. So, yeah, they're kind of aiming further south of this like we've talked about. We're between all these different radar sites. Let's get this on the screen here, folks. We have a tornado warning here in the more favorable slot today. Now, we don't get tornado warnings much in Lafayette County because they're kind of further from the radar. We just don't know, but this has been sending an uptick here in potential. Now, we have a tornado warning for Lafayette County. Interior room away from windows. If you want to, it may even be preferable to at least have a bicycle helmet, football, baseball helmet ready to put on just in case. But you can go ahead and put that on even if you feel more comfortable here. As we have a tornado warning now for Lafayette County until 4 o'clock. This is the Mayo area. Does not quite include Brantford yet, but it includes areas, Mayo's right on the edge. And really, it probably is the south of there. But if you're in the red box, you got to respect the polygon. The old saying is there by folks in the meteorology community. Anybody in the red box, interior room away from windows, have that bicycle helmet ready to put on to protect your head from flying debris, because we don't know how strong this is because we're farther from the radar site. There's that uncertainty here. We can't see the lower levels here, the lower tilts. So we don't know. This could be a lot more significant than what we think here because we just can't see it. There might not be that much at all reaching down toward the surfaces. We don't even have the cameras, in that area to really tell the story. So we're really kind of, we're in a little bit of a meteorological blind spot, unfortunately. But based on what we're seeing, we have to treat this as if there's like a tornado on the ground even. And, Brantford, got to be ready here to take shelter around Brantford there in southern Suwannee County. Again, this is a tornado warning now here in Lafayette County and O'Brien. This could be something you guys need to be vigilant about in Suwannee County. Definitely need to be vigilant, be ready to take shelter there in O'Brien there in southern Suwannee County this afternoon. Again, you need to take this situation seriously. Unfortunately, we're starting to see the environment, really rear its ugly head, for lack of better phrasing there. We really need to be very careful here with this, the more favorable conditions, the energy, the wind parameters trying to come together, unfortunately, here in toward parts of Lafayette County and Suwannee County could be next year. A potential tornado in this area, according to the Weather Service in Tallahassee, the office there at the Love Building and the FSU campus. They're in charge of issuing these warnings, and they issued a tornado warning for Lafayette County. So we need folks in shelter immediately. Interior room away from windows. put that football helmet on, or at least have it ready, that bicycle helmet on, baseball helmet on. Again, interior room. It's only technically for a few thousand folks, but very well may have some viewers in there in central Lafayette County watching here. East of Cook's Hammock, we have some of those greens and reds trying to come together here. We need to take shelter. Lake City, there's some weak rotation on that view. It does not look quite maybe as strong as it did a few frames ago, but we'll have to watch the trend. Western Baker looks a little weaker at the moment, but gotta watch the trend down here. Well, compared to what it was a few frames ago, it's about steady state, I would say. Maybe, maybe a little bit, maybe just a tad bit it's too far away from the radar. I would almost say a little weaker, but I think we're too far from the radar to say that with certainty. Let's check the Tampa radar. That's really far away, but we don't have many close radar views here. I just want to see a different vantage point on this. And, you see some stuff is right on the edge there. We have some stuff down here that's could be a problem for Levy County later. Cedar Key, that's worth looking at here. They're under the tornado watch down there in Levy County. They were the only county out of the Tampa jurisdiction put in that. That's the only one in our area, out of the Tampa Weather Service area, and they're under that tornado watch. So you got to remain vigilant down there. Perry, Madison, Valdosta, you're going to be all clear from our severe threat roll today. Maybe a few lingering showers or a quick, maybe a lightning strike or something later on. But if we get some pop-up later on, but not really too concerned back there. But in Lafayette County, there is concern. There's a tornado warning in play. You need to get inside and away from windows. That site-built structure is preferable to a mobile home here, as we're looking in Lafayette County right now, in parts of our eastern Big Bend of Florida, in our covered area, one of our 62 counties. This is a county, again, does not get a tornado warning that often because we're so far from the radars. You kind of just hoping, sometimes hoping for the best, because you did not see it, so you're thinking, well, hopefully nothing's happening. And, a lot of times it doesn't. We haven't really had it, but sometimes things can happen here as we're tracking. Again, we have that radar at Moody Air Force Base. We have, you see these greens here. Okay, updated to tornado watch, cancel Madison and Lanier Lowndes on our board above me. But, okay, these greens, these are winds going toward the radar at Moody. Red winds going away. We have some of this here. Some of that circulation here on the Doppler that we need to continue to monitor, continue to watch, but it's not just, that's for areas points, east in the actual threat zone. It's the situation here where if you're in the red box, you got to take shelter. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning issued downstream now for Lake City. And for some of the areas from some of this, they're not going with a tornado warning yet, the Jacksonville office, but they're going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning for central Columbia, southern Suwannee, and southeastern Hamilton counties until 4:15. At 3:47, a severe thunderstorm is located near O'Brien, or it looks like about 8 miles east of Mayo, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. We're talking about Lake City, White Springs, Columbia, Wellborn, 5 Points, as well as Watertown, Winfield, Suwannee Valley, O'Brien, and McAlpin. So again, that's kind of the storyline there. So the thunderstorm warning until 4:15, and there's a tornado possible tag. You see the yellow box here. If you look carefully on this, you can kind of see that on our map here. Again, we have that severe thunderstorm warning box out ahead of the tornado warning. The Weather Service in Jack can always go with a tornado warning downstream. It's definitely not out of the question here. By the way, in terms of instability for the east, we have quite a bit, but we're down to 75 degrees to start. But that's still pretty warm, still very much favorable for severe weather, maybe even isolated tornado. We got to continue to stay alert. Stay tuned for the very latest. Again, you got to stick with this tornado warning. Lafayette County here until 4 o'clock. Interior room away from windows. It's very imperative that you do that there in Lafayette County. Let's pull up that overview map because some of you may, in our area, we don't talk about Lafayette County enough. Maybe sometimes because there's not a lot of warnings down here. A lot of times, we have a big squall line. It's not in the focus, but we've got a lot of damage from the hurricanes down there. Helene and, of course, Idalia. Down there, I remember after Idalia looking at some of that damage down there. And you see it, it's east of Taylor, it's north of Dixie, it's northwest of Gilchrist, it's southwest of Suwannee. So, Suwannee's where Live Oak is. Columbia County is where Lake City is. Lafayette is where Mayo is. This is worse. This is probably south of Mayo. And then, moving toward parts of Suwannee County. You have Taylor County. That's where Perry is. The city of Madison is in Madison County. Monticello is in Jefferson County. Tallahassee is where Leon County is. So, again, That's the storyline. Leon County's where Tallahassee is, I guess is the way to say that. But you kind of get the idea here as we're looking. Ooh, that's tightening up, tightening up. Let's get back to the Doppler here. I know we have the severe thunderstorm warning out ahead. I'll go over that in a second, but this looks like we're getting some greens and reds here trying to come together a little bit more. Yeah, it's kind of on the back side here, but that's about the tightest it's been. That latest frame, eat the cook's hammock, take shelter. The worst of this looks to be, and granted there could be some radar displacement, the worst of this is this southeast of State Road 51 there, it looks like. This southeast of State Road 51, and this north here, of some of these other areas in here in the county, also to the north and west of State Road 349. So, but Branford could be next in line. If this keeps tightening up like this, Jacksonville may have to go with a tornado warning downstream. But right now, it's severe thunderstorm warning for Lake City, White Springs, Columbia, Wellborn, as well as 5 Points, Watertown, Winfield, Swanee Valley, O'Brien, and McAlpin. So again, that's kind of the storyline there. You see the tightness here. I don't like this at all because we're, higher up. It's not, you don't know what's happening, but the way that I feel like this may be a producer of a tornado right in here, give or take, of course, and it's pretty wooded, but it looks like there might be a few homes in here still. You see a lightning strike too, which that can be an issue. You can't guarantee anything with this type of distance from the radar unless we get a debris signature at 5,000 feet, and that'd probably be indicative of an EF1, maybe approaching EF2 tornado, a strong tornado like what we had unfortunately been talking about here in the days, previous, yesterday especially, leading up into this, but had an update last night and the like. But latest radar scan, here what we're looking at. Here, thunder here used to start. It hadn't happened much this year in a while, so we're hearing some of that. We just got the latest velocity scan. Looks like it's kind of on the southern edge of the polygon here. Don't see any debris, but again, it has to be pretty strong to get that at 5,000 feet up. Can't guarantee anything one way or the other in here, but because of the distance, really. But unless it was really bad, you'd have a debris fall or debris signature. We don't have that. That's hail, probably a little bit of hail in there. South of it looks like US 27. So again, you have O'Brien in there. As we're looking, and we're just at a distance, it could just be, really small hail even. But we're continuing to track this here. You see the O'Brien area there in Swanee County. Again, we need to be very much paying attention there. But in Branford, I think Branford's more in line than O'Brien right now from this potential tornado. So around Branford, let's go back and forth, scrub back and forth here on the Doppler, the velocity mode. Let's go ahead and, it's close because you have some of that spin there on the Doppler, and we're just looking at it kind of, moving in this vicinity. Eventually it'll be crossing over US 129, probably between O'Brien and Branford, but it's not a guarantee yet here. We'll have to see what the Jacksonville office says. The tornado warning for Lafayette County goes. The Tallahassee office is, issuance goes for the 7 minutes there until 4 p.m. So, again, we're continuing to track all this here in the Weather Center. Quite a bit of lightning there. That electrical energy. Let's look at some of the other axes because we don't want to get too focused on just one area, even though there's tornado warning, and we have to lead with that. We do have some moderate downpours for the first time in a long time, really. We're coming into Brooker. You have some lightning. I've heard some rumbles of thunder. You have some stuff in toward Duval County there. You have some stuff around Folkestone there. You have some stuff around Folkestone that's pretty heavy. You have there, again, just watching, that's quite a bit of wind energy there, out there toward that area. Let's just kind of track this. You see the track. Eventually, maybe, after Swanee, Columbia, then Baker, and then maybe Duval, Nassau zone there. We'll see if, if it gets further north in there, how that evolves. Could happen based on what we saw on the modeling yesterday, though, that this could hold itself together with a pretty robust indication for a while, at least severe potential. Tornado potentials, can be on and off, but that severe warning potential may last, all the way to the coast even. Maybe that's Nassau, Camden area. We'll see. We'll just have to continue to watch, obviously, continue to track all this here in the Weather Center. Again, we have to be wall to wall right now under the red box. A tornado warning in play, Lafayette County there. You got to take those tornado precautions. You got to take those tornado precautions there immediately. That is, the way that is, that sea safe there a little bit on the reflectivity. Oh, is that something there? let's see. You know, that may be it's hard to say, but that might be the beginnings of a debris signature there in that rural area there in Lafayette County. We're getting that shear marker too. You know, that rotation, that counterclockwise rotation. Let's check. I mean, we don't have very many options here. Let's check Tallahassee's radar, see what it's showing, because it's not too far different in the distance here. A lot of wind in there. A lot of wind. Could be something. It's hard to say, but you know, out there in that pretty rural area, there may be a tornado on the ground, but it's hard to say. There's, you know, that way that popped up is interesting, but we have some other stuff to the south too. That might just be the angle here on the radar site. It's comes more north to south a little bit too, but again, it's hard to say for sure because again, we're so far from the radar. It'd have to be something really nasty to be able to be, is, you know, indicative. And by then, it's already producing that damage and loss of the debris. But if that were to happen to 5,000 feet, and that would be very problematic, which would indicate more of an EF1 to EF2 type tornado winds in excess of maybe 100 miles an hour, and that really, you know, destroys mobile homes and, you know, significant damage to site-built structures. So again, obviously, I don't want to be driving in this weather, whether there's a tornado down, a severe warning in play or not. Anybody, you know, even a heavy downpour, this is not the weather to be driving in here. We haven't had this in a while. The oil's on the roads mixing. We're going to go ahead and zoom back around here. We have advisories at least. You have Nehana area. Let's just look at this. It's not too crazy with the actual information on there. I think we just got an update. New severe thunderstorm warning for Lafayette now at 4:15. So they maybe dropped the tornado warning. We'll see. But Nehana, Hickox there. You have Winnaker. You have Folkestone. Toward the south here, you have Pontiac. These are some pretty weak areas according to this angle. But there's still some wind potential. It's different down here, though. So let's see. The Tallahassee issued a new severe thunderstorm warning versus issuing a tornado warning. At least initially on this. Moving east at like 30 miles an hour. Grady, the community of Grady in Lafayette County is being mentioned here. You know, that looks, I don't know, that, I kind of think, and this might be more that circulation. Are we looking at something back behind maybe? Let me look here. No? I kind of feel like I'm hearing more thunder roar, and I'll click our camera in a second. I think that's enough to keep a tornado warning here, folks. So I'm bending down to make sure I'm looking at this right. Right around US 27. US 27. I'd be taking precautions. If I'm in Brantford, I'm north side of Brantford. I'm taking my tornado precautions. This is just too uncertain here. We're too far from the radar to really know what's happening. So if I'm on that north side of Brantford, I'm getting in my tornado safe spot now. You know, interior room away from windows. You don't have much time, so we can't wait on this. With, you know, this is so in theory at least a loft circulation of 60 miles an hour ish. That's not a lot, but it could be. You know, it may not be. It might be worse than that. Closer down, it's really hard to say in this type of setup here as we're looking. That didn't sound like a lot of wind, but it would actually be a little bit worse than that probably if we actually got something to touch down. I'm bending down because I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing anything here. You know, just want to make sure I'm keeping you guys up to date in this inclement situation the best I can. Let me go ahead and check our view because we have that range, you know, starting to move into Bradford County. And, you know, that I tell you what, it's too dark because with the aperture, so it's gotten too dark. We can't take that shot then. Okay, we're not going to take that shot. I'll have to change that if I get a chance. The color, it's complicated. But again, it's gotten too dark. But as we're tracking things. But again, just continuing. It is, you know, getting darker out there, but not near as dark as it was showing. So we won't use that for now. But again, looking around Brantford there right now, talking about US 27 toward that area. Toward that area, moving into southern parts of Suwannee County. Again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. Yeah, you got to take shelter. If you're in Bradford, take your turn of precautions. There might just be damage and winds coming in, or maybe no further aloft than we think. But don't take it, even in Bradford itself, because of the radar displacement. Looking off of Jacksonville, anywhere around Bradford. I say north side, probably the highest chance, but anywhere around Brantford, this is just too close to call. You know, I know Fort White looks, let's see how Fort White looks. They're going to be having some nasty weather, but the worst of that is going kind of north right now. As we're looking here, the way this is way far from radar sites here. I would not be taking chances there around Branford. I would be in my tornado safe spot there in southern Suwannee County. Again, we're just going to go ahead and continue to be very vigilant here, obviously, in this type of situation for most of us. But in Branford, I'm taking my tornado precautions there. I'm not taking any chances because it's just too hard to tell. We're too far from the radar there in southern Suwannee County there to know if we have a potential tornado. We don't have the red box anymore officially. We have yellow boxes, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, but they do indicate that tornado possibility in them, so indicating that quick spin of potential. Let's look at Columbia County. I see a little something over here now. Let's see what we got here. I'm scanning between some of the different frames. Let's see here. We're going between some of the ones. Maybe a little something there. Not really what to find. We're a little closer, maybe. Some of these views up there, yeah. But a little something there. We got to watch, severe thunderstorm warning, be inside and away from windows there. And we just got our thunder to pick up here east of Stark as we're tracking things here. So, again, we're just continuing to watch this here very carefully around O'Brien, around Branford. I just wouldn't be taking any chances here in that area. You can't really tell. I don't want to overwarn. It's just, we're so far from the radar site. It makes it uncertain here. It makes it uncertain what we're dealing with in some ways. Looking from the Jacksonville radar, I mean, from that, if you just took that verbatim, that, says winds maybe close to 100 miles an hour there, but that's further up. I mean, it actually says higher, but the point is, I don't think it's that necessarily because that's just the overall wind setup intensifying on us, kind of, between that and the instability. I mean, but as we're looking here, it's still just, that looks suspicious to me. Let's see here. We also have, Gilchrist that might need to be, that's a little bit further south down here, but worse would probably, they might want to draw a box. If I'm Jacksonville, they might at least be considering drawing a tornado warning box once it gets into their jurisdictions and, across here and down, a little bit. But we shall see as we're looking. Eventually, let's cross I-75 as we're looking here again around Branford. We're really watching this very carefully. Now, Bradford, if you're not familiar with our area here, Bradford and Branford. I'm in Bradford County. That's completely different. It's in both in North Central Florida, but Bradford is a county. Branford is a city in Suwannee County, a few counties away. The city of Branford is from Bradford County. So, again, just to clarify that, because sometimes people get that mixed up. But, again, this is the community of Branford here we're talking about in southern parts of Suwannee County. As we're looking, we're always on for our 62 counties. When there's a tornado warning storm, we still have this potential lingering here, at least damage and wind potential coming on in as we're looking, as we're tracking things here. It's just if we were close to the radar, I'd feel better about this maybe, but yeah, I just don't know. I mean, that looks like it could be something there, right in Branford. Maybe, it's so this is such a tricky spot on the radar here, folks, and we just want to err on the side of caution. We're looking a lot. Ideally, you don't want to be right at the radar, but you want to be in a certain distance, and we're just having to look really high up. We just are kind of guessing based on what this is showing at the lowest levels, which is 5,000 feet, which is way too high, really, to know. You're kind of guessing what the lower levels are looking like, but this is iffy, very iffy. We have problems even lower than this sometimes. This is, again, let me double check to make sure we don't have any radar closer than Moody right now. That's the closest one, so, again, really hard to say, but yeah, the way that notching is, it's just very, very tough spot here for sure. We're just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Just want to err on the side of caution, obviously. As we look at things, as we track things. It's been a while since we've had stuff like this in North Central Florida. Didn't even have a lot last year. We've been so dry. Just looking at all the very latest here. No cameras around Bradford or O'Brien, by the way. I-75 have a bunch, but not over there. No Florida 501s over there. As we continue to give you guys the latest on this evolving weather situation this afternoon. Again, you can kind of see here, we're looking at McAlpin to Brantford again. Just continuing to track everything here. Continuing to give you guys the very latest. O'Brien to Brantford, more so even. We look and drill down a little bit based on the algorithms. And, you know, around Fort White, I'm watching this carefully. You're not under any warning there. This is probably going just north. You know, at this point, it'd probably go kind of along that edge of that warning. But, yeah, that kind of, I mean, that shows it a little bit displaced, which could be part of the reason why they're not going with a tornado warning here again. But I have an odd displacement on that edge there. I'm going to back out here real quick. Again, continuing to watch this here. Some, you know, population in there, so and a good deal, you know, bit of population. Just you can't tell from that. I mean, if there's anything there, but oh, it's debris tracker, but you can't tell on that. As we're looking and as we're tracking things, I'm gonna kind of sit back down here as we continue along here with you. Again, so I was just trying to keep you safe. We're down to 73 here, East Start, by the way. Just trying to keep you up to date here. Trying to keep you informed. No formal tornado warnings right now. We got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings until 4:15. So, okay, so we're continuing to watch this. We're continuing to track this here. Just trying to give you guys the very latest here on this situation. I'm just going to check some sources. Let me, you know what, I'm going to check power outage maps. Let's do that. See if we can find some stuff out here in Suwannee County. Bear with me, or at least maybe out further west into parts of Lafayette. Suwannee, it might not be ready yet. Suwannee's second on here with 1,000 or so customers in the dark, just to Pinellas, but Pinellas a lot bigger, some, you know, wind out ahead and like Bravo, but we got 591 customers out in Lafayette County. 500, according to PowerDid.us, that's 559 out in the Suwannee Valley Electric Cooperative, 32 out in Duke Energy, and let's see here, Suwannee County, 990 out on Suwannee Valley Electric Cooperative. Florida Power and Light Company has 33 customers in the dark, none on Duke Energy and Clay Electric at the moment there. According to this source, 315 customers out in Taylor County. So again, we're just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Got a gust out ahead, 41 miles an hour in Gainesville, by the way, in Alachua County. Let me go ahead and zoom back out here a little bit. Okay, I have the rings on. Let me turn that off. This, you don't need to see them out later here, but let me go ahead and turn that back off. You see some lightning coming in this dark here. We don't have any advisories on this. Yeah, nothing too crazy yet. I mean, but the lightning can be dangerous and cause damage, obviously. When thunder roars go indoors, it can be deadly even. Those positive strikes, those clouded ground strikes. But it's starting to come in here over the next little bit. Lake City, again, we're watching. This is the, consider this off of Jacksonville, but it's showing some pretty intense convection there. I mean, we'll say the pixel is a little bit wider north to south than what maybe you would think would be necessary sometimes, but for some type of tornadic scenario. But again, we're trying to give you the very latest here. Again, we're watching this severe thunderstorm warning here right now on parts of southern Suwannee County. We're, you know, watching that rotation that's right there east of 247, north of US 27. So another thing about, these severe weather situations, it's important. It's very important here, obviously. When TV stations cut in, people watching here probably aren't, but, just obviously you got to respect the meteorologists when they're cutting into your favorite program. I haven't looked, I'm just guessing based on, some of the different sporting events. People probably, sometimes don't get too happy, but you got to respect the broadcasters when they're interrupting regular programming. It's their duty to keep people safe, sports programming, especially on a Sunday. I'm sure, some folks don't, like that too much, but when there's a tornado warning like there just was in Lafayette County, folks have to be on to keep folks safe. It's a civic duty. It's a broadcasting, responsibility in some ways here as well. Now, I don't know why they just got rid of that severe thunderstorm warning. Jacksonville, to be completely honest, it's maybe showing a little bit of weakening here in the latest frames, but either way, technically it's going to go to 415. I know this one down here in Lafayette, though. Yeah, that one will go away on its own at 415, but I'm confused by this because it has shown weakening here in the last few frames. With the wind modes have started to, they were brighter, and now they're not quite as bright. But just a little surprised we don't, they're going to go with an advisory for winds. It's a 55 with landspout potential, saying not quite enough for a tornado warning by saying landspout, which is technically a tornado, but it's really weak in that case if that were to happen. And then instead of going 60, which gives you the yellow box, saying 55. So that's what they're going to do here. They don't think it's quite enough here for another severe thunderstorm warning. The Jacksonville office here, as we're looking and as we're tracking things, again, it's such a rural area. If we were writing down like we had earlier with Tallahassee, we kind of knew things weren't as bad, based on not getting certain amounts of power outages. You can kind of tell when it goes to an area that gets hit a decent bit. But when you're out in the middle of the woods like this, give or take, you might take a little while for information to trickle in here. So, again, I just have to be kind of vigilant here, cognizant as we're looking, as we're tracking. We just have to be, kind of paying attention here because this could be very fluid and things could change on us here in a hurry. Let's go discussing now. Let's see what the SPC is saying. They're out of Norman, of course, Norman, Oklahoma. They're saying locally damaging wind and/or a tornado remain possible through the remainder of the afternoon. The QLCS across southeast Georgia and North Florida has become disorganized this afternoon. They're saying likely to outpacing the more robust low-level moisture return. However, area VWPs continue to depict a strong low/mid-level flow and favorable wind profiles for organized convection. And we're talking about across southeast Georgia, buoyancy will tend to remain quite weak through the remainder of the afternoon. However, given a favorable wind profile, any uptick in convective intensity could be accompanied by a low, locally damaging wind and/or a brief tornado. Farther south, where there's strong heating/mixing has occurred across northeast Florida, where some moistening is still expected to occur prior to the arrival of deeper convection, aided by preceding stratiform precipitation. We're talking about strong flow and somewhat steepened low-level lapse rates could favor some uptick in damaging wind potential with time. I keep reading this verbatim, but also given the breakdown of the earlier more linear structure, one or more semi-discrete supercells, such as the one currently over 20/Columbia counties, could persist and pose some damaging wind and tornado threat, especially where richer low-level moisture can be maintained. Late this afternoon into the early evening, strong offshore storms, as you look on the southern periphery, kind of outside of the area, Citrus and Hernandez, they aren't in our area, but, just giving you a heads up in case, once this gets out of our area, we might, ramp down the coverage, but giving a heads up for down there later on that strong offshore storms may begin to approach the Florida Gulf Coast there north of Tampa Bay, which may eventually require an extension of Watch Number 9, the Good Night Convective Watch of 2026 issued in the country by the Storm Prediction Center, and that's dependent on convective trends as the storms approach here. So, again, just continuing to watch everything, continuing to track everything here indoor to weather center. We're down to 71 here east of Stark. That's good. That's a good trend. As we're seeing, but it doesn't mean, it doesn't end the threat. It's still a tornado watch. It's just a small detail in everything. As we continue here to look, Continue to track. This looks like it's tightening up again. At least off the Moody. I know it's further away, but southern cut. Let's see. That's in Columbia County there now, I think. Let me double check because my eyes, I've been, I didn't get a lot of sleep and my eyes are starting to get a little bit with these lines. This way. Yeah, that's getting into Columbia County here. That's, an area here we're starting to watch that come out of Swanee. There's no formal warning, but it's going to be crossing over State Road 47 soon and eventually headed toward I-75. So, this is, this could be impacting some folks out here. It's got to be ready to take those tornado precautions. Got to be ready here, folks. I don't like the way this looks here. Have some family in this general vicinity as well, so we might need to be, getting in that tornado safe spot even there as we're looking south of Columbia, north of Fort White. There's a hook on now. We have greens and reds. There's no formal warning. We have a tornado watch though, and this is something we need to be, cognizant of. If you're in this area watching right along State Road 47, points east to I-75, get in that tornado safe spot. It's just to be on the safe side. We're too far from the radar to know for sure, unless we had a debris signature pop up and it came and right tell on that. Just, it's the path of, least concern in terms of, putting yourself first just to be safe here. I hate to say that even when we don't have a formal warning, but this has been tornado warned here previous. It's probably the path of just your safest option here as we're tracking. We're too far from the radar to really be able to judge this. We've already had a history of a tornado warning, and it doesn't look that much different than what it did earlier on. As we're looking here, as we're tracking, again, north of Fort White, south of Columbia. So we're tracking this right now. Just want to err on the side of caution here. Again, we're watching this very, very carefully. If you know where you're at, you're just north of that bend in I-75 there. This is kind of where that's headed. We'll start having traffic cameras soon. So let me go ahead and get those up while I'm over here at the computer. This is, 47, State Road 47. Let's see, we can go just north of the bend then. And try to get back into this on a traffic camera I-75 because, let's see. This could be rain wrap though. Still, I might be able to get an idea. I don't know though. It's kind of on the periphery. It is still a little bit wide. Even if there's not a tornado there, you don't have enough confidence in this. I think it's for thunderstorm warning at least with a tornado possible tag. Is where I would, at least at the minimum, I would go with this. Again, continuing to track this. Just looking at my maps here. Just trying to get an idea on something. That really does have a water fine hook there. Again, continuing to watch this. There's no full warning, but we're sticking with it. We had a tornado warning on this earlier on out toward Lafayette County, and it doesn't look that much different. Just trying to find an ideal camera angle to take this from, if we can. Okay, let's take this one. This is a camera I think we've used in the past a good bit. It's a pretty broad view of it. You see this, dark area here, a lot of, it's hard to pick out if there's an actual lower in here or not, but definitely, some vigorous, accent here for sure. As we're tracking things, we're looking on the tower cam, say the Florida 511 perspective here right now, and we're part of Columbia County. Again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. And we're just going to see if we have any type of funnel cloud on here, or, anything beyond that, even not out of the question. Hope not, though. Looks like we might have just had a lightning flash there, but again, continuing to keep you guys up to date. Continuing to watch this again, looking to see, if there's actually something here. It's, you can't make, some of the towers a little bit further away in the distance, but there's definitely self-looking like type cloud there, structure, just some of this. So this, obviously the funnel cloud is what we're looking for, and we don't want to see though out of this. This is I-75 at US 41/441. A live look here. Let me take this. You see it's Florida 511, but I'm going to take that off so we can kind of see a little bit more of this as we give you guys the latest. I'm going to check another radar behind the scenes here. Just checking some stuff. Let's see how this looks on another radar. Definitely stands out on there too. Stands out on the Jacksonville view, right near the interstate here. Oh yeah, I don't know why we don't. I'm not sure. I needed to say, right there. His camera's starting to shake now. This just looks like a pretty nasty signature on Doppler, and I treat this like a warning storm here. And the tornado watch has been canceled for Hamilton, Clint, Echoes, Peterson, Ware, but continues further east. This is definitely nasty here. The darker clouds coming into play. Looking for any type of funnel cloud here. This moves close to the interstate there. Really quick, and I hesitated. We have another angle. I'm going to see if we can pull it up. I have to do this quick as we look here. Yeah, let me just, okay, so that angle doesn't have it. How about that angle maybe? We'll pull it up. Looking back in the northwest here. Florida 511 perspective. Okay, let me go ahead and go to the other angle. It's almost starting to get a little bit further off already, but darker kind of above this now, right at it. Which we could keep two shots up at once, to be completely honest. Let's go back to the other angle. It's kind of right above them, so that's the thing. Kind of cuts it off. You have to look real close at the top. Let's keep scrubbing between some of this. Just remain alert. Tornado could develop a little or no advance warning here. That's how tornado watch is in theory. Gonna go back to another angle. Very, very dark on that angle now. This has got to be, it looks like it's starting to kind of pass right over just to the east. Just north of the bend there, so. Little bend in I-75. Jump between different camera angles. This has got to be one of the stronger storms I've seen in our area here in quite some time to not have some type of severe warning on it. Looks like maybe a hail spike in there. Maybe. Yeah, maybe some small hail moving up toward the Lulu area there. Again, continuing to keep you guys up to date. Let's keep looking on the Doppler here. Let's go to the Jacksonville angle. Tell you what, I have another source and I'm going to track it out in there first because I want to make sure I'm giving you the right information. I want to get a track on some of the areas that, if this were to intensify enough to actually get a formal warning. Granted, it still could be producing severe weather, but I'm going to try to do a track on this behind the scenes here on one of my monitors. I'm just kind of seeing. This is going to eventually head it's moving to the western Union County now. Going to be moving to northern Union and southern Baker County here, it looks like. Let me just check to see here, doing my maps. Again, off camera, I'm doing a little track here on one of my sources with some different arrows and the like. It's on a different source, so I won't show it to you, but I just want to make sure I get this right. As I'm trying to get the actual speed on this. This is going to go north. This will go north of Stark. Last couple scans look slightly weaker, but there's still rotation there. Maybe in the vicinity of Rayford. I think it may go a little north of there. But, if I'm around Rayford, the Rayford area, I'm watching very carefully. And then maybe, just north of Bradford there, maybe eventually into Duval County here as well. So, need to be careful with this. Need to be very mindful here of this storm. Kind of that, in a way, it's starting to exhibit as it gets, here on some of these different views, maybe a little bit of a low top supercell type of look. Be a way to describe it. It's on the back edge, which may be part of the reason they're thinking it'd be a little harder to produce, but still can't rule anything out with this. As we're looking and as we're tracking things. Again, no formal warning now. That does look a little broader. A little broader here. Just so hard to say what's been going on in there because the radar distance. Got 11,134 customers in the dark now in Florida. Let's check the counties over here, and this is still going to be updated. We have 601 customers out in Suwannee County, 508 out in Lafayette County, 194 currently as the last checkout in Columbia County. But that number, that's from about 7 minutes ago. This is rapidly evolving, of course. And in Taylor County, 302 customers in the dark. So our arrow on here wants to track this a little south, by the way, compared to the arrow I was doing on my other source here, trying to draw it manually. That looks a little tighter on that frame. Eventually going to be going towards State Road 100 between Lulu and Lake Butler, but more so toward Lulu here. Again, there's no formal warning, but we have a tornado watch. Tornadoes can develop with little or no advance warning here. We have a significant weather advisory. We're saying land spout, which in theory could be a tornado, but not actually issuing a warning for it. Be a weak tornado in that case, and winds of 45 to 55. But there's some strong winds showing up there. It looks like, again, we're kind of ramping back up a little bit here as this moves towards State Road 100 between Lulu and Lake Butler, but closer to the Lulu side of things. Coming in from the southwest, it's moving to the northeast. It feels weird sticking with this song without a warning, but right now I just want to err on the side of caution because the distances from radar. I just want to, just take the path of, most safety here, just to be safe, because even if it's not severe or tornadic, we could have winds of 45 to 55 with this, and a potential for a land spout, which in theory would be a weak tornado. Let's see, that's 5,000 feet up off of Moody. Jackson radar is now closer. And that's the one that actually was showing a little tighter. Quite a bit tighter, in fact. And some pretty strong winds in there. This could cause some damage there in western Union County. And then in the northern Union County here, as we look here, north and west Union County. It doesn't even, in theory, you could have damage without a tornado. I know sometimes maybe they think there's some displacement here. Let's see. That's not really displacement. I'm just not sure why we don't have a warning, to be honest. I'm trying to, maybe just because they think it's in the cooler air mass, but I'm not sure that would preclude here some damage occurring. I'll check our instability values. This is in an area where we have 800 joules per kilogram of energy. Supercell composite is kind of on the west side, but we're seeing the spin. Tornado parameter 2, but the instability is kind of what you need to get that to produce down to the surface. That looks like there may be at least inflow. This is east of I-75, moving towards State Road 100 between Lulu and Lake Butler here. Again, no formal warning right now, but we're sticking with this because we see some signatures in the Doppler that are a little concerning here. We just want to err on the side of caution. There may not be anything severe or tornadic, but I feel like there's that possibility. The land spout wording is there. Technically, that's a tornado, but it's a low end of it, but not enough to get the formal tornado warning. Kind of unusual, but 45 to 55 on the winds here. Again, Lulu like Butler here. I just don't like the looks of that, Hearing that thunder rumble outside where we're at. We have this moderate rain, around Stark and the like. We still have the watch in play. I don't see a lot of other accents standing out. Granted, we have this accent down here that is some. Levy County need to watch that, but again, I'm gonna check some other sources here. Just keep watching the scans. Again, trying to keep you guys up to date. Just looking at the different information. The 2500 looks like there's 60th laps to go in that, give or take. And it might be a little, they probably get it in, but it could be kind of, let's see. I mean, it's looking like they the rain out ahead, would delay that. So got to be watching that carefully. But hopefully, unless they're, they start having accidents and stuff, then that could, push things back and change things. But we have a shear marker here in Union County. This just stands out to me like this could produce something. I would not be driving right now in State Road 100 between Louisville and Lake Butler anyway, with this nasty weather coming in, but especially with the small chance of, spin trying to come down toward the surface there as we're tracking things. Just trying to err on the, side of, just most of the, safety, just, putting safety first just to be safe here. We're not interrupting programming or anything. We might as well just talk about this with what I'm seeing on the Doppler here. I know this doesn't mean as much because you have a lot of wind aloft, but the two winds, so in here opposing directions like this does something. And that supercellular structure, granted, that doesn't look quite as organized as the previous frames, but that still says something too. Because normally you'll get a tornado warning on something like this around here, to be completely honest. By the way, Lafayette and Dixie are no longer in a tornado watch, by the way. Seeing canceled Lafayette, expired Dixie. See, that came across from Tallahassee. Special weather statement in Georgia. That's interesting. Let's see what that's all about. Wait, back out here. You see that popping up. Okay, that's going to be for some gusty showers with gusts to 40 miles an hour in the showers there. Not severe weather, but just some gusty winds in here. You see some of the brighter-ish velocity colored, and they're moving into our southwest Georgia counties now. This is, 40 mile an hour wind potential in Baker County and Georgia, Calhoun, Georgia, Clay, Georgia, Doherty, Georgia, as well as Early, Miller, Randolph, and Terrell. So probably wouldn't get warnings out of this, but we're behind, we're way behind any tornado watch or anything, but, a little bit gusty shower action to be aware of. Of course, we're still watching all the winds today, the brush fire concerned and the like. What we're doing, we're going to continue to track all this. We're getting a later TVS signature on this tornado vortex signature. That looks gate to gate there for sure. Right over State Road 100. Again. We're just looking at everything. I would not be driving on between anyway, just because of the rain and the like, between Louisville and Lake Butler along State Road 100. Just path of least resistance. One thing I don't see as much of is lightning there, which could be a positive sign. But that's not a good sign there. When you get greens and pinks showing up on the radar like that, close together. But it is a little bit cool air mass. That's not quite as big of a spaceway area, which could be a positive trend too, but don't like it when we have the pixels come together like that. Let me go ahead with the angle from Moody's showing a lot more broad, but there's still something there. But no debris, so that's good. Not evident. It is cooler up toward Lake City. How much is Union? Let me check our... By the way, we got an update now. Okay, in Sumter County, which is not our area, but Bushnell, however you want to describe it, there was apparently a brush fire that damaged the structure down there. Extent of damage currently unknown. A fire grew to approximately 5 acres in coverage, but it's currently assessed as 100% contained. So that's down in here, in the word Sumter County, you can see there as we're looking and tracking things. But again, back up here, what we're sticking with. Let me go ahead and what do we have here? We have the Union County weather system. I want to see what the temperature is. There's 65. That's for, with what I'm seeing on radar, that's still enough to be, somewhat concerning. We're down to 66 now here. East of Stark, by the way, so that, this was a tornado watch in play. Just the 23 at the Union site. Looking more about the temperature storyline. Sometimes the different angles can play tricks on you with contamination. Sure, that's possible, but as I'm looking here, something to consider. And that angle is a little bit broader now. It's just when we have a tornado warning earlier, we just kind of, with the same storm, you just don't want to kind of take your eyes off of it. I'll try to loop this around to show you what we're talking about. Because earlier you had to spin out there and then still tracking it, but we had all the boxes, the alert boxes go away. But if it had been on the ground the whole time, or even much of it, you'd probably have a pretty notable blue ball here on the correlation coefficient. So, especially where it's starting to get a little bit closer to the Jacksonville radar. Some upscale growth as I showed you there. Sometimes you get things like side lobe contamination. That's, something like that's the only reason, maybe at this point, maybe that's why we're getting this precluded. North of State Road 100 now. And we're not seeing any type of blue ball in there, so that's good. Right here in Bradford County, so we're really trying to keep a close eye on this. It does look like it's reduced in spatial area in the other angle now, unlike earlier. Because earlier, it was still together on the other angle too. But the last, few scans, it's really started to broaden on this angle a good bit. But it is further up in the atmosphere technically than this radar. Still be careful here, north side, Rayford moving into southern Baker. But we're probably going to wrap since we don't have a formal warning. At this point, I feel like we're close up to, 3,000 feet up. We started to have a debris signature. If this was actually an issue, something more than just the lower end situation land spout and 45 to 55 on the advisory. That only goes for another minute anyway. So, especially I don't have another advisory. I don't want to stick with this if we don't have an advisory even. Which is below a warning, by the way, if you're wondering what I mean by that. It does look like it's reduced in spatial coverage because you see, it started to become more west to east there in the orientation too, as we've been scanning between this. So, there's still that shear marker, but still wouldn't, completely rule out something, but we're starting to get some of that cool air probably come on in on this a little bit more. Temperatures, will be dropping some more there in that area. So, okay, it's 4:45. That advisory should be going away here, and that's below warning. So, we just have the formal tornado watch. So, I'm going to get ready to go back in front of the wall here and wrap this update up until 5, unless we get some type of other warning here. Again, still remain alert. In Northern Union, still remain alert. They don't, let your guard down. But since at some point, we just can't stick with this if we don't have a warning here, or, even an advisory now. As of this point, they may go another advisory, but, which is level below a warning. But again, continuing to track all this here. We're keeping you guys up to date. We're keeping you guys up to date here. Just to always keep those tornado safety tips in mind, obviously. Just in case still that tornado watch and play, watching for those conditions to come together as we're looking and as we're tracking things. As we give you the latest here. Just remaining vigilant, obviously. Trying to keep you informed. Trying to keep you safe. Okay, so we're going to jump back in front of the key wall now, I believe. And we're looking at this, we're tracking it. But we see the radar angles a little bit different. We got an update, Seminole County, by the way, earlier on in Florida. I mean, back earlier in Georgia, a tree down across Collie Hill Road. That was way back at 11 a.m. You know, it's not that hours ago. Not really seeing anything on debris tracker, which if I know if it was something, we're getting close enough, and that's starting to decay even on the reflectivity. So yeah, I think we're starting to put that area to bed now a little bit here. That reflectivity is really that at some point the storm won't be strong enough. You see how we had the reds, and now it's starting to become more in the cooler air mass and become more broadened and weaken out. The storm has to be a certain strength to be able to produce. Now let's go up to, you know, here we don't have any advisors up here, but McClenny, a little bit of wind and rain, rain for surge, a story, some lightning here and there in Duval County. You know, moving toward Jacksonville Beach and the like. We still remain alert. I know we're watching, but it's getting, of course, in August and still a little warmer. You know, as some of this is coming on in, you have areas around Cedar Key. We're going to watch down here. And as we're looking, you see that wildfire report from Sumter. We still got to watch down here in southern Levy County. That's something to still be watching. Maybe more so Citrus and southern Marion, though, too, which is in our area. So we'll have to watch that. It's Marion, Levy, our area, but, you know, Citrus and, of course, parts of Sumter, they're not our area. But again, we're continuing to track all this, but no more advisory on that. With that gone, we got, as far as I can tell, well, we do have the warning at Georgia, but in terms of the actual, you know, stuff that's really capable of producing any type of rotation, you know, it would seem this probably isn't capable of that here. Back out toward the west, you know, just kind of that broad wind energy back behind, well into the core air mass. Not that cool, but it's core. So that's, you know, that, you know, gets a warning maybe with the winds, but not a tornado warning. It wouldn't seem up that way, but we're starting to get a more of a messier look here. So that's some good news in general. Heavier rain without the concern as much. We had a tornado warning earlier in Lafayette, and that storm was still tracking. So, but now it's really become more entrenched in the core air mass. So we're starting to, you know, look a little bit better. But we still got to remain alert, and we'll have more at 5 o'clock with another update here in the Weather Center as we continue to inform you to continue to track things here in toward the Weather Center. Stay tuned, stay safe, stay informed, stick with cloud weather as we continue to track things. Let me just throw it back over to this other broad view here so you get a little bit more in a second. When I zoom out with Lusty, by the way, they had their, I don't know what their plans ended up being, but they had their outdoor festival. I believe it's the weekend for it. So I'm sure folks having to take shelter there, even, you know, just lightning, obviously, and the like, or different changes to that schedule. But again, that's the storyline there right now as we're looking and as we're tracking things. Warmer still in Central Florida. We'll see how that goes because how things can try to overlap. They haven't done as, you know, much except for a little bit Lafayette. But down there, they're still in a little bit more down to the south. So we'll have to watch that in West Central Florida, you know, just bordering on our southern fringes. And see how that plays out. One more at 5 o'clock. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys informed. Stay tuned, stay safe, stay up to date here on this weather situation this afternoon as we head into the evening hours. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power blast. Another power blast. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this, coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's what we gotta get you guys out. You gotta run from that water. You gotta evacuate. You gotta follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation as I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It is 5 o'clock, and we're continuing to watch the weather situation as it evolves here. No formal warnings right now over land areas. Do have some marine warning acts, and that we're watching for our southern fringes here. And a tornado watch too. I'm putting 8 o'clock here in the yellow shaded counties. I'll go ahead and take off the radar mode. You'll be able to see underneath that here. You see the yellow zone. Some of those, Swanee County, for instance, not really in that anymore. I know we have actually another line that's above and back out here with some wind accent, but it's not really a severe threat in general. We'll watch it just to make sure, but in general, it's not in that severe type of realm as we're looking and tracking things. But there has been a special weather statement. There is a little energy, but we'll have the sun going down soon as we're looking, tracking things. I know so far on Stark, we really haven't seen quite as much rain as what we were hoping for. It's not over. It's still falling, but we're at a quarter inch. I mean, we knew we weren't going to get as much. We wanted, a few inches of steady rain, but we knew that wasn't going to happen. But hoping for at least an inch here. We're at a quarter inch right now. Pressure's starting to go back up a little, close to 1,011 millibars. Doesn't mean it's over by any means, but you see that 1 hour rainfall estimate's about a quarter inch or so on some of this. I see Lafayette County, we do have some damage now being reported. Trees down on wires. Oh, wow. So there's quite a bit of damage there in Lafayette County. Then we're just getting this report in from about 3:57. Around the Midway area in Lafayette County, but we're talking about, I'll zoom this out. It's just coming in. Day, Mayo, and Hatch Bend, trees down on wires in all those different communities there. So we had something, whether it was a tornado or damage in winds, we're not sure yet. I know that officially going to call it damage in winds for now, but they might have to do a survey out there based on, what it looks like in the pictures. I haven't seen anything. We're just getting out in this now live here in the feed. But we also did just see the tornado watch say back there, Lake City no longer under that. You're pretty much, we're gonna have a little bit of rain maybe later back in, but it shouldn't be much. You're in the all clear right for that severe threat. So Columbia, Gilchrist, Swanee, as well as Brantley and Georgia, Charlton, as well as Glenn and Wayne. That's out of our Wayne, but those are all out of the watch now. So you guys are in a lot better shape now. These are the counties that remain under the tornado watch in the yellow shaded area here. As we're looking and tracking things, Levy, Marion, Alachua, Bradford, Union, Baker. Putnam, Clay, Duval, Nassau, St. John's, Flagler, Camden, trying to get them all. I think I got them all, but I might have missed something. But you can kind of see, hopefully, where your county is here on this map. If you're still under the tornado watch officially, as we're looking and tracking things. Again, Levy, Marion, and we'll get up toward Alachua there, as well as Putnam. You have Clay, Bradford, Union, Baker, Duval, Nassau, St. John's, Flagler, and in Camden and Georgia, giving you guys the idea, of course, watching those different areas there in the viewpoint. Watch there's around McClenny and Baker County and the like. So again, but they're doing a little bit better at this point, it would seem. To pull up a camera view, we only got about now 0.27 on the rain gauge. We're at 64 here east of Stark. I have the camera view up here. So let's go ahead and pull that on in. You'll be able to see what we're talking about. Sunset's about an hour away. We'll kind of look outside right now with a visual of what's going on. You can kind of see here the trees not moving as much. Big gust was in the 1 o'clock hour. We have had some wildfire concerns like in Flagler County. We had a situation get out of hand. Hopefully this rain can start to, put that in a better spot. But as we're looking, but it's not a drought busting rain by any means, but it can help some as we're looking, as we're tracking things here. You can kind of see, again, this is the view outside under the dark sky. The trees blowing. There is some rain still. Some downpour accident in the vicinity, some rainfall. As I'm looking everything outside, out the window and the like here. And we're just trying to keep you guys informed on the weather situation. So, again, just continuing to keep you up to date here. Again, we did have, it's been hit and miss, but we did have damage there. It sounds like a good bit of damage, unfortunately, in Lafayette County. And that's why we do what we do here at Cloud Weather. It's not an area that gets hit all that often. In tornadic weather, we've had hurricanes go through there pretty bad. Dahlia and Helene even worse, but still, it's a situation. We haven't had tornado weather there that much. We don't talk about that too much. And we were having to hammer it home for a while in that area. We have a report, in multiple spots there of damage now from what the Weather Service said. I'll go ahead and loop this back here. I'll go ahead and loop it back a little bit on our other mode, and I'll show this to you. And you can kind of see, and I'll zoom out a little so you can see we had, the alerts out there, though, as we were tracking it. I'm on the Jacksonville view, but still, you see how it finally faded. We were sticking with it a little longer to be safe based on this, what we thought was going to happen in there. We don't know if it happened further east, but out in Lafayette County, we had Day and Mayo and Hatch Bend. Trees fell on wires there. So that, is talking about probably power outages, more than likely cable outages, something along those lines. And don't know if it's worse than that, but that's from county officials. Trees down on wires, and not just Day, the community of Day there, but also Hatch Bend and Mayo. So that was a vigorous area there that came together earlier on as we're tracking things. So, I mean, there's Hatch Bend down here. Some of these could just be the different addresses too in these spots, not right into town. But Mayo, again, Hatch Bend, and then you have the Day community in here as well in these zones. It's way up here. So the whole county, really getting into this here with some type of different impact. That if they were all spread apart that much, it might be more damaging winds than a tornado than if it's all closer to the city centers, but not 100% sure yet. We'll have to find out in the hours to come on all that. Let me see a couple things. I want to check power outages off camera for Lafayette and Suwannee and Columbia, even in Union. And then I also am going to check but the Bradford County weather station for the rain gauge there. Let me go ahead and pull some stuff up here. We're always watching things across the area. We're in Bradford County, so I need to check the power outages here. Need to check those power outages. Florida, unfortunately, leading the way. We have 9,243 customers out. We have, in our area, Levy County, 669. Suwannee County, 523. Despite no warnings or anything too crazy in Bradford, we actually have 424 out in Bradford County right now. As we're looking at things, and then we have, just the storyline there. As we're looking, Lafayette County's looking better now than it was earlier. 49 customers, 189 out in Taylor County. So some of those numbers aren't too crazy looking at the moment. It's always possible not all of them are reported in, but based on the different services. But Columbia County power companies, but 221 customers in the dark according to Power.us in Columbia County, 5 in Union County there. As we're tracking, and then I wanted to check the rain gauge at the Bradford weather stem to see how close it was to my rain gauge here. Let me see what we might have. I'm going to check that real quick on that station. Get an idea maybe. We're 64 here east of Stark in Bradford County, and their station is 65 at the Bradford County Sheriff's Office. I have 0.29 inches in terms of rain for today. They have 0.34. So we've had a recent gust of 19 miles an hour off of there in the last 10 minutes. So rain gauge is pretty similar. So yeah, we're not getting the rain yet. Maybe we'll get some more, but we're hoping an inch on average. Stark, Bradford. We'll have to see if I have a chance later. A little bit, but it's starting to look more like it's going to be a half inch, 3/4 for Bradford instead, which is, not even as we were hoping for the best, and that would be about an inch or maybe a little more. We're not getting the severe weather in Bradford. It doesn't seem really, a little bit of a power outage here and there. That's good, but we're also not getting the rain to help with the drought because we have that serious drought. We got 3/10. That's better than we've had in a while. Let me go back real quick on my weather station before I jump back in front of the wall. Going through here last 25 days, the rain gauge, a lot of zeros. We had 11/100s back on the 5th. And then going further back, it's just, all the cold weather damage and things. We had 3/100s back on the 26th of January. And that was the end of it as you heard that beep. So yeah, this is technically, it is raining cats and dogs, it says on the rain gauge here. So that's better than nothing. The highest rain rate, almost an inch an hour, theoretically, at 441. So again, as we're tracking things there, as we're giving you guys the very latest. So sunset's at 6:17, by the way, if you're wondering about that. Again, let me go ahead and jump back on over here to the key wall, the weather wall here. I'm going to come back in front of the camera. I'm going to keep watching this. You see Putnam County, a little bit heavier accidents. Northern Putnam, they need to rain down there. And Southern Clay, give or take, in that vicinity. Nothing really standing out on velocity at the moment. It's good. Down here is, that's for traders, but down here we might have to watch English and Dunellen and Ocala still as possible. Some of this kind of could still be an issue, or could be more Homosassa Springs there to the villages and stay in South, Daytona eventually, but that race is closer to being done than not from last check I had on it. But, there's always a chance of accidents and the like, but still a little warmer down there too. Southeastern fringes here as we're looking. Again, we did have quite a bit of damage in Lafayette County, it sounds like, with trees on lines, on wires there. And then as I go ahead and look here, let me just go through this again. Here's start the moderate downpour action. See if we can get that camera back up here. Pull up our camera again, looking outside. Now the situation momentarily. 5:11 or so on that clock. You see the trees going around some 10 miles an hour right now on the gauge, on the wind gauge. So you can kind of see a little bit of that tree movement here for sure as we're looking at things and as we're tracking things here, trying to keep you guys up to date here in this weather situation, this weather scenario here. You can kind of see some of that movement, obviously, as we're here in Bradford County, trying to give you a visual on the weather situation this afternoon. A window, in the world, if there's thunder, you maybe don't want to be near that window. I haven't had it much lately, but earlier on, fumbles here and there, maybe, and you just kind of at least gives you a little bit of a window to what it kind of looks like outside right now with the, the inclement conditions here in Bradford County. Look at the tree movement and the darkness here. And earlier, our camera was trying to adjust so dark, I had to go in there. I hadn't used this too much lately, change it because it was getting way too dark. It was, this is more realistic here now. There wasn't enough light, and it was really trying to compensate. A little bit too dark, but look, so I didn't pull that up earlier on the screen for you, but it's more realistic based on what I'm seeing right now, looking out the window and the like. So again, just trying, have to adjust the aperture and things like that on the camera to give you the best, more realistic, most realistic view here. So again, that's the storyline there. As we're looking, as we're tracking, this is one of the days, I know it's a Sunday, but you want the rain to last as long as possible today because of the drought we're in, everything being so dry. Well, it's going to probably be ending here pretty soon. Not yet. Still got a little bit of time. I mean, some of this is about to a lot to it trying to get through, but a lot to it county. About a third of it is 0.33, so half to 3/4 still from this on the table. Maybe we get more later tonight, I don't know, but half to 3/4 is probably what we're looking at. You see South Carolina Vita be some heavier lightning, but there's not much at all in terms of severe parameters there. Again, down here, West Central Florida may end up having a bigger threat than we've had for most of our area here lately. Of course, we had a tornado warning in South Georgia earlier. We had one around Gadsden. That was also in the South Georgia. And then we had the one in Lafayette County, which is probably the most impressive one today in the area here. That was in the more favored zone, but hadn't been as bad as it could have been by any stretch. But to see if they start to come together in either our southern fringes, southern Levy, southern Marion, southern Flagler, or just south of the covered area. So we'll have to wait and see on that here. I know once we get 8 hours on this stream, we'll have to switch streams. So that's something to consider. Hopefully we don't have to go that long here with this, but we're over 6 now. So we'll be continuing to watch that, continuing to watch the situation, and continuing to give you the latest. They're still in the 70s there in St. Augustine and in the parts of St. Johns County. So again, we're going to continue to watch all this, and we'll be back here. I know there's a little bit of gusty wind moving back toward Albany on our other mode as well. We'll see that. But again, that's the storyline right now. We're back at 5:30, unless we need to pop back in sooner to give you the latest weather information here. We're watching everything as it evolves. Looking at instability in the light. There's different factors. There's different factors here meteorologically. So again, tornado watch still remaining in effect for a little longer, a few more hours technically. We're going to keep watching the threat here and assessing it for you. I'll be back at 5:30 with another update. Keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date on the ongoing weather situation. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power blast. Another power blast. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this. coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's why we gotta get you guys out. You gotta run from that water. You gotta evacuate. You gotta follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour. It's 5:30. Tornado watch still on play. We're watching our southern counties right now. We have a couple new significant weather advisories to talk about. So let's go ahead and look over there real quick. By the way, 4/10 minutes now here east of Stark, but to the south is where we still have the small severe threat lingering here. It's definitely still there. Technically, further up we do too with the tornado watch, but really we're paying attention now. We have stuff just below severe limits. We have Levy County being clipped here. We have Inglis up there and getting a little bit further north in Levy County to the south of Gulf Hammock, getting into some of this convection right now, and some of that moving toward the Dunellen area here as we're tracking Romeo there. Williston's kind of right on the edge of this, but you have Reddick there and McIntosh and Lockaloosa, Micanopy technically under this advisory, which the one to the east is from Jacksonville. That is for winds to 50 back toward the west. We're talking about winds to 50 miles an hour down that way. So again, just continuing to give you the latest here as we're looking and as we're keeping you up to date. I know I'm looking at some of the different numbers here today. We had a buoy there off of Cedar Key area there, gusts to 42 miles an hour at 448. Again, this advisory though for Ocala could be for gusts up to 50 miles an hour. Back out toward the west, we're talking about gusts 40 to 50 that clips parts of Levy, but this is also in the word parts of Citrus County, outside of the area, but Crystal River to Homosassa Springs there. You can see some weak rotations. So have to make sure that this comes ashore, we don't start to get, maybe a tornado warning that kind of clips our southern fringes. It's not out of the question, kind of on the edges of some radars down there, like what we've been down with earlier on toward Lafayette County. So, it looks, it makes it look, and it makes it harder to be able to look into the storm to see the heights, to actually see what's actually going on, if we're getting winds down toward the surface or not in terms of that potential. But temperatures, they want to back up a little back behind, but we have some more wind back out in here. Not really a severe threat with this, but we are going to have some gusty winds moving into Albany. Could be upward of 40 miles an hour down, in the ward areas like Albany over the next little bit. If not severe, generally not expected to become severe back out there, but some stronger winds, the storylines. Actually, we have 3 advisory. I kind of forget because that's an odd one, compared to that's not really what we're watching. Tornado watch already out, been out for that area for a while, and out, not in play in that region for a while, but we have 3 advisories technically in play when you look at it like that. I know, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here as we're looking and as we're tracking things. I know we're just trying to keep you up to date. I know they did say that, in the Storm Protection Center, that they maintain a marginal risk for south and central Georgia, where some redevelopment of thunderstorms is noted, and a modestly unstable air mass ahead of this may support the potential through the afternoon. But we're about near sunset, so unless we get us a bit thunderstorm on this soon, it would be kind of, a situation where it's more unlikely. I know the tornado threat not really there. Be pretty unlikely to be able to get this to really re-evolve back on that side. But we'll watch it. Things, can be unpredictable. Have been unpredictable today here to some degree, as they always are, and it's to do with the setup. So, again, I know as we look here, as we track things, going back to the broad view, the wind's different out there. It's more northwesterly wind, and that, along that's actually the boundary, of course. Trying to get cooler air, and not so much, but a little bit. We're around 60 at lunchtime tomorrow, but that's partly because of some of the clouds in play, it would seem. Let me go ahead and see what we're dealing with here on some of our other sources and the like. I'm just going through all the different information, obviously, as we look at things and as we track things. I know, tomorrow is President's Day, that President's Day holiday. So some folks out of school and work, but some folks do have to go on in, depending on, where you're at, Roy. Let's take another look if we can before it gets too dark. Sunset's about 40-ish minutes away here around Stark. Take a look outside where we've had 4/10 of an inch of rain, a little more than 4/100, 4/10 of an inch of rain, 63 degrees, 1,005.5 millibar pressure, winds to about 10 miles an hour. So let's see this here. A little bit of wind here, a little bit of that movement, as we're keeping an eye on things. I know, trying to keep an update on everything that's going on, obviously. Going to step out of this shot real quick. We're going to keep our eyes on this, of course, as the situation does transpire. But let me go ahead. I'll jump back over to this radar view. I want to just check here. See if we have any updates on some fire situations. I know the 2500 is close to being over, but I believe they just had an accident, but hopefully they can get that finished up here soon. Just gotta, folks going home. I mean, folks sometimes have to go a pretty long ways. Gotta be careful as they're headed home, obviously, in this type of situation. As we're looking and as we're tracking things here with this overall rainfall threat to the north, I mean, you're gonna be kind of getting in it as you're leaving eventually. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here, as things do evolve, as things do transpire moment by moment. So again, we do like the beneficial rainfall, but we've had some damage. Could have been worse than that. Could have had more rain though too. Some areas, haven't really got as much rain as we would have liked. It's not quite over for some spots, but definitely something we're watching. Something we're definitely tracking here in the Weather Center. So again, just continuing to give you guys the latest updates. Let me go ahead. I'm looking here at some information in the Weather Center. Just trying to keep you guys up to date here on all the different developments, obviously. Looking through things here. Seeing how the moment by moment developments are evolving. Just going through some of the different sources here to see what we're looking at. Again, just updating you guys the best we can. You see the different wind directions and the like. We've been trying to keep an eye on all of that here for you. As the situation does develop here. Just always, important to watch these latest developments. Just want to, make sure we're updating you the best we can. And zoom back to the south here, down towards Citrus and Levy and Marion and the like. Just continuing to track all that here on the Doppler perspective. Just continuing to track all that. We're just going to watch the trends here. We're just going to watch things moment by moment. Just see how the, different things occur here within the algorithms, the echoes on the Doppler. Again, looking at numbers, we got 81 in Jacksonville today for that high. So we got to 79 in the Gainesville area in Alachua County. So that's something to take note of here. How when we're now in the 60s there, and 60s in Duval County and the likes, are cooling on down some as the situation evolves. I know as we look ahead in the timeline, maybe a week from now we could have another area of storm accent come in. But what I want to do, I want to see them rainfall estimated totals. But some of these areas, we had that storm that was so nasty. It did give some areas more rain, but it actually did produce some damage. You see a couple inches there in this corridor here from Taylor into Lafayette County. We're watching all of that. You see some of these blues, lighter blues, about an inch or so. Darker blues, about a half inch, give or take. And you can see some of these dark greens. That's only about maybe 4/10, 3/10. Give or take, and that's not enough here, unfortunately, with the drought situation we're in. We're just getting word to drop in some of the tornado watch counties, so let's go ahead and try to watch those together here. We've got to see some of these trim back here live on the air, I believe. And Baker, there you go, Baker and Bradford and Clay and Duval and Nassau, Union, Camden, all canceled out now. So that's a positive development, obviously, here in this type of situation. So that's what we want to see, obviously. Some of the counties get trimmed back out of the tornado watch, but it still remains in those yellow highlighted counties toward the south, meaning conditions in theory, can still be favorable for tornadic development and closer to the watch area. By the way, official rain gauge totals, I know these will, continue to get added to some degree, but a little over a quarter inch in Jacksonville, a quarter inch in Gainesville. So again, not enough. We need more precip than this. We may get some more, back behind later tonight, depending on how much this holds together here with the actual, boundary, the front, cold front trying to come through and the like. But, we'll see how that evolves. But let's go ahead and go back over to graphics here. Remind you guys of the drought warning. Not a good picture. You know, obviously wildfire, if we don't get more rain, you know, we're hoping we can kind of, you know, buy a few days here with this rain, but we'll have to wait and see. Lightning can still trigger other, you know, fires, and then there's Georgia's drought. Not a good picture there. So, again, just continuing to track all of that. These wildfire situations definitely can evolve pretty rapidly here. So you just have to stay, you know, up to date, really stay, you know, vigilant of your surroundings. That's, you know, this is a, you know, storm threat today, but that's not a, you know, one and done thing with that. That's continuing type of, you know, scenario, unfortunately, as we're looking and as we're tracking things here in toward the weather center. So again, we're just going to keep on looking here at the scenario. Let me pull up our covered map again to remind everybody what we're doing in terms of our area. You know, how we cover folks. Been on for every tornado warning storm to move through the 62 counties since like 2019. Keeping you guys up to date on all that. So again, that's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather. Let me pull up the latest model runs. So it's met Georgia Accent Weekend, but we're going to say so 22Z is 5, and then let's go to 23Z then. 23Z, and then I'll pull that up here on the screen. Pull that up on the screen for everybody at home. As we continue to watch, continue to track, continue to give you guys the very latest on everything. So again, this is the model guidance for 6 o'clock, and that's compared to the current radar. It's a little messier to the south, and north's actually a little more organized than what it's showing. The stuff in the Gulf, it looks kind of similar. We're going to have to watch some of this progressing further down. And I have the current lightning turned on with the model, so it might be a little confusing, but you watch some of that. The stuff in Georgia might hold together a little bit more, but it says that fading pretty quick, and then you see the line going across central Florida to see if stuff tries to fire up down there a little bit more than what we were thinking. Marginal risk down there. That is the view by the way in the model at midnight tonight. Back here, marginal risk. Tornado starts to cut off as we get toward, you know, Orlando and Osceola, give or take. But the western side of this may be a little bit more prevalent. We'll see toward, you know, west central Florida area. That's something to be mindful of here as we're looking at the overall situation. So you'd have to say, you know, whether aware about that, obviously. Instability-wise, you don't have as much down there as you have up here, which is interesting. So that might be a limiting factor, but those wind forcing signatures still up really well. The supercell composite really well defined there, and even the significant tornado parameters over 3. So up to see how that comes together. Homosassa Springs to Brooksville to Newport Richey, and then down here toward even Clearwater area, give or take. At least have some water spout action trying to come on shore. It's more south of our area, but something that those folks down there have to watch, you know, for southern fringes too. So that tornado watch in play for some of those counties in our southern fringes remaining for a little bit longer. We have a new advisory, by the way, for 40-mile-an-hour gusts for parts of Baker and Georgia, Calhoun, Colquitt, Doherty, Lee, Mitchell, Terrell, Turner, and Worth until 6:15. Not really see much lightning with that, but yeah, some gusts to 40, but at least that's giving you a little more rain, which, you know, every little bit helps. I mean, you've had some, if there's some spots, you know, missing out, but it's just trying to kind of come on in and add a little bit more to those gauges at least. So, gonna have another update at 6 o'clock with more, but for now, that'll do it for this update here. We'll pop back in early if we need to, but otherwise, we'll be back at 6 o'clock with the latest updates as we try to protect you, your friends, and your family. Stay safe, everybody, and stay informed here with Cloud Weather and all the different platforms, Facebook, Twitter, which is also X there, YouTube, you have Twitch, you have clutter.com with all the resources there. You know, there's links available and an interactive radar there too. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power blast. Another power blast. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out quick spin-up tornadoes. The things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this. coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's what we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock here on this Sunday, giving you the latest. We've been with you hour after hour, keeping you updated, looking at all the latest information. I know we had that wind advisory expire out, but we're still seeing gusty winds, but we're kind of getting back behind, some of this here. The other line actually at bottom, which is interesting, but you don't have quite as strong winds there. And we did have a fire situation in Volusia County earlier, some issues there with some vehicles even in an area there. I believe it's a campground, something along those lines. So not what you want to hear there, obviously. As we were looking down there, issues with some travel on I-95 and the like down that way. I know that Daytona 500. Folks have been watching that very carefully there as we're looking, as we're tracking that rain, right on the horizon there. But I know we're watching this probably, if the trends continue, we'll probably do a last update at 6:30 and then wrap it from there. But still have some potential in our southern fringes. It's not impossible. Not impossible. We could still get a warning in our southern fringes. There is some weak rotation there, Citrus County area, give or take. And surprisingly, a warning north of our area popping up here around areas like Bleckley, Lawrence, Lawrence, as well as Twiggs and Wilkinson County. That we have some weak rotation in central Georgia popping up surprisingly up that way. So have to make sure that doesn't get a tornado warning on us. You see that? That's kind of spun on up there the last little bit. So that's a surprise a little bit there, the rotation part of it especially. So that's something we're watching. That's something we're keeping an eye on. New significant advisory for parts of Citrus, Hernando, and Sumter until about 6:45 for 50-mile-an-hour winds. This is south of the covered area as we're tracking things, as we're giving you guys the very latest there and the like. So again, not what you want to, be watching for down there, but at least it's not quite meeting that warning criteria. So that's definitely some good news as we're looking at the situation. We're just going to keep on giving you guys the latest updates just a little longer. Of course, we have to be on. We will be on. But, we're in a situation. We still have the tornado watch tagging at 8 o'clock. I know we're close to the 8-hour mark on the stream, but we don't have any formal warnings or something. See something really definitive. We'll probably wrap up the 6:30 update. But there is a little bit of something showing up just south of Denellen here. It's not quite enough maybe for a warning just south of the area. We'll have to see what Jacksonville office thinks of it. There's some weak rotation from, broad. It's a north to south broadness. So make it more like straight line winds, probably being that much, distance north to south. And the way that's oriented as well. But Crystal River to Inverness. This is south of the covered area. Granted, in a way, if you're watching on the internet, you might not be in our area watching, but this is not technically in my 62 counties here, but we do have an advisory. It's where some of the stronger weather is. Crystal River, Lecanto, Homosassa Springs, Inverness, and we'll watch to see if some of that kind of clips our southern fringes here. It's kind of a close call. Is it moving east or is it moving a little northeast is the question here. And we'll just have to kind of watch the trend because that northern periphery, Down Island, Bellevue, Wearsdale, Pittman, it could kind of get into some of those, and maybe Southern Flagler. We'll see as we look and as we track things there. So kind of a storyline there that we're tracking as we're monitoring things here for sure. Just not what you want to see in terms of, there's still that lingering potential. It's not too bad. But we're just going to keep you updated here and keep you, alert. Gainesville's cooler now, 64. So it's really where you have 76, 77 where we have the remaining potential as we're going to be at sunset here pretty soon. We do have some stronger action up here. I don't want to ignore completely, though. Severe chance we start in the north, say it's not zero, but you see it's pretty low here. But we do have some wind energy in here. Let's switch over to the wind gust as we're looking, as we're tracking things here. We're going to go ahead and see what we have in here. We do have 33 in Dougherty County, 20 in Mitchell County there, and the like. So again, that's something to keep our eyes on for. See up toward Allentown and Central Georgia, some rotation that's more definitive in terms of any wind up there. That's why there's a warning up in Central Georgia as we're looking, as we're tracking things. And you can see Citrus County. Again, we're watching things down there. That's where the worst of that looks to be right now, just outside of the area. I'm switching radars here if you're wondering. And let's just go to the terminal. Let's click on the other one here and then get back in. We see some of that right near Down Island to Bellevue. You have to watch this carefully to make sure it doesn't spin up. We'll continue to watch those trends in our southern periphery. Remain weather aware. Still a tornado watch and play, but Little orientation looks like it's landing more Citrus County and toward I-75 over the next little bit with some of that impact. We're up to 4.5 tenths of an inch on that rain gauge today here in toward north central Florida and toward the historic area. You know, every little bit helps, but it's not really enough. Even an inch wouldn't have been enough, but you know, for now, except for whatever we get back behind, that's about it. As we've seen a little bit brighter skies here recently. Let's see if our camera, I gotta switch over to it. So let's try that again. I just hit the wrong button there behind the scenes. Let's try that again. As we're looking at it, as we're tracking things, I do want to try to put the camera outside a bit here to see what we can kind of determine as we look and as we update you guys on the situation. So just trying to see what we can come up with here with that. It's just always important here to be very vigilant here in these type of situations, obviously. You know, just wanting to make sure we remain weather aware. We're just trying to update you guys here. And we're going to try to look back outside. We do have that. It's a little brighter now. As I was alluding to, almost too bright on there, but it's enough. I think we'll go ahead and sew it. It's just sometimes if I change this manual instead of auto because it goes a little bit haywire sometimes. But there you go. There's a look outside. You can see there some of the brightness compared to earlier. I didn't change it from since we saw how dark. So, you know, near sunset, getting a little bit more brightness here back behind the rain. As we just had a tornado watch canceled for Levy, which is interesting. Okay. Okay, so let's check on that then. We just got an update on the tornado watch as we're looking and as we're tracking things. Let's see what we have there. So now they've canceled Levy. They've also canceled Jacksonville. Had a lot to a Flagler put in St. John. So the only county left is Marion now. It's for that southern, you know, stuff there that we're talking about. That's the only county left in the whole country under a tornado watch is Marion County. You don't normally get down to one county here with this, but that's where we're at as we're looking now. So because Citrus is never under it, they could have done a local extension, but I don't think they will, especially with them dropping Levy now. But yes, so there you go, the yellow shade, and one county left for our tornado watch after we've been tracking all day with multiple. We're down to one county, and that's Marion County under the tornado watch. Technically 8 o'clock. Might not last that long here, but yeah, we're still watching some of the different parameters in here, you know, right on that periphery and interacting with the instability a little bit. But, and I'll back that up to scan, you know, view before that. So more county than the watch now. It's just trimmed down to one there. Marion County under the tornado watch. You know, main alert for these conditions favorable. I know on Stark, from what I can see so far, it wasn't, you know, too bad compared to what it could have been for sure. But it's still, you know, the day we were paying attention because it's our first tornado watch here, from what I can tell, since March of last year. So, you know, that's a pretty long stretch without one. This time we will probably have, you know, here and there. But we have to just remain vigilant when we have that, you know, type of situation here in play, you know, and destroy, you know, take precautions. Fayette County had some pretty, you know, interesting reports in terms of getting some trees down on lines, it seems like, out there based on reports in a few different communities. So, yeah, definitely have to take this serious. Some of the counties for the west with some of the wind parameters coming into play had some reports as well. So, just keeping everybody in our thoughts and prayers that were impacted. Granted, you know, most folks weren't, you know, too heavily impacted. There's those isolated communities that did have some impact based on initial reports. So, some power outages in there for sure, as I've noted earlier on. But we're back at 6:30. I'm going to pop back in sooner. New update, real quick, gusty showers, a significant advisory just below, still a little below severe limits. We have a lightning strike there in northeast Albany now, by the way, now. But Darty tip, parts of Ben Hill and Wardville, 645, gust to 40, a possibility in there with that significant weather advisory in place. So that's the storyline for now. We're back here at the bottom of the hour, unless we need to pop back in sooner. That's the plan is. We'll wrap it with that up then, unless we have a warning or something that's still in more signs of concern for our area. Or, you know, if it's to the south on the fringes, we'll kind of play it by ear. But, you know, we'd have to start another stream eventually here. Certain streams like Facebook only do 8 hours. So trying to keep it in that realm. But we can adjust. We can always keep a little longer on YouTube if we need to. It's like that side of the area or something too. But we're always committed to giving you the latest, you know, on any tornado warning storm movement through the 62 counties on the different platforms, you know, assuming there's not any technical issues or something like that. So been doing that since 2019 here with updates. You know, at one point it was just one platform here or there, but you know, we simulcast on all of those different platforms to keep everybody safe and informed here. Facebook, Casey Cloud X, Facebook Cloud Weather, Twitter there. It's also the X platforms, the other, you know, name for there at Cloud Casey, YouTube at Cloud Weather, twitchcloudweatherclutter.com. You have the interactive radar available. So that's kind of the storyline there. The links are available there too. If you don't want to try to key them in, just go straight to cloudweather.com. You can also look at the wildfire tracking maps for both Florida and Georgia. The Forest Services on the top of that, those are up there, and those might be, unfortunately, because we didn't get enough rain. Didn't think we'd get enough. 12 minor Augusta east is struck now, 7 feet up or so off the ground. But those tracking maps might still be kind of more important here in the days to come here, as we're looking in the weeks and maybe even in the months. So it depends on how much rain we get. Might get another chance like this in about a week. Got a little bit in Georgia still. I mean, we'll see how this probably won't really spread much into Florida, but we'll see, because that's a little bit more, heavy than what the models indicated. So that'll be something to still watch too. We'd be on giving you updates with warnings that they pop. But, with the broad sense, we have one county left in the tornado watch. That's Marion, and we'll be back here at 6:30. We watch in Marion County, so southern periphery, just in case stuff out of Citrus is a little bit more concerning. We have some weak rotation from Dun Island to Homosassa Springs. You have Inverness in there. We continue to track to see the overall movement on that here. In the overall timeline here as things evolve. You had that one warning in central Georgia, Lawrence and Wilkinson, not anywhere close to our area, but still have a tornado possible tag with that. Some weak rotation there up there. They are following the Weather Service office there in Peachtree City, Georgia, which is in the Atlanta area. Watching that, that's up there, closer toward Macon, but a little southeast of there. So that's the storyline with that right now as we look and as we track, and we'll keep you guys up to date here on everything, with the latest updates here from the Weather Center. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power blast. Another power blast. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar-confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this, coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's what we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud popping back in here at the bottom of the hour at 6:30, 6:31 on this Sunday, on this February 15th, 2026. We're hoping that this will be the last update here. I'll be able to wrap this stream and then not have to pop back in. And then, assuming we don't have to come back in for anything tonight or any wildfire coverage or anything, our next one will update will be late Tuesday, early Wednesday here as we look at that, 7-day forecast and from the days past that. But we could have a chance of some rain next weekend, Sunday-ish, a pattern, maybe storms. It's too early to really tell. I haven't had a chance to go over that as much today since I've been watching the, here and now. We do have still a significant advisory, believe it or not, on that back line there with the boundary. That's generally not expected to have severe potential with it, but it's not a zero chance. So we still have to at least watch it. We need the rain. We've only had, 4.5 10 to start. We're hoping for more, and we may not get much more, if any more. We'll have to see if that accent from the south tries to make its way a little bit further south, or from the north makes its way a little bit further south, excuse me. But this is a look at the northern axis here, Sylvester. There is a gust to about 40 miles an hour of possibility around there, and around areas there around the Ashburn community there on I-75. There is technically, I guess you could call really weak rotation, but these are not very bright colors at all. We'll watch it. We're on guard. We'll pay attention. If we need to cut in, we'll get a tornado warning. We'll be on, here as quick as we can in our covered area. Obviously, it's our policy. Or there's a tornado warning still moving to 62 counties. We're on here to give you guys the very latest, obviously, as things are evolving, as things are tracking. But hopefully that doesn't happen. That's a pretty low chance of happening here at this point. If anything, maybe a rogue severe thunderstorm warnings, at least in the legitimate realm of possibility here, I would say, as we're watching that move off toward the Tipton area. Gusty winds need to rain though, so you'll take that. Not too much, if any, in the way of lightning there. So getting hourly rainfall amounts upward of a ½ inch in some of these green pockets. Albany here, maybe about 3/4 inches in the last hour, according to the Moody Air Force Base radar estimates. Now, the last spot in the whole country and our whole area under a tornado watch is, talking about 62 counties and, one county left out of that and in the whole country, and that's a tornado watch from Marion County. Granted, Citrus has the advisory. They weren't ever under a tornado watch, and we have some weak rotation down there that we have to watch for our southern periphery here. No warnings, though, but technically a tornado watch really from like Denellen to Bellevue there. It's technically for the whole county officially, and we will watch these little areas here. A little bit of something there, southeast of Reddick there, and you have southwest of Eureka. As we're looking there, I know that the 2500 from Winter there, that was their name, I believe, as we were just looking at that. But as we're looking and as we're tracking things, as we're looking, and as we're tracking things, they got that over with, luckily, before this rain came on in. As we're looking over there, but the rain's starting to come on in now. Lightning will be in a little bit. We'll have to watch for a little warning or two, but that's outside of the official covered area there in the Citrus and, the Tampa Weather Service will be watching now. Melbourne will be watching some of these areas further east, like Lake and Orange and the like. And, you have areas in the villages toward I-75, and we'll just watch to see if we get a warning popping, But if this does get into Bellevue, it gets a little muddy here when I'm looking from a distance, but, if it gets, it's one thing if it's down here, that's not, our area, up here is our area. If it gets into Marion here with a tornado warning, we have to jump in immediately. So still not completely all clear. Little parts of Georgia, we've seen a little bit of something, not, organized necessarily in terms of like a watch being issued, but there's that watch still from Marion to Pittsburgh at 8 o'clock. So even though I'm going to be dropping streams, still keep that interactive radar, up if you're in that area watching. And we'll pop back immediately in here if we need to with a different stream, obviously, on a different platform. So, again, that's kind of the storyline there as we're looking. Been on for, better part on and off of 8 hours here. So, again, it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here in this type of situation. Again, we're just trying to keep you guys safe. Officially, a tornado watch down there. We had the potential for a strong tornado today. I don't necessarily think we had that, but we had some damage, legitimate damage. Based on reports from Mayo and some of the other spots in Lafayette County, we had a tornado warning. Don't really know what that was, except some, trees on lines, it sounds like, but, multiple communities. So it could have just been more straight line wind damage out there. And we had some other reports earlier, sparse, on and off here, areas toward the west as well. So it's just always important to keep tabs on all that here in the Weather Center, obviously. as things develop, as things are ongoing here. So, this is north of the community of Coleman here, and not too far east of Inverness with some of this. The villages, and then you get up to Summerfield and Dallas and Weirsdale. I remember going to Dallas years ago in here, Roy County town along, of course, US 301, and that is in our area there. But Oxford is just outside of the coverage zone, so that's where the delineation is. Marion's in the area. Even though it's a streaming service here, per se, streaming, platform, we're giving you guys here coverage on cloud weather on a different platform, I should say. We don't cover every county. We cover 62 counties here as we're looking, and as we're tracking, been on for every tornado warning storm to move through the 62 counties here as they're happening, giving you those updates since late 2019. So, again, that's kind of the storyline there. Again, we're watching things there toward I-75, and we'll continue to track that just in case that clips our southern area with some type of warning. Got quite a bit of lightning back in here. I tell you what, west of Crystal River to Lecanto, and this is even more impressive. Granted, a lot of the stuff that's looked like this today has been kind of considered more marginal in nature. But we'll have to see. I know Melbourne office will be deciding. Tampa office watching, Jacksonville office watches for Marion and Flagler. And Marion and Flagler are two southernmost zones there. Levy's out of the tornado watch. Flagler's not in it anymore either. But Marion technically still is, as we're right on the periphery here with the Jacksonville radar. So it's still something to kind of not completely rule out that something could happen in a hurry here. Right there, Summerfield, the East Lake Weir there, East Lake Weir, and Weirsdale, something like that, over to Pittman. That starts to get out of our area there, but you kind of get the idea as we're looking right on that southern periphery. It's not impossible. Something still pops up on us here as we're keeping you guys up to date on this. We're watching, we're tracking. But, the chances, they're not huge. I know we're past sunset officially now. As we're looking, I know we're going to start losing some more of that instability here. We still have some pretty warm temperatures down here as we're looking. Again, don't let your guard down here. We're in the 70s down there, but you see cooler up here, even though we do have some instability showing up. You have this strong axis moving toward Tipton, just about 40 right now there in toward parts of the Aspirin community as well as Sylvester. So we're watching that too, just in case. Let's move into I-75, but the instability will start to be waning here some more as we're looking, as we're tracking things. Again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. We will still watch that accident toward Georgia here to see if it gets like a severe thunderstorm warning or something. These colors aren't all that bright, but we'll see if something gets a little bit stronger here. It's not impossible we get a severe thunderstorm warning for Tipton or something like that, but that's not necessarily the most likely scenario right now. So I know, into the rain, some of us, really getting that, some of us not so much. As we look back at the last 12 hours, and we are in that such, significant drought that we're in, the purple swath there kind of, we had that tornado warning storm earlier coming across. They got a little more rain, but more issues. And I know we do have some darker greens in there. North Central Florida, not as much rain. That's like, a third to half, and that's where we're at, 0.45 here east of Stark. So, new significant weather advisory, that means just below severe limits there now for southern parts of Marion County. Let me go ahead and look down here. Then they just put that, advisory probably gone out, not a warning, but we're going to be watching this just in case here, in case it needs it. But gusts up to 50, we need to 45 miles an hour. We have areas there like Juniper Springs, Weirsdale, Santos, the villages of Briar Meadow there, as well as Ocklawaha, Moss Bluff, Silver Spring Shores, like Weir, Bellevue, and Summerfield here in this advisory. In the southern periphery, a little bit of spin right there around Dallas and the southern, very far southern Marion County there. So, that's something that we're looking at there. It's not overwhelming here from the views I can see so far. The Tampa radar may be the closest. It does say something there, just northwest of Coleman, Wildwood. And there's also something, that terminal radar, we've used some of these radars here, that tornado last year around Lake Marion, Florida. We'll have to start seeing if something, anything gets, overactive down there. That could give you an eye on it. That radar there is a little bit better look, but, not quite in that zone, that corridor yet to do that, as we're looking here at the overall environment, the overall set of circumstances. You see Citrus County, a lot of lightning though. Crystal River, Homosassa Springs, Sugar Mill Woods, south of the area, but just kind of clipping as we look into southern Marion the community of Sadie as well as Silver Spring, Soares, Candler, Bellevue, Somerville, Dallas, East Lake, Weirsdale. Remain alert in case we get some type of warning down here, but it's not the most likely scenario either. But there's still technically officially a tornado watch in play for just a little bit longer until we get some of these little pockets out of there. So if we need to come back with a different stream, we will. We will be on for you. Let me see if there's any more questions here, but otherwise, hopefully this will be able to conclude our coverage here on this Sunday. I know got a viewer, watching out of Tallahassee area, and they got an inch and a half today, this morning. So that's obviously, that's something a little bit more on the edge here of, looking a little bit better for the drought, but it's still, not drought busting, but that's better than half inch like what we got here east of Stark. Once you get, more and more it helps. We were hoping, average around an inch. Some areas getting more, but other areas getting less here. May still have a chance for a little bit more, and that stuff in Georgia that lingers, but not necessarily sure that'll end up being the case. We're just gonna continue to monitor things. I know some of that cloud cover lingering for your President's Day tomorrow around North Central Florida. 60s around lunchtime, maybe not even quite that, but so that's something a little bit cooler. I mean, it's right about 64. We're east of Stark right now. Again, we're watching down toward the villages just to make sure here. Right, but it doesn't look all that impressive from the Jacksonville site. That's about 11,000 feet up. The Tampa site here looking, this one's about only 8,000, so it will be the closer one here, and it shows stuff maybe just south, really a little tighter, and into the north, but still just remain alert just in case. I know folks, Volusia County, where that race just concluded, the Daytona 500, will be watching there as well. So I know, unfortunately, though, and we knew it wouldn't, but this drought we're still in. The latest drought update will be in on Thursday through the, early Tuesday time frame, and we'll throw that up here again. This is definitely cause for concern. It's not going to help a lot. Maybe some of these areas like Tallahassee, inch and a half or so, that could, might get us down a level, there, but it might not. By the time we get to that, it might, it might not do it as much. It's hard to forecast this. This is not something we're used to talking about, but it might, get us from extreme to severe, especially in some spots. Maybe a spot or two will slip to moderate temporarily, and maybe we'll get more rain eventually in a week or something, but kind of too early to tell and all that, and we'll have more on that as we look ahead later on in the week here. So again, just, watching this, always got to remain alert for wildfire situations. We had one in Volusia today that was noteworthy. One in Flagler we were watching there carefully. I know, this rain coming over some of these areas can be helpful, though. And in Georgia, South Georgia, still that extreme drought there lingers. You can see the scale right here, the different, colors here for that. And, and that kind of tells the story. We certainly don't want to get exceptional, but we might end up doing that, unfortunately, if things keep trending the way they're trending here. As we're looking at things and as we're tracking them, we just have to be paying attention here for sure. Again, watching around the villages still, and then I didn't mean to do that, but let's go ahead and jump back on over here. You can see we're still watching some weak rotation. We're watching here west and south of Homosassa Springs, some weak rotation. We'll just have to see. Citrus in our area, but something that we watch in Tampa Bay, television market, and the like down there. If we get something, around that periphery, we don't have to jump back in. It might be still something we're going to tweet over there on Cloud Casey's, my Twitter account there. That Cloud Casey Twitter account, Twitter/X, at Cloud Casey. So we'll see how that evolves. Let's look in Georgia. We got a new significant advisory up there. Let me pop that on up. We're going to jump back in up here. We got a new advisory, a little bit of wind enhancement south of the Rebecca community. Not a lot there, but a new advisory now. Some gusty winds to about 40 miles an hour through about 8 o'clock, in fact, for parts of Ben Hill, Berrien, Colquitt, Cook, Irwin, Tiff, Turner, and Worth. So that's something they're watching up that way, including areas like Fitzgerald, for instance, and the Wardat, Scylla, Enigma there. You kind of get the idea. Jacksonville would be in charge if they issued further downstream on those advisories or something else. Once, that Coffee, if I zoom in here, Coffee and Atkinson or Jacksonville, but Ben Hill and Irwin, and as we get down in here, these different zones, of course, as we get down here in the Berrien, that's Tallahassee's jurisdiction for weather alerts, advisories, warnings, and the like here. Now, we'll just keep watching, we'll just keep tracking. Hopefully we don't have to pop back in, but if we do, we'll have another stream for you here on a different platform. So stay tuned here. Make sure, you subscribe over on YouTube and the like, and, when we're live, on YouTube, as we are on the other platforms, you can actually back it up while I'm on to see what I'm saying, here as we're looking maybe just a few seconds ago. If I don't circle right back to it or something, you can kind of catch up on that as we're looking as we're tracking. New advisory, by the way, for parts of the Citrus as well as Hernando and Sumter till 7:30, gust to 50 just south of our viewing circle in that advisory, just under severe limit, significant weather advisory in play. So that's the storyline with all that. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Again, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for trusting me. I don't think there's enough to we can stay a little longer on YouTube in theory here. At this point, I don't see enough to stay on a little bit longer on YouTube here, but we can all, because we'll just go back on anyway if we get a warning on everything. So it'd probably just be easier, hopefully that didn't happen. It's not a zero chance with that tornado watch still technically from Marionville over another hour. As we look here, there's weak rotation. That's more just south of the area near Wildwood and Sumter County. This right here is a little stronger off the coast. New advisory now for Volusia and Lake, by the way, 50-mile-an-hour winds as we get out that way. As we look out there. But this right here is a little bit tighter, honestly, a good bit tighter. So if that trend, that'd probably be more southern Citrus. And that'd probably stay just south of our area, give or take. We'll watch it. But this area here, just around the Homosassa Springs area, maybe a little south, you see maybe something along that path, give or take. We'll see. But that'd be, Tampa / then Orlando TV stations, give or take, in that zone versus our area. But we'll watch things, obviously. And, if we need to pop back and move up, if something just outside of our area, like a tornado warning, not specific thunderstorm warning, not if it's outside of our area, but if it's a tornado warning, we'll at least try to repost some of that over on Twitter at Cloud Casey. But anybody has a tornado account can help on Twitter /X as well with some of that information. So that does it for now. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me here in the Weather Center. On your Sunday. And again, if we need to pop back in, we will. But again, our covered area, if we have like a tornado warning, that pops all of a sudden in Marion, we'll jump back in. Don't get me wrong. We'll start another stream up very quickly. But just remain vigilant. Have to get on in a hurry. So hopefully it doesn't happen like that. We've been trying to stretch this as long as we can, just in case something happens. In the south central Georgia, some stuff near I-75 near Tipton. That's a little bit on the strong side too. The rain's really stopped around Stark here. We may get a little bit more backside, but we're at 4. They're 4.5 of an inch on that rain gauge here with that barometric pressure. 1,009.5 millibars is pretty steady right now. So, we've had that low involved. We have a boundary that's, coming in further off from the north and west. And, we'll try to cool us down a little, but it really won't. But we're going to have 80s here this week in the storyline. So that'll be something that we're looking ahead. Summer-like weather almost here in February. And we got to worry, watch for the fires, because that's not necessarily an ideal set of circumstances. I keep looking at the latest updates above me here on our different monitors. Again, that'll do it. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me. This very, extended coverage here to keep you guys up to date. And again, we'll pop back in on the different platforms if the conditions do warrant. But again, I think we've, covered everything and covered the bases the best we can here on this Sunday. But again, we'll be back if we need to. Interact at radarclothing.com/radar. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. Again, we'll pop back in with another stream if necessary. But for now, thanks so much. And just stay safe out there. Still some wet conditions. Haven't had some of that in a while. Just be safe, stay safe, and stay informed here. Thanks for tuning in and trusting me. Thanks for tuning in and trusting Cloud Weather for the latest weather information.